Not sure if I can. All right. Ice champion, water, ice, ice, ice. What?
Gonna do your thing? All right, nobody's watching.
I guess I'll wait. Because during warm-ups, there's really nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Just some like crowd noise. Even though it comes from our microphones. Never mind.
I'm gonna have to listen very closely to you. See if I can, like,
Are we good?
not fuck up. My bad. My bad.
Can you hear me?
What? What?
It's coming through late, and you said,
Oh. Sorry, nobody's on it. My apologies. What, can Blau hear everything we say?
yes, because she's got that up.
Oh, okay. I'll be clean for long. I didn't realize it was 5 seconds late. Bro just gives me a face way after I said it.
Nate?
Mine's good.
Yeah, yours wasn't good.
I know.
Well, welcome back to Battle at the Berkey, everybody.
All right, welcome back to the Battle at the Berkey live stream here. We are preparing for the Triway Arlington game in about a minute and a half. They'll finish up their warm-ups and we'll get started with the...
Stop talking so quiet.
What?
You're super quiet.
Let's be louder. Does it need me to be louder?
Yeah, like I feel like you could have been a little louder.
Like this? Is that better?
Nah, they're not that loud. I'm happy to do
You guys can go. You're fine.
No, I know. I'm trying to figure out. He told me to speak a little louder, but I don't know how sensitive it's going to
No,
be.
you guys are fine.
I don't want it to be static.
Your audio balancing is fine. Don't worry.
So I can just be like this the entire time.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanna make sure.
All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here in Smithville, Ohio for our third game of this great slate of basketball this weekend. We have the Triway Titans facing off against the Arlington Red Devils. And Mac, we got a little bit of a David and Goliath situation going on today. Arlington brings in their 6'10", Calvin Willow, who's just a beast, and it's going to be a lot for Triway to handle today. But Triway, they can get red hot from three, Mac, and they can play with a lot of teams when they're shooting well. What are you looking forward to the most today?
I'm looking forward to the Jalen Hackett and J.J. Wenner matchup, the 6'6" for the 6'10" guy. My bad. Calvin Willow, my apologies. I am off my game right now. You good there? Oh my goodness. I'm really excited just to see how Triway, if they can shoot really effectively, that is a big key to the game for them against Arlington's stout 2-3 defense. Arlington is one of the best defenses in the state, giving up under 37 points per game.
Yeah, and Arlington coming off of a state Final Four appearance in 2025. That's a big matchup for Triway today. It'd be a huge win. They lost their best player, Bruin Flinner, to an ACL injury earlier this season. It'd be a huge win to get Triway back on track. And just a big win for their program overall.
Yes, 100%, Quinn. I 100% agree with you. Right now, Arlington is ranked top number 5 in Division 7. Absolute excellent team. They did knock off Russia in the state Final Four last year, who's an excellent program that continues to show their skills year in and year out.
We need it.
50's not in here, by the way. 50's not even in here. I don't even see 50. I guess just listen.
And now for the whole team on the scoreboard, the Triway Titans.
We're going to figure out what 50 is.
Starting for the Titans, the junior, number 1, Jalen Hartley. A senior, number 2, Brody Flinner.
There isn't a number 60.
A junior, number 5, Taylor Clippinger.
I'm talking. Hey. Right here. This 50. That
And a senior, number 30, Roman Gilbert.
Who you got? Who did you
Nathan Miller. We want to thank our game sponsor for this game, Taylor Law Firm. Appreciate all our sponsors. state tackle offer. Thank you for sponsoring.
We're excited for a very good matchup here in the third game of the battle at the Berkey. Our last two matchups before with Maumee Valley Country Day and Norway is an exciting high-scoring matchup where Maumee Valley took advantage early, and then Johnstown versus Hillsdale was also a good matchup where we had Johnstown shooting lights out late into the game after Hillsdale came out roaring. Triway takes possession of the ball. Arlington falls back into their 2-3 right away. This is a big matchup. If they can move the ball effectively here, then they'll be able to get good shots, and then they'll be able to stay in this game early with Arlington. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, and even with the really good shooting of Triway, they have the capability to get red hot from three, several guys. Arlington's still going 2-3, that's why.
Rebound by Triway. Triway takes it down the left side of the court, backs it up, gets it to Hackett. He chops the three, misses. Rebound by Triway, foul by Triway on the offensive rebound by number 50. Deacon Gilbert. My apologies there for that pause. Triway is coming out in a 2-3 zone to start this game. If you're just tuning into us, Triway versus Arlington has just started with 7 minutes left in the ball game, or in the first quarter. My apologies.
Not surprised to see a 2-3 from Triway to try and limit some of the size from the 6'10 Calvin Willow.
100%, Quinn. Willow looks to probe, gets it out to the top of the key. Out to Heacock on the right wing. He looks to get it into Willow. Willow back out to Heacock. Good defense here by Triway early. They got good bench energy, getting it down there to... Fuck it. Into Willow in the post. Good double there by Triway. Gilbert, good wall up. Really excellent defense there on Willow. That's what Triway needs if they want to stay in this game early. From the left wing, number 11, Lane Creelo.
I watched Triway play against Waynedale. You have to guard Lane Creelo. If he gets open looks and gets red hot, Triway becomes all the more dangerous with him red hot.
Yes, Triway looks to shoot threes and shoot it well. If they can get hot early, they will be able to stay in this game as Triway forces a turnover on Arlington here in the backcourt.
I'd like to see Triway a little bit of an underdog coming into the game. They have brought a lot of energy to this game. You can tell, unlike Norway and earlier today, they are not afraid of this Arlington team. They look like they're bringing it to them right now.
Yes, they are. As they swing it to the left wing, back to the top of the key to Creelo, into the middle to Hackett. Hackett dribbles it back out, top of the key, back to Creelo. They look to set a screen. Gilbert does for Creelo. Creelo probes, doesn't get anything. Pass it to the left corner, back to the top of the key to Hackett. Hackett looks to get into the middle, doesn't get anywhere. Does, actually. Great pass from Hackett. And number 2, Brody Flinter, absolutely smoked the layup. If that was his... That's a big opportunity there to get a 5-0 lead here early in this game. You need as many points as you can get against the stout Arlington defense.
Triway can't miss easy buckets like that. Those are gimmies. You have to have those if you want to win this game.
100%, Quinn. Creelo looks to get it to the top of the key to Hackett. Hackett directs the offense. Good pass, actually errant pass, my apologies. Another turnover by Triway. Arlington will take possession. Triway back in their somewhat relaxed 2-3 zone. Arlington looks to get it into Willow again. Lob from the corner. That is something you don't want to see. Willow with the hook shot. Looks like he got slapped in the face, but he gets it to go anyways. 3-2 Triway.
Yeah, and Mac, I'm looking at these Triway defenders trying to guard him. They have Deacon Gilbert and Jalen Hackett both listed as 6'6". Mac, I'm going to be honest, they're probably about 6'3 or 6'4. Regardless, they're having trouble staying with Calvin Willow down there.
100%. It's hard to deal with that length and size, no matter who you are, if you're that 6 inches shorter. Arlington knocks down a 3 to tie the game up at 5 apiece. Number 21, Aiden Cavini, my apologies. Gilbert with a good offensive rebound there for Triway. Back to the top of the key to Creelo. Gets it to Hackett in the middle around the free throw line. Hackett looks to go right. Bumps fades, doesn't get anything to go. Willow with a good defensive rebound.
That's a really tough angle for a shot there from Jalen Hackett trying to go on Willow. You're going to have to get a better look than that.
Again, Arlington loves to get the ball into the corner and gets it to Willow in the post as they swing around the top of the key, still looking to run their offense through Willow. Another good entry there by Arlington, gets it to Willow. Willow out opposite to number 2, Drew Metzger, misses the 3. Foul on Triway. Number 50, Gilbert, with his second foul early in this game. It's something you cannot afford. You don't want to lose any of your size early in this game, Quinn.
Yeah, that's a big foul there. And obviously, Gilbert's working really hard to try and keep Willow from getting those easy post-ups. And he's done a nice job, but you have to limit your fouls because you can't pick up 2 early ones like that in the first quarter. He's going to sit the rest of the quarter for sure.
Willow gets it at the right wing, looks to go left. Good hands there by Triway. Triway takes it in transition. Krilo has it at the top, gets it to Hackett, swings it back to Krilo at the left wing. Krylo's looking to get a shot off, cannot. Good defense there by Arlington. Hackett looks to direct the offense, even though he's 6'6". I guess he can still play point guard. Gets to his spot, rises up, misses the 3. Arlington with the rebound, brings the ball down the floor. Not very good transition defense. Off the mark by Arlington from the left wing, gets a rebound, throws it up, misses the layup again. Down the left side of the floor, Triway. And they traveled. It is still currently 5-5 with 3 minutes and 6 seconds left in this first quarter. Arlington gets it back into Willow, back out to the corner, from the left corner, off the mark. Good rebound there by Hackett. Out and goes Triway in transition. They want to get ahead before Arlington can set up their defense.
And a nice transition attack there from Triway. If you're Triway, getting out transition is huge. That doesn't allow Arlington to set up their 2-3. That'll give them some more easy baskets that they're looking for.
Triway inbounds, gets it to Hackett in the right corner. He puts it at the top of the key back to Krylo. Swings it back into the left corner then. Hackett looks again to attack. He's very aggressive early in this game. Gets it to the left corner, 3 up and off the mark. Offensive rebound by Triway. Another shot fake, up 3. Krylo misses from the top of the key. You need those wide open 3s to go down, Quinn.
Yeah, and a rare miss there from Tucker Harris and Lane Krylo, both excellent three-point shooters.
Off the mark there by number 21, Cavini. Misses the 3. Triway out in transition now, looking to be aggressive. Gets it to Hackett at the top of the key. Gets it to the left wing, swings it back to the top of the key. Taking their time, slowing the pace down. This is something you probably do not want to do against this Arlington defense. Foul by number 1, Cavini. Blocking foul. Number Jaden Hackett comes out of the game, gets a substitution, might have a little bit of a bloody nose situation. Not something ideal. We take a timeout on the court, clean up any blood or sweat or tears that's ever on the court.
Yeah, it looks like there's a spot of blood on the court. Give the players a nice little breather.
Shout out to Anthony Hackworth for coming out to clean this up right now.
Top tier battle of the Berkey staff here coming to clean up the floor.
Yes, we love to see that. The Red Rocket is representing himself along with other Smithville alum.
So, Mac, what are you seeing out here from the first quarter? What do you think both teams need to do?
I think Triway's defense has been good and fine on Willow, but they need to be better in transition and not let Cavini get off 3s. He seems very confident. He seems like he is an excellent shooter from what we've seen in the past. And honestly, Arlington, what they need to do is not let Triway get out in transition. Slow it down, let them get messy rebounds, set up your defense, because that's where you play best defensively. Then you can get out and play the offense you want to play.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the key is Arlington just needs to play their game. They need to be slow, under control, play stout defensively, not give up any open threes for Triway. And for Triway, they want to do almost the complete opposite. They want to run. They want to get easy transition baskets. On the defensive end, I think they've done a nice job containing Willow so far. Obviously, the loss of their big guy to 2 fouls, that's not going to help them out, but they got to find a way here to continue to guard him.
100% Quinn. As Triway inbounds the ball, they get it to their left wing, back to the top of the key, trying to penetrate this zone defense as much as possible. And another missed 3 from the left wing there by Krylo. Arlington brings the ball up, gets it to the corner, gets it back into Willow. That's their favorite play so far early in this game. It's just getting it to Willow in the post from the post entry from the corner. Good defense by Triway, guarding Willow with all 5 guys, which is one of the keys to the game that we mentioned earlier. Back to the good pass there by Willow, but Lucas McElroy could not hold on to it. It is still 5-5 here early in this game with 1:19 left in the first quarter.
Yeah, so far it's shaping up to be a defensive matchup, which honestly is not what I would have picked. I would have said it would be much more of an offensive showdown, but both teams playing well defensively so far.
Yes, Quinn, 100%. And that's definitely not what we expected, as Triway was not ready for that pass.
Oh, and a silly double dribble there in transition.
Can't afford that in a game like this that's close and low scoring so far early. You need to just take advantage of the easy layups. Swing it again, ball screen action, and a foul on Arlington. That is their 3rd of the quarter and the first on number 3, Lucas McElroy for Arlington.
His first, team's third.
Triway looks to inbound the ball here. Arlington is now in what appears to be, nope, they're still sticking in their zone. Swings it to the left to Hackett. Hackett looks to attack, gets nowhere. Swings it to number 10, back over to the top of the key. Another 3 from Triway, and they have started off ice cold in this game, but a putback layup there by Deacon Gilbert. Maybe. Our rosters might be a little off. Good play there by Willow. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Arlington. 7-7 now, 14 seconds left in the quarter. Cross-court pass, Triway, misses. They're 1 of 8 for 3 to start the game. Down the court they go, 5 seconds left in the quarter. Out to the corner, Arlington shoots a 3 and knocks it down. Drew Metzger with the 3 to end off the quarter. It is 10-7 Arlington. What have you liked to see out of Arlington so far in this game? What do you want them to do more of?
Yeah, for Arlington, just playing off their post. He's their best player. He draws so much attention, and they've done a nice job so far. I'd like to see when they enter the ball in the post, set some pin downs and some flares for other guys. You saw Drew Metzger hit a 3 to end the quarter. Aiden Kavney, another 3-pointer. Just getting open looks, playing off of Willow, because Triway is throwing so much on defense at Willow. It's just going to create open opportunities for other guys, and they need to continue to expose those double teams and the digs on the post and turn it into offense.
Glenn. And what do you want to see more out of Triway?
For Triway, I just like to see them shoot the ball with more confidence. Arlington's running a 2-3. They need to give it some open looks, but they've had some open looks, and guys like Tucker Harris, Lane Krylo, I've seen them go nuclear in some games where they hit 4 or 5 threes. They just need to get more open looks, and they need to start rolling here in the second quarter.
Yes. Triway started out ice cold from 3, a miraculous 1 of 8, which they can shoot at lights out at any time. You give them a few good looks and some confidence, and they can take a 3-point deficit to a 12-point lead in no time.
Absolutely.
Arlington will start with the ball here to start the second quarter. Second quarter is now completely underway. Trenton Heacock brings it up the court for Arlington. Swings it over, still trying to play against this 2-3 zone of Triway. And we've seen a lot of zones to start off this battle at the Berkey this year, Quinn.
Yeah, Hillsdale went zone, Johnstown's gone zone. And we saw a little bit of full court zone pressure from Maumee Valley, and then Norwayne went zone, and both teams here have gone zone so far. So really, we actually haven't seen any man defense yet here out of the Berkey.
Very interesting, considering a lot of teams in this area like to play a man defense style. Good attack there by Triway, but you can't get far with Willow in the middle of the paint there. It's really hard to get any floater 12-foot action because Willow's so long, he disrupts everything. Triway's taking their time. Bad play by Hackett there, takes his eyes off the defense. And number 3, Logan Fenstermaker, my bad, Lucas McElroy, my apologies, gets the layup. It's 12-7 Arlington. Back at the top of the key, Hackett has it, looks to attack, doesn't get very far. Willow steps up. Hackett with a questionable walk, could have been a travel, doesn't get called. Arlington brings the ball back in transition. They have a 5-on-4 advantage, and Drew Metzger misses the 3 from their right wing short, but Willow gets the rebound. He puts it up, he misses. This is a messy game to start off, Quinn. Get the ball at the top of the key, back to Hackett. Good pass down low. And another big block by Willow. It is not the most intelligent move to try to shoot a layup against Willow down low.
Good luck trying to put up. He double pivoted into the 6'10" guy and then tried to shoot it over him. Maybe not the best play he could have made.
We'll just stay on this till half. Just stay on this till halftime, and then we can switch it up.
Arlington gets the ball back now with 6 minutes and 13 seconds left in the first half, brings it up. Not very much success they've had against this Triway zone, and Triway has played with all 5 guys to contain Willow down low. Willow with a good pass out to the top of the key. Arlington misses another 3. Tough rebound there, fought for, jump ball called. Good play there by number 33, Deacon Gilbert.
Yeah, and I'll say, Triway's limited Arlington to just 12 points here 2 minutes into the second quarter. Mike, for a team that gives up 58 points per game throughout the season, they've impressed me so far on the defensive end. Done a lot to limit Willow, and a sloppy turnover there. You don't want to give up those turnovers.
No, they've had a lot of bad turnovers. That's limited their offensive possessions early in this game, Quinn. Willow passes it back out, moving the ball. Another play to Willow. Willow looks to drive. Again, another hook shot. Knocks that one down. Calvin Willow, he now has 6 points early in this game.
Triway needs to knock down some shots here. They haven't scored a point. Actually, I don't know if they've registered more than 2 shots here in the second quarter, and we're almost 3 minutes in.
Yes, they have had a massive amount of sloppy turnovers that are not ready for Arlington's defense. Another bad turnover by Triway. It really does hurt when you have a guy like Calvin Willow in the middle who has all that length that disrupts the middle. Gets it into Willow. Again, shoots another hook shot. Good defense there by Deacon Gilbert. He has been somewhat of a problem. Triway brings the ball up again. Another sloppy turnover. That is 3 sloppy turnovers in a row, and that's something we call a kill over here where we're from, Quinn. Arlington with good stops right now on defense.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if it's good stops. I'd say it's just bad offense, to be honest. So they've thrown 3 straight passes out of bounds. Now, Arlington's size and their 2-3 is definitely giving them some trouble right now.
That's a fair analysis, Quinn. I would agree with you and actually disagree with myself. Arlington looks to probe again, gets it in again to Willow. Out to Metzger for 3 from the right corner, misses again.
I will say that's the best shooter I know named Metzger.
I would 100% agree. There's not many good Metzgers out there that can shoot. And a walk by number 11, Trenton Heacock. He tried to do a step through, which we talked about earlier, but this time the refs were saying, no, sir.
He almost walked back to Arlington.
Not as bad as that one play by
McFadden?
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, that looked like less of a travel than McFadden's did.
Might have been. Hackett tries to take on 5 guys on his own. Doesn't get very far. Another sloppy turnover by Triway. My apologies. Arlington brings it up the court quickly. Again, back to the top of the key. Into Willow again. Good pass by Willow. Gets it in for a layup. Misses the layup. Misses another bunny, keeping this game at 14-7 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the first half. Hackett looks to approach. Doesn't get very far. Again, it is hard to penetrate this defense, let alone when you get in there. Triway not doing much right now on offensively. They're shooting about 10% from 3, and they've had about 8 turnovers early in this game.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle for Triway, though. If they could just hit some shots, they're definitely going to be able to be in this game.
Hackett looks to get in the middle, meets Willow in the middle once again, gets it out to Krylo. He shoots a 3 and knocks it down.
There we go.
That is a huge shot for Triway. 14-10 now. Krylo has 8 points. Willow again in the middle, looks to spin, looks to pivot, does a little bit of a Jokic, does about 4 pivots, and he gets the bucket to go.
Nice footwork there. Had like a up and under, looks like he was going to Nelson, and then he kind of went back right into it, and then he settled for a fadeaway.
Looks like he's taking some notes from the great Quinn Mayball, one of the greatest centers I've ever seen personally in high school basketball. Hackett has it back up at the top, looks to drive, tries to shoot a floater over Willow, doesn't get very far. And a wild pass there by Krylo. That is another turnover by Triway. What do you think is a big key for them to help quit turning the ball over so effectively? And they're such silly turnovers, too.
Well, they just need to settle down a little bit. They still look like they're antsy and not ready for this game. I'm sure they've been prepping for it for a while. They just need to calm down, make smart passes. We don't need to throw a perfect Magic Johnson-esque pass for a layup every single time. You got to move the ball around against the zone, wait for Arlington to break down, and then take advantage once you see a breakdown.
Jump ball called there. Willow had it in the middle once again. I wonder if we had to count how many touches Willow's had in the middle, because it might have been like 20 at this point early in the game.
It does seem like pretty much every possession, and I don't blame them. That's their best source of offense, is to get the ball to Willow in the middle.
100%, Quinn. That's what they need to do, because it's the most effective way they can get easy buckets on the board. And a sloppy pass there by Arlington.
Triway finally forced a turnover there.
Yes,
They've
very
been
much
wheeling
so.
and dealing turnovers themselves. It's about time they forced a couple.
Triway now gets the ball back. It's 16-10 early in this game. Arlington with the lead. 2:08 left in the first half. Number 10, Tucker Harris, is back into the game for Triway. Hackett gets it back up at the top of the key, swings it over, about the volleyball line, trying to direct some offense, maybe get a nice set play going. Krylo has it back to the top of the key, swings it over, back to Krylo at the top. He shoots it from deep and knocks it down. Krylo is shooting the ball really well and keeping Triway in this game.
Yeah, Krylo's got a game-high 11 points, 11 of Triway's 13 as he comes up with a steal here.
And a near finish there by number 10, Tucker Harris, but he can't get it over Willow's long extended arms. Triway does remain with the rebound. Hackett has it at the top. Hackett's trying to do too much, Quinn. He's been trying to play like he's the big man over as a point guard, and he just can't.
Yeah, and one thing as Willow gets called for a travel, Hackett's got to understand this is a super tough matchup for him. And it's important that, we like to see him score. I know he wants to get his buckets, but also there's a level you have to reach where you realize you're being focused on. You have a super tough matchup. You got to make others around you better.
100%. He's kind of just trying to win this on his own attack, but he's not getting very far because it is hard to penetrate this zone, which feels almost like a 2-2-1, but it's just a high 2-3 bump zone, which is what we like to call that. And another sloppy turnover.
Arlington, they cover up a lot of mistakes with Willow down below. Like, they let guys run short corner to short corner, not very contested, because if they catch it, they're just going to get their shots blocked if they put it up.
Arlington with another missed 3 from the right slot. Triway looks to get out in transition, and a big blocking foul. That was a good effort there by Arlington's number 11, Trenton Heacock, to take the charge. I give him props for that at least. So that is a shooting foul. And number 14, Jackson Clippinger, will go to the line for Triway. It is currently 16-13 with 40 seconds left in this first half. A low-scoring affair, which is not a surprise for Arlington, but it is definitely a surprise for Triway.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting it to be a little more faster paced because of the way Triway plays, but they've really settled in, and they've done a really nice job defensively, as we've seen those 30 total points scored here in the first half with 40 seconds left. And compared to the first two games, there's a lot more lower scoring
this
weekend.
The 100%. And Clippinger knocks down both free throws. And Brant Clippinger, his brother, is back in the game. Arlington has it. Looks like they might be vying for the last shot of the half. 30 seconds left in this half. Another good steal by Triway. Might have been a double, and it was a double dribble there by number 30, Chase Walter. And his coach is not happy, Quinn. That was a good opportunity to get the lead going into the half, maybe get an outbreak for a layup, and Chase Walter just absolutely double dribbled that.
Yeah, and I saw after that another turnover from Calvin Willow. Arlington's coach was actually getting on him a little bit. And I like to see that accountability from your coach, not being afraid to say something to his best player like, hey, you got to wake up. You got to play better. I like to see that from a coach.
Yes, 100%. Looks like now Arlington definitely will vie for the last shot of the half. 14 seconds left in this first half. Triway still sitting in their 2-3 zone, a little bit higher out, stretching it out. Arlington probes, gets it to number 21, almost a turnover there. 4 seconds left in the half, drives left, goes up, is fouled. 2.8 seconds left in this first half as Arlington's number 21, Aiden Cavini, will go back to the line. In and out on the first free throw. Somewhat of an unexciting first half we have here, Quinn, wouldn't you say? Very interesting, but nothing too athletic or eye-catching, you would say. Somewhat monotonous.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering about the live stream, the stream should be back up and running here in the second half. We apologize for the lack of connection here, but it should be back up and running here in the second half.
Triway shoots a three to end out the half, and Krylo almost hits it from half court. It is 17-15 Arlington, and this low-scoring affair to end out this first half. What have you seen, Quinn, that has kind of impressed you on either team?
Well, first of all, I just like to say everyone from the Triway team should be thanking Lane Krylo. He's got 11 of their 15 points, and really looks like the only one on offense with a pulse. But I've been really impressed by Triway's team defense on Willow. They've been able to force turnovers and make him uncomfortable. Obviously, there's only a certain amount you can do against that size. So Willow's gotten his buckets, but they have made it difficult on him, and they've made him earn it. As far as Arlington goes, they just need to continue to play off of Willow. As we said, Triway is so focused on him. They need to get other guys involved in the offense. Maybe they'll start to hit some shots. They'll score more than 17 points in the second half. I'll about guarantee that.
100%, Quinn. This was an exciting first half in one way or another, depending on how you like to watch basketball games. But we are going to get this live stream back up and running. And thank you for tuning in. Keep tuning in. Do we have a halftime trivia, my man?
Yeah,
let's get this
halftime trivia before we leave is I'll be impressed if anyone knows which program holds the most wins at Battle of the Berkey. Give you about 15 seconds to think of an answer.
I'll give you a tiny hint. They are not at the Battle at the Berkey this year, so think outside the box.
They've been there the previous 4 years, though, but they were not invited this year.
They are from Ohio, if that matters.
And the answer would be Bishop Watterson. They beat the host Smithville in year one. I remember playing in that game, Mac. What do you remember about that game?
I remember that was Quinn Mayball's first big start as a freshman. Thick old Quinn Mayball. So had some baby fat on him, but he was a stud. He held Cole Rett, who was an absolute 6'7", massive guy, to about 6 points in that game. And
he's playing football at Toledo now. I remember guarding that guy. He was huge.
He was.
He was a legit 6'7", about 320 pounds, 330. He was a massive human being.
Yes, that was a very close competitive game as someone that played in that game as well. But that's all we have for now, fellas. We'll see you back here in about 5 to 6 minutes. Might be back on.
Do you want me to say testing?
What an interesting but low-key, uninteresting first half that we've had here at the third game of the battle at the Berkey between Arlington and Triway.
Yeah, compared to the first two games, we had two track meets to start off the weekend, and then this has been a defensive battle between both teams. But I gotta say, Mac, it's a nice change of pace from the first two games.
I would say so. It's been very tough defensively, even though pretty fairly sloppy offensively by Triway, with you had about 10 turnovers in that first half, majority of them being unforced.
Yeah, and I thought Arlington was gonna kind of run away with it here from Triway, but Triway did a nice job hanging in there. I was most impressed defensively by them. I figured the only way they would stay in it is by shooting well. They've done a nice job defensively limiting Willow.
Yeah.
Not live. I can hear. Not live. Let's give us a thumbs up. Never mind that. Mac was wrong. Sorry about that. No, you're good. Sponsor? Think it'll be better. That's fair. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third game of the Battle of the Berkey this weekend. We have the Tri-Way Titans and the Arlington Red Devils. And what's been so far a defensive showcase from both teams. Scores 17-15 stands with Arlington in the lead back. What are you seeing out there? What are you looking forward to most in the second half?
I'm looking forward to see Tri-Way actually shoot the lights out. I think they're going to go out here really aggressive, and they're going to shoot the way they have. Lane Frilo has came out, shot the ball really well, but nothing else to get going for Tri-Way. And they've been able to contain Willow really well for the most part, even though Willow's gotten a touch every single possession. And Arlington, I'm excited to see actually how they do more offensively if Tri-Way's going to score the ball more.
Yeah, and today's game is sponsored by Taggart Law Firm. So thank you to Taggart Law Firm for sponsoring this game. Big shout out.
Tri-Way's to get the ball to start off the second half. Arlington still in their 2-3 zone. Roman Gilbert tries to set a screen, does not succeed.
It's a patented 2-3 zone. They run it against anybody.
Exactly. Arlington, again, only allowing 37 points per game. One of the best defenses in all of the state. Air ball there by Tri-Way. Rebound by Hackett. Does not get it to go. Another rebound by Tri-Way. That is huge in a low-scoring game. Hackett, again, has it at the top of the key. Tries to get into the middle of the defense. Does. Barely gets it over Willow and does not get it.
Thought that might have been tipped there by Calvin Willow.
I think you were correct. It was tipped by Calvin Willow. It was out of bounds off of Arlington. Tri-Way retains possession.
And that'd be Willow's with that tip. That's his fifth block shot of the day. I think Tri-Way would kind of stop trying to shoot over him.
I guess they've not gotten the message yet. In this area, you don't see too many guys that are any taller than 6'5", 6'6", let alone a 6'9" long guy like Willow. Another offensive rebound here by Tri-Way. That is absolute life that they need to get more shots up.
And an open look from Lane Crilo. That's what you want to see for Tri-Way to start the second half.
Hackett looks for probe, doesn't get anywhere. Pass it to Crilo on the left wing, into the corner. No dice for Tri-Way when they try to attack. Good pass there by Hackett. Gilbert brings it back out. Another three for Tri-Way. And they knock it down. That is number 5. That is huge for Tri-Way.
And apologies on the mix-up. We have a Deacon Gilbert and a Roman Gilbert. And we called Deacon Roman and Roman Deacon for the entire first half. But we got to figure it out now. So apologies for that confusion.
Out to the 3, number 21. Cavini missed it. Arlington retains possession. Back to the top of the key. Look to probe again against this, what looks to be a still 2-3 zone for Tri-Way. Out to the right wing. Arlington's taking their time. Very patient offensively.
And you see the forwards of this 2-3, they're doubling down on Willow. Even without the ball, they're like double fronting him. And when he touches the ball, there's 2-3 bodies being thrown at him right away.
100%. They have to guard him with all 5 guys, which is one of the keys of the game for Tri-Way in order to stay close, which they have done that. Timeout by Tri-Way early in the quarter. Not so sure why. I guess they want to talk some stuff over and get some subs in.
I don't know. It seems like Coach just wanted to get those subs in, maybe bring in a little more shooting with Tucker Harris and Jackson Clippinger off the bench. But again, we've seen this 2-3 from Tri-Way is really been really effective here against Calvin Willow and the Red Devils.
Yes, Calvin Willow's not able to get many clean shots off so far early in this, or at all in this game, actually. And it's caused him to have a bad couple turnovers and some missed shots that he's not used to missing. Coming out of timeout, 5:58 left here in the third quarter, 18-17. Tri-Way is still in the lead. Actually, I think it's Tri-Way's first lead of the game, if we're being honest.
I do believe it is, yeah.
It is interesting to see how wide Arlington is here in their zone. Tryway looks like they might try to just play some keep away, which
Don't.
I'm gonna be honest, Quinn. I hate this strategy.
Yeah,
This is how I've lost games before when I played basketball in my earlier life, and it's not a smart strategy in the long run. Then you do bad shots like that.
Yeah, it rarely ever pays off. I'm glad they didn't just sit there. They actually started to do something. Because I know you as viewers and me and Mac, we're going to be pretty upset if they were just sitting there. Nobody's happy to just watch them all stand out there. We want to see some action.
Exactly. That is not exciting. We want to see somebody throw a few knockout blows like Conor McGregor or something. And still, again, Arlington will walk out to him, but Tryway is just out here standing around, and even the fans are starting to get upset already. And he's just going to be tossing around the hot potato, I guess, if we're Tryway.
Yeah, and we see no high post presence. We saw that with Johnstown earlier today against Hillsdale. No high post presence against the zone, and that's a questionable method on offense against the zone defense.
I 100% agree, Quinn. You need to get a high post presence to get opposite looks and create 3-on-2 opportunities if you're Tryway. Hackett with a good bump on Willow, but misses the easy fadeaway jumper. That's a good play there by Hackett. Willow is not ready for a big bump there.
Yeah, that's one of those nice shots from Hackett. In rhythm, he didn't force it. That's a good shot that they'll take.
Willow looks to get a shot. Fouled by Hackett. Willow looked like he was getting absolutely mangled down below. That is something interesting to watch out for. Willow knocks down the first free throw to tie the game at 18 apiece with 4:28 left here in this third quarter.
I will say, Mac, I really like a nice competitive game down the stretch. The other two games today, Maumee Valley kind of blew out Norway the entire time. And although Johnstown was close, but Johnstown really ran away with it at the end. I'd like to see a nice competitive game. And I know the fans want to see a nice competitive game here.
100%. I 100% agree with you, Quinn. I'm here for all the excitement and all the competitiveness that this battle at the Berkey will bring every single year. Calvin Willow did knock down his second free throw, as you guys saw, to take the lead 19-18 for Arlington. Tryway still continues to play conservative and just out on the perimeter, not looking to really do a whole lot. The one thing if they were trying to spread out this Arlington defense, but they're not even looking to attack, whether it's dribble penetration or just trying to get a pass into the high post or the short corner.
It almost looks like Tryway's running some delay game, which, I mean, no wonder this game has been 18-19.
Tryway with a jumper at the left elbow, misses, short. Rebound by Tryway. Tryway gets it back, good pass to Hackett, he gets the layup.
Great rebound there from one of the Clippinger twins, Jackson Clippinger.
Into Krylo down low. Krylo out to the perimeter. Arlington looks to swing back down to Krylo. Not Krylo, my apologies. Willow. My apologies, guys.
And Willow, 6'1", half a dozen the other. Willow back at the line. Nailed his first two.
Willow has not a game high, but a team high 10 points, and now a tied game high 11. The score is still now 20-20 with 3 minutes and 9 seconds left here in this third quarter.
Old-fashioned Wayne County basketball right here.
Yes,
Got ourselves a barn burner.
Couple of a good guy I know, Bill Bezanson, would be all in love with this. He absolutely loves that classic 80s basketball. If that's what you want to see, that's what you're going to get. Unless you want to play delay game with no shot clock, which that's something I would like to touch up quickly. Is I think we should have a shot clock here in Ohio.
I 100% agree. At least, defense should be rewarded. You shouldn't be able to sit out here like this and play delay basketball. As you see, some of the Arlington fans are upset about it. And I don't blame them. I'm pretty upset myself. But defenses should be rewarded for playing great defense for, 30, 35 seconds. I
100% agree. We should have about a 35-second shot clock because then it dwindles down to college and then NBA, and it just gets these players more ready for pro ball, but also makes the games more exciting for fans.
Yeah, Wayne County, we got a lot of pro basketball players around here.
Potential Braylon Wanger going to Louisiana Tech. That is a real one, fellas. I'm not making fun or poking fun. That is a real player.
It has been a minute of Arlington just on defense. This is completely unexciting, and I am disappointed as a fan of the game and to you as a consumer.
A bit of energy here from Arlington, maybe trying to get up, get a 5-second call. The Arlington fans sure are cheering them on.
Tryway finally attacks, draws a blocking foul.
Arlington not upset or not happy with that call. I mean, to be honest, he kind of ran into him with his chest. I don't know what we're complaining about. Brett Carpenter, mind you, the ref that made that call, probably one of the best refs in the area.
100% agree with you, Quinn. Tryway looks to shoot another three, misses. Willow with a big defensive rebound there. Willow with another big bucket there. He that was a game high.
You can tell a couple of times that's about his fourth. He likes that one dribble and gets to that push out, that right-handed hook shot. He loves to get to that.
Harley continues to play delay ball here on offense, not looking to attack much in any facet of the game.
And if you're Tryway, those right-handed hook shots from Willow, you kind of have to live with those off of double team. You can't give up baseline with no help.
Taylor Hackett, nice bucket over top of Willow. Rare to see that.
Yeah, that's a tough bucket. I would assume Arlington will probably hold this ball maybe for the last shot of the quarter. So they hold a 1-point lead with 42 seconds left.
Yes, in a low-scoring affair. Foul on Tryway as Willow was going up for a shot. Looks like they're going to call it off the floor. Baseline out of bounds here for Arlington. Roman Gilbert will come back into the game.
I'm surprised Arlington doesn't run more like lob plays or back screens for Willow on a baseline out of bounds. I feel like that'd be a way to get him an easy bucket.
Arlington gets a good look from three. Can't knock it down. Messy rebound here. Arlington retains it. 24 seconds left, and their bench loves that.
The stands love that too.
Willow, again, with one dribble over his left shoulder. 25-22, Arlington. 10 seconds left in the quarter, third quarter.
I got a Lane Quilo 3 right here to end the quarter. Just watch.
All right, I want to see if the prediction is right. Tyler gets it off. Ooh, I almost think it was close. He was very close to calling that. It was 25-22. Arlington is up by 3. And Calvin Willow has really come alive with just that one simple move and has made his presence felt even more than he did in the first half.
Yeah, you hear the Arlington fans super excited. We're excited for this game. Nice to have a competitive game. It's not a ton of points. It's not very track meet like the first 2 games were. But it is nice to have a real competitive twist on this game. Sit down.
All right, we're going to get this fourth quarter underway. Arlington holds a 3-point lead after Tryway played the majority of the quarter. Very passive offensively. I wouldn't call it timid. They just seem to not want to be too aggressive to keep this game close in the fourth quarter. Interesting strategy there by Tryway's coach. Gets it into Willow again. There is some confusion down low.
Looks like it's going to be Arlington ball.
Yes, it is off of Tryway. Arlington will take possession.
You're shooting best shooter named Metzger that I know.
100%, Quinn. There's not many of them out there. He can shoot it like the lights out. Looks like he may have got tripped there, Quinn.
Yeah, it did look a little like a trip. Trilo's not happy, but that was a big turnover there. Trilo really needed to answer because that was a big. You heard the crowd pop Arlington. That was a big three. And points have not come easy today, Mac.
No, they have not. So every turnover, every possession, every rebound is huge in this game. Arlington looks again to get it into Willow. They do. Triway again, guarding with all five guys. Metzger again for three. Misses short. Rebound, Arlington. Oh, wow. Never mind. What a play there by Arlington. All kinds of hustle by both teams. Absolutely exhilarating to see that.
Yeah, you love to see the gritty plays come out now. Fourth quarter, down 6, 7 minutes left.
In a big game like this, every little play counts and everything matters. Gets it back out. Triway looks to drive. He could have driven that gap there. Almost another sloppy turnover by Triway.
That was an underrated play. That's a really nice save. That's a difficult play from Trilo.
100%.
Speaking of, Trilo had 11 points at half, and he still had 11 points. Arlington has really locked in on him in the second half.
Yes, they have. They've not let him get any good look. Arlington forces another turnover, brings the ball up. Again, just going to slow the ball down. Definitely look to get it into Willow and try to get another easy bucket. Brings it out, back to the left corner, trying to get it into Willow. Willow does, takes that one dribble, goes up, gets fouled by Gilbert. Willow goes to the line. Looks like Arlington might be taking a commanding lead, which 8 points in this type of game is a huge lead. Willow will go to the line. He is either 3 for 4 or 4 for 4 from the line today.
Hasn't missed many, that's for sure.
This is that one. That's the I may have jinxed him. I apologize.
He's announcer first.
It's already started. We're young announcers, but I guess it still happens. And he knocks down the second. 29-22 with 6 minutes left in this game. Swinging around. Good ball movement by Triway. Hackett gets fouled on the three. That is a huge foul. You go to the line to shoot 3 free throws.
Not a great foul there for Arlington. Hackett, a good three-point shooter, but not the best thing he does. You just don't need to foul him there on that three.
I would agree with you. I would also think, to me, it did not look like a foul. It's one of those situations where you shoot it and they clap your hand as you shoot it. Because the ball didn't even get off its course. It still hit the back of the rim.
Yeah. A little bit of a tough call, but I think he got enough on that they had. Based on the reaction from the number 3, McElroy, that had the foul. Price, it kind of looks like he fouled him. He didn't really argue too much with the call.
Hackett hit the first free throw, missed the second. Knocks down the third. Hits 2 out of 3 there. 5 point. The lead's now cut to 5 for Arlington. Back at the top of the key, almost turned it over. And a timeout called by Arlington.
Really good timeout call there from Arlington. They were about to turn it over, come into clutch right there. Triway still wanted the call. Definitely think he got the timeout call before.
If I'm Triway here, I got to say, they got to come out with their best zone set that they have to get a good look for a layup or a 3. Ideally a 3, because you can't get good layups.
They need to cut it down. It's a 5-point lead right now. They need to cut it down to 1 possession here.
So if the game's 1 possession quit, anything can happen at any moment, especially when you got shooters like Triway does, especially the way Triway shot it most of this game. Arlington inbounds the ball, gets it. Pushes the top of the key, takes their time, looking to set up something for Willow in the post again. Gets it to the left corner, gets it to Willow in the post. All 5 guys are all over Willow. It's absolutely pounding. He would go to the line again as he's 5 of 6 on the day.
Second thing, the gravity Willow has. When he catches the ball, five guys all put their face on the ball right there trying to get a steal. Willow still goes up and goes to the line.
This is the first free throw. That is big to keep the lead at 5, and now it eliminates any chance of making it a 3-possession game.
Yeah, free throws in this game, low scoring, it's getting late in the game. Free throws are a huge part of the game.
Yes, they are. As Willow knocks down the second, it is 30-24, and Willow has a game-high 18 points. Hackett looks to drive again. An impressive layup to get around the length of Willow there to put the lead down the field.
Yeah. I think it's really found his stride. We talked about him trying to get his own buckets there in the first half. He's gotten those looks here in the second half. He's impressed me with his scoring ability over Willow here in the second half.
If he had that, Tryway gets a steal. Could have debatably been a foul, but they get a steal regardless. Hackett looks to go. Oh, off the hands of Tryway. He gets the layup. 6 with 4.5 minutes left in this game. Hackett looks to shoot a 3 off the left side of the rim.
Probably not the best shot Tryway could have had there. Ooh. Yeah, the competitor in me wishes that wasn't a foul, but my eyes are telling me that was in fact a foul.
I would 100% agree with.
I need a close finish this game.
Hackett was not so happy. Now his dad is his 4th foul in this game, and he was not very happy. You could tell by his reaction.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play smart here in the last 4 minutes, especially trying to guard Willow. You can't pick up a 5th foul as your team's best player, as he almost picks up a 5th foul.
Looks like the ref may have let it go there and give him a break. Still, the lead is 6 for Arlington as Tryway looks to be aggressive on defense. And Hackett looks, as Willow misses the dunk. Hackett looked good there not to foul. Willow tried to take advantage.
That would have been the cherry on top right there.
That would have been. Tryway looks to shoot, doesn't. Pass it to the corner. Tryway brings it out to the top. Works to swing it. Arlington looks to go in transition, stops, gets it back to Willow.
Nice hand there from Heacock. Get his hand right in the gap there so Clippinger couldn't drive.
Arlington misses the 3 there from the right corner. Looks to go down in transition. Hackett gets the ball stolen from him. That is a huge play. And number 21, Tavini, gets the layup in transition to extend the lead to 8.
Another sloppy turnover from Tryway as we see
Another sloppy turn. Minster gets rejected there by Hackett. What a play by Hackett. And another short missed 3 there by Tryway. We've seen a lot of short misses by Tryway today.
They get their legs under them a little bit more. They're tired.
Another steal by Tryway.
This is turned from low scoring, low possession to just sloppy this last couple of minutes. Just a couple of turnovers from each team.
Hit out of bounds by Arlington's number 2, Drew Metzger. Tryway retains possession, and I'll tell you, they need 8 points to put it on this possession, or this game might be over.
Yeah. Being obviously the pace of Arlington, obviously very slow. Tryway desperately needs a bucket here, and then they need a couple of stops there.
Tryway has the ball back. Looks to attack, probes, he doesn't get anything, gets him to Trilo at the top. Trilo has to look to be aggressive for Trilo if they want any chance of winning this game here late. Trilo looks to go, looks to dance. The lightning's definitely on. He's not getting anywhere. Kicks it out, swings it. Arlington's all over the place, man. Good floater there. Huge shot there by number 5. Cut the lead down to 6. There's 2 minutes left in this game.
Tryway desperately needs a stop here.
Timeout by Arlington with 2 minutes and 9 seconds here. What do you think they're going to discuss in this timeout here?
Well, for Arlington, they're just going to say, slow down. We have the 6-point lead. Don't turn the ball over. We need to play smart. We'll probably take nothing but an open layup at this. If we're on maybe a post up for Willow, which is pretty much an open layup if we're being honest. Triway, you got to force turnovers. You got to make shots. Don't force anything, but take a good look. And if I'm Triway, I'm looking for Frilo. I know he's had a quiet second half, but he's still probably the best 3-point shooter. Hackett has been going. Probably going to do a little offense-defense here with Hackett. Sub him in on offense, pull him out on defense if you can with the 4 fouls, but he's still your best offensive player.
100% agree with you there, Quinn. We'll see how these last couple minutes shakes out. It should be exciting, especially if Triway can get a stop and then get a bucket. It's going to be a nail-biter for sure.
For sure.
Get the ball into Willow here. Arlington just can be careful just to not turn the ball over and let easy, quick buckets happen for Triway here.
Hackett's got to be careful here. He's got to keep his hands off of Willow. You can't pick up a 5th foul then on a stupid one like that.
Got his hands up. Good wall up there by Hackett. Forces the miss. That's a huge miss there.
For Arlington, not the worst shot. Your best player's taking a 4-foot hook shot, but a big stop for Triway.
Open shot there for Triway. Misses it long. Arlington with a huge rebound, about a minute and a half left in this game.
That's what they needed that.
100%. It's number 21. Cavini goes up for the layup and gets fouled. As this game is winding down, but the way this game is played out, the key and the X factor of this game is the fact that Triway had 18 turnovers.
Yeah.
That might have what lost them the game.
You're not going to win a ton of games with 18 turnovers as a team, especially not against a good, solid opponent like Arlington.
First free throw, that extends his lead up to 7 points, and Cavini has 9. The second leading scorer for Arlington today. Knocks down the second free throw here. Triway brings the ball up here, looking to get a quick shot if possible and get a good look at a 3 if they can. Try to get it to Krylo, see if you can get a good look. Hit the Hackett, looks to go. A nice layup look, misses. Gets a rebound though, Triway. Huge rebound. Hackett out for 3. Knocks it down. That is a huge rebound from Jalen Hackett. Let's the lead to 5 with 1 minute left. Triway does have 4 fouls, so if they do foul, they will send Arlington to the line, which might be big.
Yeah, Arlington's going to have to knock down some free throws if they want to win the game. Don't turn the ball over.
I'm Triway. I would be way more aggressive here to get a steal or just foul. We need to look to try to get a steal of some sort.
They're not even guarding. Yeah, the coach is screaming foul. I should have done that 10 seconds ago.
You wasted 10 valuable seconds there that you could have used. Arlington now is in the bonus. Good. Meany back at the line, just knocked down both free throws earlier. Makes the first one nothing but butter. I'll tell you that right now.
He really just looks unfazed up there. It's not surprising. You want to see that out of your senior guard. Just being able to step up and knock free throws. Oh, announcer jinx right there. That's on me.
Looks like a foul there by Arlington. Number 3, Lucas McElroy with a foul. Now 39 seconds left in the game. Arlington does have a 6-point lead. It'll be interesting to see how things shape out. If Triway can hit a 3 here, it might get very interesting. Bring it up the floor. Trilo looks to shoot. Doesn't get any good looks. Arlington tight defensively.
How big pressure from Arlington.
The fans are absolutely out. Hackett for 3. Misses it on the right. Trilo looks to get a rebound. Savini comes out with it, and wow, that's right. 20 seconds left in this game.
And I think that'll about do it. A good open look for Jalen Hackett, just didn't fall, and then a big rebound and a loose ball recovered by Arlington. Cavini's gone back to the line for some free throws, and I'd say that'll probably about put a wrap on it.
100%, Quinn. Unless something wild happens here in the last few seconds, this was an entertaining game. One way or another, it was low scoring, but very competitive. Something more that we've seen in this game than the past two that we saw earlier in the day. And it was a good change of pace.
Yeah, and I will say I'm really impressed with the Tri-Way defense today. Coming into the game, they give up about 58 points per game, which is a pretty high amount for a high school basketball team.
This Tri-Way's 20th turnover of the game. That, without a doubt, is the reason why they lost this game. Unforced, silly turnover.
Yeah. They played a really nice game defensively, but offensively, they didn't maybe get as hot as they usually do from three, but overall, just 20 turnovers, man. That is a killer against a good team like Arlington.
Yeah, Arlington's very fundamentally sound. They know how to take advantage of your turnovers, and they know what to do whenever they get in the half-court possession, get it to their best player, take advantage of their size, and win the game that way. Arlington's okay with gritty, slow matchups like today. Meaning gets the second, extends the lead up to 10. Meaning now is 15 points, 41-31. Try away from three, air ball. And Arlington will look to take it out and put a bow on this game.
Really nice performance to get it done. Arlington, they came into pretty much a home environment for Tri-Way. Very close to home for them. Arlington, about 2.5 hours to get here. Overall, just a solid win for Arlington as they continue to prep for a big tournament run coming up here in February.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Arlington to do to close out the season. And it's unfortunate that Tri-Way has not been as good as we expected.
As for Tri-Way, just keep moving on. It's really tough with the road player, but Tri-Way's a team. They can win, one, maybe even two games in a tournament because they can get so red hot.
Now for playing the game from Arlington High School. Calvin. Congratulations, Calvin, and we really appreciate the time and sponsoring this game, playing the game.
And a well-deserved Taggart Law Firm player of the game goes to Calvin Willow. Team game high, 18 points, had 5 blocks, several big rebounds, and really just ran the whole offense for Arlington. Well-deserved, well-played game from Arlington and Tri-Way. A great third game here at Battle of the Berkey.
Absolutely, Quinn. I'm so excited for what we have up next. Colonel Crawford versus Kent Central Catholic. We will see you guys here in about 20 minutes.
This is a quick test of our microphone system. Okay. How do we see here? How do we sound here? All right, sounds good. Thank you for your patience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the fourth matchup of the Battle of Berkey this weekend. A good one today. Colonel Crawford comes to the game undefeated, currently ranked the number 4 team in Division 6, coming off of a state appearance last year in Division 6. They have dominated up to this point, but they play a tough Canton Central Catholic team. One of the toughest schedules in Division 5. They play teams like Massillon, Canton McKinley, Glen Oak, Youngstown, Ursuline. This is not going to be an easy game. Maybe the toughest game Colonel Crawford's played all year.
100%.
What are you looking forward to most this game?
I agree with you, Quinn. I'm looking forward to how Colonel Crawford and Canton Central control each other's pace because they play at very similar paces.
Ladies and gentlemen, Smithville High School welcomes you to the fifth annual Battle of the Berkey for game number 4 today between Canton Central Catholic High School and
I will say, Mac,
High School.
some of the individual matchups I'm looking forward to the most is actually Canton Central Catholic's Will Minor at 6'8", and Colonel Crawford's Payne DeGray sitting at 6'5". It's going to be a battle of the bigs. It's going to be a showdown, and I'm really looking forward to see how they handle the play against each other today.
Yes, I 100% agree, Quinn. I'm interested to see how the paces match up. They both play at a similar pace, somewhat of a similar play style. Canton Central Catholic is very well coached, similar to Colonel Crawford. I want to see how they control each other in their own ways. They both have to win the rebounding battle in this game. That is one of the biggest keys. If they can keep each other to one possession, but then also get extra opportunities for themselves.
A couple of keys to the game here for Colonel Crawford. One is dominate on the defensive end. You have to contain the ball at the point of attack. CCC, a lot of guys who can handle the ball, create their own plays. And for CCC, create offense, move the ball well, get easy buckets. You have to contain DeGray and hold. Those are the two driving points for Colonel Crawford. Payne DeGray inside, Greg Holt on the outside. Does a nice job running their offense, keeping the pace of the game. Mac, I think we're in for a really good one here today.
I think we're in for our best game up to date in this battle at the Berkey. Just for today, I don't mean of all time. I'm super excited to see how these two teams match up. Like you said earlier, Colonel Crawford, definitely the toughest matchup of the season. And Canton Catholic is very accustomed to these tough matchups, like their opener they played against Youngstown or Highland, who would be here, actually.
Yeah, and just fun fact, both teams had their second appearance at Battle of the Berkey. Colonel Crawford dominated Waverly in the first ever Battle of the Berkey. That was supposed to be a huge matchup, and Colonel Crawford handled business. And Canton Central Catholic coming back after last year, a dominant win over an undefeated Margaretta team. They won by 35, excuse me. 35 over Margaretta, a team in Washington, who's a Division 1 player. Colonel Crawford will be sporting the all-black uniforms, and Central Catholic will be in white.
I'm pumped up. I'll tell you that right now. I am pumped up. This is so exciting. We are back.
And Payne DeGray wins the tip for the Eagles over the 6'8" Will Minor. Inside to DeGray. DeGray just absolutely on the foul, out the bucket. What a way to start the game. Payne DeGray, I got some film on him, and Mac, he's not the tallest guy, but he is a force on the inside. He is dominant. He is huge and strong. And that was a great move there on the bigger opponent, Will Minor. Canton Central Catholic, that is not a good sign.
Yes. Payne DeGray has the similar build of our own Evan Lau. They remind me. He reminds me just the way he's built, the way he moves, like another guy that I know. And Payne DeGray might just have his way with Minor all day today.
Central Catholic being patient, as we've seen before. Nice take there from Joseph Meyer, who misses the layup. Holt will advance in transition. He'll fire a deep three. He knocks it down.
There's a lot of what you'll see at Braden Holt transition threes at the top of the key. He's been doing that since he was a freshman.
Last time Braden Holt was in this gym, he had a huge game against Indian Valley. Scored almost 40 points here at Battle of the Berkey 2 years ago for Triway. So that is something we are familiar seeing from Braden Holt.
Braden Holt can be very explosive at any moment, like you said, and he can score 30 in the blink of an eye.
Jake Bowling's three is off the mark. And almost a sloppy turnover. And a good save from Holt as he advances. Does a little hostage dribble on Vlakovsky. He'll pitch out to Parker Waithman. He'll fire a three, which is off the mark.
Good rebound there by Minor. That's what you need to see out of CCC so that they can maintain Colonel Crawford to one possession and then get the ball down the floor.
This is Minor posting up. He'll fire a 10-footer, and he knocks it down. That's a nice shot there from Minor. It's just to get Central Catholic on the board, and that's good for confidence. Nothing better than your post shooting a 12-footer with confidence to start the game.
100%. That could be a sign of things to come later in this game. If Minor can knock down those pull-up jumpers, he could provide a lot of problems for DeGray and Colonel Crawford.
Almost a short closeout there from Meyer as he works on Holt. Reverses. He pitches out. The three is up and good for Parker Waithman.
Colonel Crawford starting out hot. 2 of 2 from 3 and earned 9 quick points just here in these first 2 minutes.
Meyer, he'll try another 14-footer is off the mark. Rebound goes to Waithman, who hands off to Holt. Holt signals, looks like a post-up for DeGray. He'll fire a deep three.
Transition three.
Nothing but air there, Mac. That was maybe a little bit of an egregious shot, but he was feeling it after his first one. I can't say I blame him. That reminds me a little bit of Ethan Pyatt.
I would say I blame him, though, because even though he has super high confidence and you want that out of one of your best players, sometimes you don't need those shots. You're up by 7 early in the game, get a good offensive possession, your shots will come.
Bowling dishes to Meyer at the top of the key. He'll try another 16-footer. Is off the rim. And that first shot would look confident, but his next couple, I feel like he's settling a little bit. He's got the height advantage. I feel like he needs to go to work a little bit.
I feel like he's just trying to get the easy way out. He does not want to deal with DeGray's physicality. That's something he does not want to mess with because he's nowhere near built like DeGray.
Just a monster bucket right there. If this is a sign of what's to come, then it's not looking good for Camp Central Catholic.
It will be a long afternoon for CCC if they cannot take care of DeGray down low.
Minor moves it back up top to Minnie. Over to Bowling in the corner. Gets an uphill drive, gets to 2 feet, and a nice pass there to Joseph Meyer for the easy 2. That's that nice ball movement and a good drive there from Bowling.
See a lot of that off-ball movement from CCC, getting a lot of cuts and screening action that allows them to get easy buckets.
Giving it to Holt. Probably could have stayed for an open layup, but he'll take the post up in the short corner. Does a little pull-up jump right over the top of Joseph Meyer. An easy 2 for Braden Holt.
Yes. Braden Holt and DeGray look like they might just have their way in this game depending on how they play offensively.
Jake Bowling with the drive. Does a little hezzy. Gets it back up top to Dylan Minnie. Swings over to Meyer. He'll fire a 3 and knocks it down. That's a big shot there from Joseph Meyer.
100% agree with you there. They had to calm themselves down, get a good look at 3, and now they just need to stop on defense, control DeGray, control Holt, and then they can get going again on offense.
Colonel Crawford does a lob to DeGray. Not a great pass there. It's stolen by Central Catholic. Meyer in transition. Almost double dribbled with it. Probably did.
Looked like a carry there, Quinn. I wasn't sure what it was.
DeGray on the other end with an easy 2 off of the assist from Braden Holt.
Colonel Crawford's coach is yelling wave, set by CCC. They look to get a lot of ball screen action and Buffalo action. CCC does so that they can get their guards going downhill.
Jake Bowling will reset the offensive pump fake. Thinks about a 3. He holds it. Gives it over to Lance Vlakovsky. He'll fire a 3 from the top of the key. Is no good.
No
rebound goes to DeGray. Holt with another nice pass ahead, and it's broken up by Dylan Minnie. Good hustle back there. A little late, but he made up for it. Substitution in for Canton Central Catholic. Max Frey checks into the game. Holt gets the ball at the top. Looks for a lob pass almost. Nothing there. He'll decide to take it up and reset the offense. And you see Canton Central Catholic already throwing double teams as a kickball is called on Central Catholic. The baseline out of bounds here. You're thinking they might look for a post up for DeGray right here. Get it to him in the corner.
Canton Central did move into a zone out of nowhere. They're in a 2-3 zone here to try to prevent DeGray getting a good
Wyman with another three off the mark. A good rebound there. Tyler Lash comes up with it, and it'll stay with Colonel Crawford. Holt works from the corner inside to DeGray. He just tries a little bully ball and a nice steal there from Dylan Minnie. And a nice shot fake and a drive. Gets it to Will Miner for a foul line jumper.
There it is. That's what you want to see. Second and third jumpers Miner took there were not smart shots. They weren't in the flow of the offense, but that one's perfect, just what you want to see if you're CCC.
A foul there from Colonel Crawford. That'll be on Max Frey. His first foul of the game. Team second here. And a couple of subs in for the Crusaders. Number 20, Beckham Gray. Looks like number 33, Mikey Bahornas is in. Holt will bring the ball up for the Eagles. He's being guarded by Max Frey. Bouncing there for DeGray. He gets his post up. He goes to work. Full of pivots. It looks like he shuffled his shoes a little bit.
Like he did. I thought that was going to be some good Nikola Jokic-like footwork there, but I guess he shuffled his feet a little too much.
Yeah, and for Central Catholic, that's a nice stop. Will Miner getting a one-on-one stop on DeGray. You're going to need a couple of those to win this game.
100%. You need some confidence to pick you up defensively, too, if you're Miner.
A sloppy pass there. Luckily maintained possession for Central. As we now get a post up there from Beckham Ray. He looks to go to work and misses off the back iron. Rebound goes to Bowling. He puts it up. He might have gotten fouled, but he puts it in.
And a huge play there. You need those plays to get extra offensive possessions and get those easy buckets that you need against this good Colonel Crawford defense.
Central Cat. Oh, Holt with a little dance there. Might have been a shove off. He'll take a pull-up jumper at the elbow and knocks it down.
Really good. He can score at all three levels. He can score it in layups, transition threes as we've seen, and then a pull-up jumper there again.
But Bowling will try and answer. He has a nice take to the rim. Gets fouled. He'll go to the line for two. So Jake Bowling with a nice strong take there. 18 seconds left in the quarter. Central Catholic down by 6 right now.
It's been an entertaining first quarter, Quinn. This is what we like to see. Colonel Crawford did get out a little bit earlier there, 9-2. But ever since then, CCC has started to play the game that they want to play and controlled the tempo a little bit better.
Bowling's first free throw is true, and we expected this from Canton Central Catholic. They have a bunch of experience in big games. They've been district champions 3 years in a row now, always well coached. Not surprised to see them adjust quickly there in the first quarter. As Bowling knocks down his second free throw, he's 2-2. 15 seconds left here. Colonel Crawford undoubtedly going to hold it out for the last shot. Probably looking for a Braden Holt 3. He's coming to the corner. Looks like Peyton Baker will dish off the Holt 3 seconds. Holt does a little dance. He'll fire up a deep 3 up to the right of the rim. So Colonel Crawford will close the quarter up 17-13, and a nice display of what both teams like to do here in the first quarter.
Absolutely, Quinn. This was very entertaining. You see how each team wants to play differently, but almost similar in a way that Colonel Crawford is very, very much so trying to take advantage of DeGray and Holt. They feel very confident with their matchups. Meanwhile, CCC wants to get some good jump shots out of Minor and have their guards attack because they have multiple guys that can create very well.
And we see there in that first quarter, Colonel Crawford shooting 63% from the field and 33% from three. And a lot of that field goal percentage, Payne DeGray, super efficient down inside in the post.
Yes, Payne DeGray can get any shot he wants on Minor, it looks like, early in this game. And it doesn't look like there's much help defense or quick help defense by CCC down early.
Yeah, and it looks like Central Catholic might be relying on the 6'8" Will Minor just a little bit. And DeGray, really good flank. He's a big, strong guy, but he's got really good feet. And it might be a little bit difficult for Minor to contain him with just that sheer swing of DeGray.
Yeah, DeGray looks like a football player. He probably was, is my guess.
Yeah,
he
I
was
would
built
assume
like
so.
an absolute tank.
Kind of reminds you of that guy, Quinn Mayball from Smithville.
I would say more like Evan Blau, Quinn. I do
yeah.
agree.
Got that Evan Blau build. Central Catholic will open the quarter with the ball. Big Bowling gets downhill. Take an 18-footer. And off the rim, but a good rebound there from Max Frey. Central Catholic swings it around the horn.
Considering how that first quarter played out, Quinn, it felt like Colonel Crawford might have a bigger lead than what they do. And it feels like CCC has some opportunities to come back. I don't want to say come back per se, but to take an advantage and lead in this game.
A strong take from Bowling as he gets to two. And man, that's a couple times now. He's had two strong takes to the rim here in the first half.
Bowling has a team high 6 points early in this game, and he can attack the paint very well against these not so big Colonel Crawford guards.
Yeah, as we see, Can Central Catholic goes a little 1-2-2 here to try and mix it up, and probably a foul there on the take from Tyler Lash, but he gets his own offensive rebound and it's back up top with Holt. CCC is converted back to a man. Holt will look to go to work, just backs him down, takes to the hoop, and gets fouled. He'll go to the line for 2 free throws. Now, if you're Central Catholic, you can't leave Holt on an island in a 1v1 because he'll kill you in a 1v1 if you just leave your defender on an island the whole game.
I 100% agree with you there, Quinn. Coming into this game, Colonel Crawford, by some people, they thought they were going to dominate this game. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. It seems like even though Holt and DeGray can have their way in the other slim margins of the game, that CCC is able to take advantage with their good guard play.
Holt goes 2 for 2 from the line. Not surprising there. Excellent free throw shooter is Braden Holt. It's like side ball shooting from Gray. He'll swing it around the horn. It's Bowling.
Looks like some Buffalo action here out of CCC. Looking to slip the screen there and get an easy bucket.
Colonel Crawford's coach had that scouted. He was yelling out the play the entire time it was happening. As Tyler Cook gets in the game. Cook thought about a three, instead decided to take it to the hole. Take a tough turnaround fadeaway off the rim.
Not a smart shot there by Cook. What you got to look to is that DeGray is a good enough defender to stay with you as you drive the lane, and then he will get a hand up. You need to just pass that ball out and keep the ball moving.
You see Holt playing a little more isolation ball right here. Spins around the lane and throws up a wild shot. Didn't really see a whole lot of contact there, but he'll go to the line for 2 more free throws.
Braden Holt is he's good at penetrating and drawing fouls. We've seen that since his freshman year in and year out. It's one of the best things he does.
Yeah. His third free throw shoot. A big substitution here for Central Catholic. Lance Flakovsky, Will Minor, and Dylan Eddy back in the game for the Crusaders. Holt looking to go 4 for 4, and he does. Nothing but net on that free throw. Dylan Minnie will bring the ball up for the Crusaders as they trail by 6 here with 6 minutes left in the second quarter. And a nice strong take there from Mikey Bahornis.
Again, more good guard play out of Canton Central Catholic. You see many of their different guards, multiple ones that can drive the hoop, attack the lane, and get nice buckets.
That's a Parker Weithman on the wing. Look at a little curl action for DeGray on a post-up. Holt not really looking to get it into him right now. He'll swing it over and sets a ball screen. This is Tyler Lash. Picks up his dribble and does a nice handoff to Parker Weissman. Dumps off to DeGray, but a travel first. And there's the first Colonel Crawford turnover of the quarter. Brings it over, Dylan Minnie in the corner. Back up top to Will Miner, looking for a post-up. Not being guarded super closely. Vlakowski will fire a three, and he knocks it down.
It's only a 1-point lead now for Colonel Crawford, and it's closer maybe than we thought early in the game when they were up 11-2 early.
We're seeing some full-court pressure here from Canton Central Catholic, just so Holt isn't able to walk the ball up the floor. They're making him work for it.
Good pressure there by CCC.
Nice pass there from Holt. Holt at the floor, and Peyton Baker had no idea that Dylan Minnie was coming up to try and steal the ball. Holt will work with it at the top of the key. Dribble entry to an elevator screen for Weissman. Looking for DeGray on a post-up. It's not there. Good battle down there from Bahornis. Excuse me, that's Tyler Cook down there battling with DeGray. That's a tall task.
Excellent defensive possession here by Canton Central Catholic. They are showing what they're capable of defensively.
Almost a 5-second call there. Holt will drive into a gap and loses the ball. A nice hustle play there from Canton Central Catholic, but Colonel Crawford will maintain possession.
Well, it looks like he might be forcing stuff a little bit here. I know he feels like he has matchups, but it looks like he's trying to get into gaps and driving hard, and Canton Central Catholic is picking up on that and absolutely attacking and even doubling him at times.
Yeah, they haven't left him on an island like they were in that first quarter.
Good adjustments there by Canton Central Catholic. That's something we're used to seeing out of them, as they're extremely well coached for year in and year out.
Weithman will fire a three. He's off the board, but a good rebound there from Tyler Lash. Now DeGray will go to work. Pops up middle. Kicks out to Peyton Baker. Will reset the offense at the top of the key. Looks like just some simple motion concepts here from Colonel Crawford. Holt will go to work on the wing. Does a little inside-out dribble, drives baseline, kicks off to DeGray. Right, this has been like a minute-long possession here. Excellent defense from Canton Central Catholic.
Excellent defense, but also amazing patience by Colonel Crawford to get a great look just like that. And then Canton Central Catholic gets the job done with one rebound. That's something we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Limiting Colonel Crawford to extra possessions.
Yeah, we saw a super long possession. Great rebound there from Will Miner, limiting them to one shot per possession. Lukaski will kick over to Dylan Minnie. He'll try a three, and his three is through.
He is not happy. He is sweating. He's putting a towel over his head, and I don't blame him. You're up 11-2 early in the game. Now you're giving up a 21-10 run in the last 15.
Yeah, that's Colonel Crawford's coach. Not too happy right now, giving up two open threes there on back-to-back possessions. But we are seeing from Colonel Crawford, they're getting into more of their guard-dominant offense. Lots of guys making plays. That's what you want to see for Colonel Crawford, or if you're Canton Central Catholic, excuse me.
That's where it happens. In the, not the majors, but what is it called? I'm blanking.
NBA.
Oh, I'm blanking. Never mind. I'll come back to whatever I was going to say.
Apologies for the mental breakdown from my partner, Mac Blitzer.
Yeah, too much caffeine. That's what it'll do to you. Don't drink caffeine, kids.
Don't drink caffeine.
Tastes like battery acid. It's not good for you. But this presentation is brought to you by Ghost and Monster. I will tell you that. Speaking of which, our real sponsor, we would like to present to you, this game is brought to you by Flinner Drilling.
Big thanks to Flinner Drilling for sponsoring this game. Big shout out to you guys. Okay. Oh, very slow to bring the ball up the floor. And here's Peyton Baker. He'll fire a three. His three is good.
And a good shot for Colonel Crawford to take the lead back and gain back some momentum.
Bukowski, he'll try and answer it right off the front of the rim, and here comes Holt in transition. And a nice move and a good Westbrook finish there from Holt as he gets fouled. He'll head to the line for 2 more shots. So Holt coming to the line for his 5th and 6th free throws today. Mac, I'll be honest, I don't know if he's hit the rim on any of them. It's been all net. He hit the rim right there.
Again, this announcer jinx is real. Okay, he's going to hit all net on this one. Boom.
Oh, there we go.
There it is. We're back.
Yeah.
Very exciting first half so far with only 2 minutes remaining.
Getting a lot of ball movement here from Canton Central Catholic as Will Miner, he'll pitch for the Hornets. Gives back to Dylan Minnie at the top. Resets the offense. Miner will follow for the ball screen. Looked like he slipped it. A little Spain action there from Canton Central Catholic.
Good ball movement here by Canton Central Catholic. Gets a great look at a 3. What offensive rebound?
This is Jake Bowling. He'll fire a 3, and he knocks it down. It's a tie ball game here, 26-26 with a minute and a half left in the game and a half.
Just what we expected, Quinn. This is the type of game we wanted to see after the first 3 games.
A little bit of offense, a little bit of defense from both teams, and most importantly, it's been the most competitive so far.
100%. It's a very competitive back and forth. I love to see it. Great coaching and adjustments on both ends, but also the players are making plays.
That's what fans want to see. You want to see teams' best players making plays. Canton Central Catholic here going a little 1-2-2 in the half court. Looks like they're running a lake action. A little high-low there from DeGray. He gets it. Easy 2 there for DeGray.
He's just so big and strong that almost nobody at all on Canton Central Catholic can handle his strength and physicality.
Miner matches up best with his height, but there's only so much he can do. He'll give a dribble handoff to Jake Bowling. He lobs it in for Miner. Probably should have shot it, but kicks out for a Dylan Minnie. He'll fire a 3. I guess a 3 is more than a 2.
When that's what it is now in this society of basketball. People like to shoot the 3 over the layup sometimes.
Hey, you sound like one of those old heads that says kids only shoot 3s nowadays.
I'm not an old head, Quinn. I am actually pretty progressive when it comes to basketball. But I've got to say that's what you see a lot nowadays. A lot of these kids, a lot of these guys that want to shoot 3s.
It's Colonel Crawford will undoubtedly dribble it out for the last shot. What does a progressive mean? What do you mean by your progressive basketball player?
I mean, I'm not an old head. With new information, I create a new opinion. I have new takes on stuff depending on how everything comes in and comes out year in and year out with how players play. Sometimes people say the mid-range is dying. I don't think it's dying because you have people like Devin Booker and Alexander, Kevin Durant, who are still excellent basketball players, and those are the people that love the statistics, like only free throws, only layups or 3s. You can still get those good buckets in the mid-range.
Your basketball mind is nothing to be reckoned with, Mac. I'll tell you that much.
It probably definitely is, but you know what? I'm a progressive
we
thinker.
got so off track, but to be honest, Colonel Crawford was just dribbling the clock out, but they took a timeout with 10 seconds left. Undoubtedly, they're probably looking for either a DeGray post-up, maybe a Braden Holt 3. Could use Holt as a decoy to set up maybe some other action for a Peyton Baker 3 to end this half.
I like that idea, Quinn. That's a good look.
10 seconds left. We'll see what Colonel Crawford drew up out of a timeout. Coach is yelling horns. It's undoubtedly a fake because they just drew up a play. Looks like Holt will pitch. There's Peyton Baker. He'll fire 3 at the end of the horn, and it's no good. So Catholic will hold a 1-point lead, 29-28 here at the end of the second quarter. And Mac, this is shaping up to be a good finish.
This is shaping up to be an amazing game. Like we said earlier, you see adjustments on both sides. You see the players making plays. You see the bigs going at it. You see the guards going at it. And this is what you want to see.
Yeah, nothing better than just team's best players making plays. We mentioned that earlier. Both teams' best players, DeGray and Holt, and then Jake Bowling leading the Crusaders in scoring with 9. They're going to have to make some plays down the stretch.
100%. And then even Kent Central Catholic, their guards are scoring. There might be small players in the margins, but they're making big differences in this game, even though it's not what we expected. Yeah.
So some stats here for the first half. Kent Central Catholic being led in scoring by Jake Bowling with 9 points. Kent Central Catholic shooting 50% from the floor and an unbelievable 55% from 3, which is encouraging for Colonel Crawford because I don't know if Kent Central Catholic can keep shooting 55% from 3. For Colonel Crawford, they're led in scoring by Braden Hull with 13. Payne DeGray has 9, and they're shooting 56% from the floor, only 30% from 3. Maybe not what they're typically at, but 30% from 3 is by no means ice cold. And our halftime trivia question brought to you by Butcher Peak Fitness. What year was the Berkey Fieldhouse built? Mac, do you have any idea?
I have no idea. Sit here thinking about it. I want to say it was built back in the 50s.
You were just a little bit ahead. The answer was 1969.
Interesting.
All right, we'll be back to you from Q&M broadcast in about 7 minutes for the start of the second half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Smithville, Ohio, for our fourth matchup of Battle of the Berkey. And it's shaping up to be an instant classic. Mac, what do you think both teams need to improve upon here to start the second half?
I think Colonel Crawford needs to be able to maintain the majority of Canton Central Catholic's guards because they're allowing them to get into the paint too easily, something we've always preached when we were coaching and playing basketball, that allows for layups, then maybe even potentially offensive rebounds and easy putback. Something else Colonel Crawford needs to do is play more like a team. Holt sometimes is looking to get his own shot a little too much, not as good ball movement. On the other end, Canton Central Catholic needs to find an answer for DeGray because every time he gets it down low, if they don't instantly double, DeGray will put his shoulder in anybody's chest, specifically minors, and then get an easy layup, and then just make sure Holt doesn't get any good looks.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say for Colonel Crawford, play through DeGray a little bit more. They went away from him early after he had a quick 7 points. They need to continue to play through them because if Canton Central Catholic doesn't double, DeGray's going to score. If they do double, then they can pass out of it and they'll get open looks.
100% agree with you, Quinn. This is going to be an excellent second half to watch. Super exciting.
We see DeGray posting up early to start the second half. Sloppy turnover there from Colonel Crawford. Good way to start off as Dylan Minnie brings the ball up the floor, gives it off to Jake Bowling. Over on the wing, Will Miner looking to post up. Something
to note here that Canton Central Catholic might be looking to get more threes off after they shot 55% there in the first half.
Really good shooting the ball there. As Dylan Minnie will patiently handle the ball. He gives a nice take, looks for Will Miner. He's loved that 10-foot shot so far. He has a nice take to the hoop, just in and out, gets his own rebound and puts it in for 2. Will Miner with a nice play there.
Wait of Will Miner to take advantage of the size. DeGray has switched off of him. Miner went right to work to get an easy bucket for himself.
Will Miner should be bullying some kids if he ever gets off of DeGray. The size of DeGray will limit him offensively, but nobody else on the floor for Colonel Crawford is above 6'1".
Interesting foul called down low.
Didn't really get a good eye on that.
Kind of looked like Holt ran through number 24 for Canton Central Catholic.
Joseph Meyer.
But it was called on Miner.
Tyler Lash on the wing. Crawford will work the ball around to Holt. There's a little step through, a little shimmy. Triple team picks out to Peyton Baker for a 3. He knocks it down.
Good screen there by DeGray to get a good look for Baker. That's the shot you want for your best
Good patience from Holt there, not to force anything, but a nice pitch out to Peyton Baker for an open 3. As Jake Bowling with a nice move. Does a little up and under finish, and Canton Central Catholic will retake the lead.
Again, that guard play by Canton Central Catholic has been really, really well throughout the season and even in this game to keep them in it and get easy looks.
Colonel Crawford looking to answer after that. Back-to-back buckets. They get it into DeGray. He does a nice wheel move and just tosses Will Miner. But it's called for an offensive foul. And I'll be honest, there might have been a little arm extension there. He kind of hooked around him as he wheeled.
Might have been. I think it was a little bit of a flop there by Miner. And then Miner was cheering afterwards, which that's a soft way, I think, to celebrate an offensive foul. You got absolutely mug-shotted on that play.
Mug-shot. He got tossed like a rag doll.
Yeah.
One arm extension. I mean, DeGray's a big guy, but one arm extension, and he just fell.
You need to get in the weight room with What's Your Peak Fitness there, Miner.
A good, strong offensive rebound there from Joseph Meyer. Earns Canton Central Catholic another possession as Miner settles for another 14-footer and it knocks it down. So Will Miner really likes that foot fake in rhythm and then pulls like a 14-footer there. Here DeGray, I want to close out a little bit harder on him. That's the third time he's done it. Simple screen away action from Crawford as they look to get their offense going again.
Two-man action with DeGray and Holt here. Or not.
Holt will bring it back to the top of the key and pitch to Baker. Handles it in the corner. Second uphill dribble, hands it off back to Holt. There's a little shot fake. Some dribble handoff action from DeGray, and Braden Holt knocks down a 3. That's a big shot. Crawford back within 1.
And what a big man screen there by DeGray, again, to get an open look for his teammates. He just knocked over whoever it was for Canton Central Catholic. I don't know.
It's like an in-screen action there from Minor as Dylan Minnie gets it into him in the post. So kick back up to Bowling, who thought about a three. And then he'll take a pull-up jumper off the back iron. Rebound goes to Parker Weithman as he gives it to Holt in transition. DeGray, the hard post-up. It's just back off the old. He'll fire a deep three off the left of the rim, but hustles after it. Rebound goes to Central Catholic, who advances in transition. It's a 5-on-3.
Excellent ball movement there by Kent Central Catholic. Them slowing it down when they did not get a good look.
Yeah. Nice transition defense, though. A good sprint back from Colonel Crawford. The Colonel Crawford crowd getting into it a little bit as they trail by one here halfway through the third quarter. Central Catholic not phased, staying patient on offense as Minor has the ball. He'll fire a three from the top of the key and way off the mark. Rebound goes to Braden Holt. DeGray looking strong post up from DeGray here on the double team top, but a foul on Will Minor. That's only his second. He picked up that one foul on the first play of the game, but ever since then, he's been a substitute in here, Max Frey in for the Crusaders, as Joseph Meyer will check out of the game. All right, nice pass there from Holt. Tyler Lass gets an easy two for his first bucket of the game. Nice pass there from Holt.
Beautiful court vision there by Holt. Looked over to the left corner, off of his hip to the block to get an easy layup for his teammate.
North Robinson, Ohio. This Colonel Crawford crowd has traveled really well. You can hear them supporting their team here on defense. Minor at the top of the key again. He'll follow with a ball screen for Jake Bolin. Pitches it. Bukowski with a shot fake drive. Floppy pass there. Central Catholic keeps it. Will Minor looks to post up on DeGray.
That does not work very well for him.
Nowhere, but a nice pass inside for Jake Bolin. Central Catholic retakes the lead back. We've had a couple of lead changes now here in the third quarter. And I think it's just going to go back and forth the rest of the game.
It probably will, Quinn. I 100% agree with you. And Colonel Crawford's coach is absolutely ticked off. Smacks down his foot, yells at his players. Maybe not yells at them, but gets on them after that because another backdoor play, easy cut, easy buckets for Kansas Central Catholic. And those are plays where you just feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot over and over and over. Because you're playing fine defense, and then one lapse on defense, and then boom, easy 2 points.
Yeah, and I like to say, I mentioned this earlier against the Arlington game. I like when a coach takes accountability, keeps his players accountable. Coach, simple play down there, miscue. Coach is not happy about it. He lets his players know about it, and I appreciate that kind of coaching.
100%. That's how it should be. That's how you get the most out of your players. Because then you don't have any favoritism in the locker rooms and everything, and then there's no resentment within your team.
Yeah.
You're overall one unit, one organism.
So, Kansas Central Catholic will come out and press, and it's easily broken by Colonel Crawford, but a foul here is called on number 3, Jake Bolin. That'll be his first of the game. Holt will bring the ball into the front court. A flare screen for Holt. He'll fire 3. It's true. Colonel Crawford retakes the win behind the Braden Holt 3. Holt's got 19 in the game, and Mac, he's starting to heat up here in the second half.
He is, Quinn, and that's always part of because the gray screening. That has been an X factor in this third quarter, I think, is how the gray screen to get 3 good open looks for his teammates.
Nice spin and then a take there from Max Frey. Looks like Colonel Crawford had a hand on the ball, but a tough finish. He regathered himself and finished as Colonel Crawford brings it back across the timeline. Looks like a push there. Made a little bit of a soft call, but you live and learn.
That's just how it is.
Looks like a substitution coming in for Kansas Central Catholic, number 33. Mikey Bahornis back in as Dylan Minnie will take a break. And that's a well-earned break. Dylan Minnie's been everywhere on the defensive end.
He has been. And he's been their point guard and leader on offense and running out everything, how everything goes.
Him along with Bowling as well. Both of them do a nice job. running the offense for the Crusaders. Nice duck in for DeGray, just off the back iron. A rare miss inside there for DeGray as Canton Central Catholic brings it back up the floor.
Well executed offensive play, though. They got the look they wanted. Colonel Crawford did. Just wasn't able to execute on the shot.
It's like Miner's trying to answer with a post-up with zone. Instead, he'll set a step-up ball screen and a pull-up jumper for Jake Bowling is true. Jake Bowling now with 15 in the game, leading the Crusaders in scoring. A silly foul there, but a nice way to seal him off there from Holt. That's an underrated play right there. Holt will go to the line again for the first time in the second half. Hasn't missed a free throw yet today. It's 5 fouls on Canton Central Catholic, so they're in the bonus. Zach, were you more of a fan of 7 fouls and a half or 5 fouls and a quarter for the bonus?
Personally, when the switch got made over, I liked the 5 fouls and a quarter and going straight to a double bonus. That was my take when it first happened, and I'm going to stick to it.
I agree. That's how it is at the highest level. That's just how it should be here.
I agree. Just like that shot clock we were talking about earlier. Yeah. I wish that would be adopted too in Ohio. Is now the game is tied 41 apiece with a minute left.
Braden Holt is 8 of 8 now from the free throw line. Has hit nothing but net on majority of them. Canton Central Catholic with a minute left here in the half. Bowling works up top. Back to Vlakovsky. He'll have a strong right-handed drive. Throws up a wild shot. Rebounded by Miner. He puts it back up. And no good. Braden Holt with the rebound.
Today's presence there really, really impacted both of those layups and made them miss.
Holt gives it to DeGray. He'll swing it over to Tyler Lash. Looks for Holt off a down screen. Holt with a nice hesitation move and a pull-up on the baseline. It's good. But Braden Holt really started to heat out here. And she's got 23, and Canton Central Catholic will no doubt pull the ball up for the last shot of this quarter. 21 seconds left.
This has been every bit the game that we expected, Quinn. Very exciting, and the crowds here at the Wilbur Berkey Fieldhouse are absolutely packed out for the most part.
Yeah, Colonel Crawford traveled really well. If they get into Will Miner, he'll try another 14-footer, and it's good. So Will Miner, with his 4th mid-range jumper of the day, is Holt doesn't get the shot off in time. And we got ourselves a tie ball game going into the 4th quarter.
This has been an exciting game. That 3rd quarter was exciting, just like you called it, Quinn. Back and forth all the way till the end. And I'm excited for the last 8 minutes that we have.
As we head into this timeout, big shout out to Yacalo Mayball with the Accelerate Auto Spot, the best car detailing business around for doing the DJing here at Battle of the Berkey. It's another well-run part of this event. And today's sponsor of the game, once again, is Flinner Drilling. Thank you once again, Flinner Drilling, for the sponsorship to this game. Hey, I gotta admit, Colonel Crawford, pretty far from here. They traveled really well. Their fans are really, really into this game right now, and honestly, so am I. I'm excited.
You are. You're getting all up in my face. I can see it. You're pumped up, Quinn. This is the best game we've seen all day. This is super exciting. 2 high-level teams in their respective divisions. I'm so pumped to see how this game ends out and see what the best players will do for each team.
I think it's the caffeine talking, I'm not going to lie.
You just wait. We'll get more in you. I want you pumped up for our next game, which will be, I believe, Hoover versus Bishop Hartley.
Yeah. Tune back in for that, because that'll be a track meet. That'll be a fun one.
That will be a fun one. A lot of fast-paced stuff.
Ja'Kai Calloway. Point guard Bishop Hartley committed to Kent State. Looking forward to see him play for the first time. Central Catholic, looks like they tried to get a post up for Miner. Jake Bowling will work off a ball screen from Miner. He'll fake the shot. Back up top to Vlakovsky. There's a nice little foot fake drive all the way to the rim and lays it in. So a nice take there from Lance Vlakovsky to give Central Catholic the lead. And one thing I've noticed, Colonel Crawford runs a lot of sets. You hear their coach barking out sets all the time. Tyler Lash at the top of the key, gives it off to Holt. Reset. It's like an in-screen post up for Holt. A couple of dribbles towards the middle. He'll spin back and throw up a wild shot, but a big rebound from DeGray. He gets fouled. He goes back up for. He'll be headed to the line.
That is a big play in this fourth quarter, like we've mentioned throughout the entire game. Possessions matter. You have to limit your opponent to one possession and one shot. That is a big play there by DeGray.
Something to note, Will Minor's third foul of the game. He's got to be smarter here the rest of the game. 3 fouls in the fourth quarter. Not terrible, but you just have to be smart. As DeGray misses the first one, and free throws are going to be a big part of this game down the stretch. DeGray nails the second one, so he's in double figures as Colonel Crawford trails by 1 with a minute into the fourth quarter. Excuse me. Bukowski with a strong dump off to Will Minor and easy two. Nice ride there from Lance Bukowski on back-to-back possessions for the Crusaders.
Yeah, it's good cold set there by Canton Central Catholic's coach. That's a nice play to get you a bucket to get it back within 3. Well, my apologies. They're leading by 3.
Yeah, one thing to note is Colonel Crawford hasn't been in a ton of close games. Maybe not the best foul from Dylan Minnie, but Colonel Crawford has blown out a lot of teams. They haven't played in a ton of close games, whereas Central Catholic has played a really tough schedule, and they've been in these situations a lot before.
Yes, they have. Canton Central Catholic, they are no stranger to any games like this. They're used to every big game. Like we mentioned earlier, they played amazing teams like Massillon, Canton McKinley, and Ursuline Youngstown.
Holt has the ball. They'll dish off to DeGray. Looking like a downstream. Holt comes off a downstream now, looks to work off the ball screen from DeGray. Gets downhill, turns it. Oh, and a nice Smitty move right there. He goes up on the front side of the rim. And a tough layup there from Braden Holt.
Braden Holt has thrived here at the battle to Berkey. Again, having already 25 points early in the fourth, and he had 37 last time he was here.
And a little Dawson Young Smitty move on the baseline down there.
Yes.
And a nice steal there. Good hand from DeGray as Colonel Crawford will run in transition. They'll slow it up and reset the offense. Good post up from DeGray. Takes one dribble, lowers his shoulder and scores. Colonel Crawford takes back the lead. And this Colonel Crawford crowd is absolutely high. They're feeling a big bucket there from Payne DeGray. You love to see that from your senior leadership.
Central Catholic does not look phased in the absolute slightest. They look very under control. Minor with a good shot fake.
That's a big bucket from Will Minor. Finally got him to bite on that shot fake, and he's pumped up.
That is a huge play to now take potentially a 2-point lead.
So, Will Minor has hit that 12 to 14-foot shot 4 times. He finally got DeGray to bite on a shot fake, and then he takes it to the hoop for an and one. But he misses the free throw, so he comes up with just a 2-point play, but does reclaim the lead for Central Catholic. Now Crawford being patient. Holt loves that reset dribble to the top of the key, and he thought about a really deep three, but gets bailed out by his teammate Tyler Lash, who saved it on the wing. And Holt will regain possession, and maybe not the best way, but he did end up saving that, because that would not have been the best shot.
More 2-man action here with Holt and DeGray.
Oh, and an uncontested three as Braden Holt knocks it down. That's a huge three. Holt's got 28. And there's no closeout from Central Catholic, and I know Coach is not happy about that.
Nothing whatsoever. They had a bad miscommunication on that back screen on the other end, leaving Holt wide open on that handoff.
Again, Central Catholic looking pretty unfazed, and a nice pass inside. And then a foul. Mikey Bahornis will get sent to the line for 2 big free throws here to try and tie the game back up.
Again, another well-executed set by Canton Central Catholic to allow them to have a good look at a layup.
Big shot there. It's down his first of 2 free throws for the sophomore Mikey Bahornis, so probably hasn't been in this situation a lot. I'm willing to bet these are probably some of the biggest free throws he's ever taken. But he steps up and confidently knocks down both.
Absolutely unfazed. He is cold-blooded. Doesn't matter how skinny he is, he knocks him down regardless.
With a game high 28 points. I would assume they're looking. Colonel Crawford is going to look to break Holt and Payne DeGray here down the stretch to get them some big plays here if they're going to come out with a win.
Yes, there's no other options to go around it. Holt and DeGray have combined for 80% of Colonel Crawford's points here.
40 of their 51.
And if you're in need of a bucket with Canton Central Catholic, I feel confident that they feel they can go to almost anybody. But if they had to pick one guy, it would be go to Minor. But because they have many guards that can play and make plays, and get penetration and shoot, it might just be a team effort of who scores late in this game for CCC.
Looks like a little bit of a 2-2-1 look here from Canton Central Catholic. No problem there for Colonel Crawford. A questionable foul on Berkey. If I'm a ref there was no impact on the play. I kind of just let that one go.
100%. You don't want to stop the game and slow down the pace and have Canton Central Catholic get 5 fouls earlier in this quarter than you want to maybe cause free throws that make the game completely unexciting.
We've hit the halfway point here in the fourth quarter. We got ourselves a tie ball game and a nice backdoor cut from Holt and a good pass there from DeGray. Holt with a 30 piece as Colonel Crawford retakes the lead 53-51. And this Colonel Crawford crowd is feeling it right now as Vukovsky, he'll pitch off to Jake Bowling with a shot fake. Back to Vukovsky at the top of the key. Maybe looking for a ball screen action here from Will Minor. Again, Canton Central Catholic not panicking. Well-paced, under control here. Almost got away with maybe with a walk there. Bowling, he'll fire at 3. He knocks it down. That's a big 3 from Jake. And we got a delay game warning on Canton Central Catholic's Will Minor. I didn't see it. I assume he just slapped the ball after the possession.
Potentially, his coach had to get a hold of him and tell him, think straight.
Yeah.
Think straight. You don't want nothing. You don't want no technicals or bad fouls late in this game.
Yeah. Holt will bring the ball up into the front court. He gets trapped in a terrible spot.
Perfect trap by Canton Central Catholic, and they disagree with the call. That is the best spot on the floor to trap somebody right past half court in the corner. You have no space to almost throw the ball, and you have nowhere to go.
That's it. You got to think Colonel Crawford's either going to DeGray or Holt here. Holt's been cooking in the second half. Like a cross screen to DeGray. They get the switch they want. Holt will fire 3 from the top of the key, and it's an air ball.
Way off.
Calling for a tip, maybe. I don't know about that one, but I think you just caught some air right there.
I think you just missed it. He's very inconsistent when he shoots. He's had like 4 swish threes, but 3 air balls. He's either miss or way off. It's on.
And Central Catholic probably looking for a nice long possession here in a bucket. Minor with a hard post up.
Maybe looking to get some inside-out action with Minor. Look to maybe have him get down low, get a look at a layup. If not, kick it back out to one of your shooters.
Jake Bowling will handle at the top of the key. Hands off to Dylan Minnie. Swings it around. Vukovsky with a little bit of a risky pass to the corner. No problem for Central Catholic as they reset their offense, and Jake Bowling and Colonel Crawford probably going to have to give it on a very loud foul. I heard that from all the way up here.
Oh, my goodness. Holt was trying to go for some what we call some PSP from behind and smacked his arm.
That was a loud slap, and that's the 3rd team foul. So both teams 2 fouls away from the bonus. Central Catholic will inbound. Jake Bowling will just take it back up to the top of the key. And again, no rush here for Central Catholic. They look very calm. Coach takes the timeout and in control of this game as they held a 1-point lead with 2 minutes left in the fourth.
Yes, boy, this was very, very exciting and invigorating. I think this game invigorating.
Is that the second time you've used that word today?
I like that word a lot. You have a problem with that word?
It's a good word.
I get invigorated when I watch games like this.
Enough of the vocabulary lesson for the day.
I don't need to worry about vocabulary. Anyways, back to the game. Canton Central Catholic, I imagine they're going to come out here with one of their best sets, and they're going to get a good bucket for Minor. If not, like I said, maybe inside-out action to get to one of their best shooters.
Yeah, I see no reason why Central Catholic needs to have a quick possession here. They're no doubt going to hold the ball, maybe even until Colonel Crawford has to foul.
Potentially, that might be what they do, because getting the ball into Holt's hands and Colonel Crawford's hands could be dangerous at any moment. Because Holt, as we can see, can score with ease at any moment in this game.
Dylan Minnie will handle in the backcourt. He brings it across half court. And it does look like Central Catholic is set up in just a little bit of delay game here. Probably not going to settle for anything but a layup at this point. Jake Bowling blows right past Holt. He'll pull back up to the top of the key. And maybe need to see a little more pressure from Colonel Crawford, maybe a double team at some point. And a reach-in foul on Holt. That'll be his second of the game, so nothing too big to worry about there.
Almost a 5 seconds carry on Central Catholic.
Central Catholic super composed right now. They do not look worried at all, only being up one. A minute and a half left in the game.
It shows in games like this, their tough schedule is coming in handy.
Yeah, for sure.
And this will carry over to tournament time, which is why, which you mentioned earlier, they've won district championships in three seasons in a row.
And we have just hit the 1 minute mark with a foul on Wayne DeGray. He's got to be careful because that's a man's foul right there.
That is. Fifth foul now on Colonel Crawford, and Minor will go to the line to try to extend the lead to 3. These are some massive free throws, Quinn. They cannot be understated.
Minor's already hit 4 jumpers from about this territory. He's probably feeling in rhythm.
Knocks down that first with those Berkey rims. You got a nice roll there.
Big free throw here from Will Minor, and he swishes it calm, composed.
3-point lead now.
They're going to look to break Holt. I would about guarantee it. Hands off to DeGray. He gets it. Oh, he almost hit that, but a nice save there for Kate Baker to keep it in a 1-point game. Almost got that friendly Berkey bounce right in there from Tyler Lang.
That would have been absolutely insane to tie this game.
Oh, and a near turnover from Central Catholic. And a risky pass. Jake Bowling brings it into the forecourt. Which is off. Tyler Crawford's going to have to foul here.
And they do.
And it'll be Dylan Minnie headed to the line. And if you're Central Catholic, you're probably pretty confident here. You get a senior point guard stepping up to the line. He's got to have 2 big free throws right here.
Yes, you need that so you can extend this lead to 3 and force Colonel Crawford to make a big-time shot. Knocks it down, pure stroke, smooth like butter.
That's a tad excessive.
It looked pretty smooth.
He's
up
composed.
Here.
I'll give him that. He's
it
composed.
Looked smooth up here. It looked Steph Curry-esque.
Oh,
what did I say?
Calm and composed. Oh, and almost a near turnover and a quick foul.
It looked like that was a steal there by Canton Central Catholic. I'm not going to lie,
that
Quinn.
Was a sloppy inbounds pass there. Almost looked like he didn't even realize what was going on. He just threw it to Braden Holt aimlessly. So, Colonel Crawford's undefeated record here is going to rely on a 3-pointer.
Once they get a quick 2 here, if they can get a quick 2, that might help them.
Going to be Holt, brings it into the front court. They're double teaming him. And a strip.
And a steal by Central Catholic.
There's the foul. Looks like that's going to be a big possession there defensively for Central Catholic. And that, it looks like they are undefeated no more.
I might hold our breath. Can't Central, if they make 1 free throw, I'd be safe to say that.
Yeah.
But they missed both here. You never know what can happen with shooters like Barber and Holt.
Lance Vakovsky will step up to the line. Calm and composed, man. Every one of Central Catholic shooters, as you said before, you can tell they've played in these games because they have all been calm and composed, and they've knocked down, like, quote-unquote, butter.
They are completely unfazed. Six huge free throws by Kent Central Catholic late in this game.
They stepped out of bounds, and that's just a cherry on top. Central Catholic done a really nice job here today. They pull off the upset against Colonel Crawford.
Yes, this was a very much needed win for Kent Central Catholic, getting close to the end of the season, which the tournament bids will be happening soon. And it's another impressive win that they have on their resume.
Just a quick layup there. That's the cherry on top.
Final score, 62-55, Kent Central Catholic with a big win over Colonel Crawford, who falls to 13-1.
They had a huge win there from Central Catholic. Probably my favorite game of the day so far. We saw star power, we saw good defense, and we saw good offense. We had pretty much everything in that game.
Yes, we did, including high-level coaching, which is what I like to see. Execution down wire to wire till the end. Big play, good guard play. It's what you love to see. This is an excellent game. Good finishing, good three-point shooting.
Jacob Bowling, team high 18 points with a well-deserved play in the game. He controlled the offense. He ran the offense. He was efficient, scoring from the floor. Really nice game from Jake Bowling. I was impressed what I saw from him today. Just some final stats here for you. Colonel Crawford, 63% from the field and 43% from three. Braden Holt with a game-high 30 points. An impressive performance from Braden Holt.
They're very much every time he comes to the battle at the Berkey, he never disappoints.
He always puts on a show. 37 for Triway his sophomore year, and then now 30 tonight against Kent Central Catholic.
Yes.
And for Kent Central Catholic, shooting 60% from the field and a ridiculous 50% from the three-point line. That was a big part of why they won this game.
Yes, they were able to stay calm and composed, like we said, throughout the entire game, and then hit shots when they needed to in big moments, despite getting down early.
And that game was a dogfight, but Mac, we're up for another dogfight here as Bishop Hartley takes on the Hoover Vikings, and Mac, we're in for a good one today.
We are good. We are in for a great one. I'm super excited. I'm ready. Me and two-day broadcaster will be back with you in about 15 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Smithville, Ohio for the 5th matchup of Battle of Berkey here in 2026. And Mac, we are in for a good one. We got Bishop Hartley traveling all the way from Columbus to play Ken Hoover. The Vikings and the Hawks this year, both great teams, Mac.
Yes, they are.
What are we in for?
Bishop Hartley right now is just ranked top 5 in Division 3 and top 25 in all of Ohio. Meanwhile, Hoover is ranked number 8 in Division 2 and top 50 in Ohio. Something to look forward to is Hunter Hirschberger, who leads the scoring with 18 points per game, and his offers from Malone and Pitt Johnstown. He plays for Hoover, obviously. Kai Calloway for Bishop Hartley, committed to Kent State. He loves to go left. He can go both ways, shoot jumpers, finish through contact, shoot threes. He can do it all for this team, and this team is very guard-driven, likes to play very fast. We should have an exciting, fast-paced matchup for you guys right today.
Kai Calloway, he is electric. Bishop Hartley coming off of a regional runner-up to state champion Louisville in Division 3 last year. Hoover had a little bit of a disappointing run in the tournament. They ended up actually getting first rounded by a conference opponent in green, but I think they're prepped for a deep tournament run this year. They have a solid, really fundamental team, and I think it's going to combat the transition and athleticism of Bishop Hartley very well.
Yes, I would highly 100% agree with you. This is going to be an interesting matchup with clashing play styles.
Yeah.
That is going to be about who can play their game.
And I watched Hartley play, or excuse me, I watched Hoover play against Maslin. Maslin had that same extremely athletic, high-paced feel to him. Hoover really slowed the pace of the game down. They were able to get stops and get buckets. They handed Maslin their only loss of the season to this day.
That is very impressive. Maslin is one of the top teams in all. They're number 1 in Division 2 and number 6 in Ohio. They will be here tomorrow night at 7 p.m. playing Hawken.
Yeah, let's not forget, Hoover does play one of the most competitive leagues in the entire state, maybe the most competitive league in the Federal League, featuring teams like Glen Oak, Camp McKinley, Lake, a lot of good teams there in the Federal League. They play tough competition every year.
Yes, this is going to be an exciting matchup with two high-level teams. Hoover is great off the dribble, and they could have played their own pace like we've already mentioned. Hartley wants to get out and go super high.
Senior and Quincy forward. Senior number 14, Wilton Smith.
And for both teams, we saw last game, Central Catholic played a really tough schedule. Colonel Crawford, maybe not so, both teams here play a really tough schedule. Bishop Hartley, obviously mentioned, plays in the Federal League. They play tough teams all the time. But Bishop Hartley has played some tough games. They have thrown victories over Summit Academy from Michigan, who we saw here last year at the Berkey. They went over Summit Country Day and Big Walnut. They played some tough competition this year, Mac. We're in for a good one.
We're in for an absolute treat. So are you guys. This game is going to be the best two of the day. I imagine so, unless somehow this could top Colonel Crawford against Central Catholic. I might be surprised, but I'd love to see it.
Thank you, fellow trade for participating in the Battle of Berkey.
Mac, who are you taking in this one?
Personally, I'm going to take Bishop Hartley in this game. I think their athleticism and fast guard play will get the best of Hoover late in this game, late in the fourth quarter.
You know, I was thinking Bishop Hartley, but I don't want to be a robot. I think the fundamentals of Hoover, they can slow the pace down enough. They'll get enough easy buckets. I'm taking Hoover to pull off the upset here. I think Bishop Hartley's just a slight favorite, though.
Terrible pick. All right, Bishop Hartley wins the tip. This will be an exciting matchup.
Hunter Hirschberger is going to take that personally.
Good offensive rebound. Tip. Hoover takes it. Ray Martin brings the ball up the floor, gets it over to number 34, Roman Gieselman. Right away. Connor Newell shoots a three. He's an excellent three-point shooter that Hoover loves to get the ball to. And right away, you see Bishop Hartley's speed. Number 5, Caleb O'Neill, gets an easy bucket.
Super fast in transition. You see it on full display right there. Hoover's going to have to take away those transition breaks for Hartley.
Very aggressive on-ball defense here by Calloway. One of the reasons why he's probably committed to Kent State is he does it on both ends of the floor. He can play defense and he can play offense.
Both at a high level.
Yes. Offensive rebound there by number 34, Gieselman. Gets it to Newell at the top of the key. Hoover looks as they're running chin here. Another Princeton set, something that's a staple in a lot of Northeast Ohio teams. Dribbles it right off the foot of Bishop Hartley there as Callaway will bring the ball up the floor. Swings it over to O'Neal, back to Callaway. What a take by Rowan Smith. Goes right, finishes with the offhand. Trey Martin comes to bring the ball up. Trap here by Bishop Hartley. Good hands there by Rowan Smith.
That was probably a foul. We're seeing this run and jump from Bishop Hartley already starting to create problems for Hoover.
Hoover shoots another transition three. Rebound by Newell. Gets it back over to number 20, Christian King. My bad, Braden McCann. Off of Hoover there. Another missed layup by Hoover.
Slow start here for the Vikings. Not exactly the start you would have wanted, especially against this fast-paced Bishop Hartley team.
No, you do not want that. Giving up easy buckets in transition. Caleb O'Neal will bring the ball up for Bishop Hartley. Back to the top of the key to Callaway. Over to Smith. Smith looks to go right again. Shoots a little jumper. Misses. Rebound. Hartley. McCann gets the rebound. Takes it out in transition. Back to McCann. Newell drives left. Gets it down low. And a good layup and play there by Gieselman. Good ball movement there by Hoover. Those are the fundamentals you talked about, Quinn.
One thing for Hoover is their best player, Hunter Hirschberger, hasn't touched the ball on offense yet. They need to get him more involved in the offense. We're almost halfway through the first quarter.
Callaway looks to get to his spot here. Takes the ball screen. Cross court over to O'Neal. O'Neal goes left. Gets a nice layup. O'Neal, very athletic player from what we've seen.
And I saw Hoover trap that ball screen there with Callaway on the wing. That's some simple action that you can use. Try and get the ball out of his hands since he's such a dynamic player.
Another steal by Hartley, and then Callaway with a good finish. They're really bothering Dre Martin, Hoover's point guard, at the point of attack with this just straight up one-on-one man defense in the full court.
Yeah, and you see them go, they'll run a little bit of run and jump, and that's causing some problems for Hoover. Not the typical slow pace that you see from Hoover. I like to see them slow down a little bit more as Trey Martin subbed out of the game.
Quincy Balcom Pritchard is in the game for Bishop Hartley. He's a freshman.
John Collins in as well for Hoover. Pretty sure John Collins plays for the Clippers, but I guess he plays for Hoover as well.
Way off on that three-point attempt by Balcom Pritchard. And another steal by Bishop Hartley. They are just controlling the pace of this game. Then another transition layup that is missed, but foul on the play by Hoover. Isaac King will go to the free throw line. In and out on that first free throw by King. Off the back iron, King misses the pair. Hunter Hirschberger brings the ball up the floor. Let's see if he can get some action going to get himself embedded into this ball game. They're running a lot of Princeton sets here as Hoover. They like to get the ball to their best players. And that is blocked by King. What length this team has, Bishop Hartley. O'Neal looks to go left. Steps on the baseline out of bounds, and that is another turnover by Hartley. Walked. Connor Newell will bring the ball up the floor, pass it to number 20, Brandon McCann, who knocks down the three. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in this first quarter. It is 8-5. I got to be honest, Quinn, it feels more like 14-6.
Yeah, really relieving feeling for Hoover. It seems like Hartley has dominated this game so far. A big three there by Brady McCann to kind of get him back into it a little bit, get back in the flow of their offense. But they just need to slow down and stop turning the ball over so much.
Yeah, they need to just take their time, handle the pressure, maybe get the ball to somebody who's to Hunter Hirschberger more in bringing the ball up the floor as they are struggling, as Dre Martin was struggling against Ja'Kai Calloway.
And we didn't mention this before the game, but a couple of keys here for Hoover. We have limit Hartley in transition and handle the pressure. As we've already seen on display, playing at your own pace is very important for them. And for Hartley, Hoover's a very fundamental, sound team. They have multiple guys that can attack, contain the drive, know who's a shooter, and force some transition or force some turnovers to get out in transition.
Yeah. O'Neal looks to attack, gets the ball to Calloway on the right wing. Calloway looks to go right, goes baseline, shoots a step back jumper. Rebound by Geiselman. A lot of chaos here on this court here, Flynn. McCann shoots another three off the mark. Ahead again, and another nice layup there by number 10. There's that run and jump that Bishop Hartley likes to run. Hoover gets out of it quickly. Three for number 24, Connor Newell. He does not get it to go. Out in transition again, O'Neal with another layup. It is 12-5. 8 of the 12 points for Bishop Hartley have been in transition.
Yeah, transition layups, just killing them. Leak outs and then easy baskets.
Hirschberger goes baseline there. Does not get the floater to fall. Ball back to McCann in the left wing. Geiselman gets it across the court to Hirschberger. Hirschberger looks to go. Doesn't get anywhere. Gets the ball to Newell. Newell at the top of the key misses. He is open three to start the game. Another offensive rebound there by Hoover. Something you can't afford if you're Bishop Hartley. Wild pass there by McCann.
Connor Newell's shot, they're going to start to fall eventually. I remember him playing against Montour last year at Battle of the Berkey, and he hit 3 or 4 threes that game. He's just going to settle in. The shots will start falling eventually.
Yes. Connor Newell's an excellent shooter, maybe their best shooter. Hirschberger shoots another 3 minutes. Another offensive rebound by Geiselman.
Three offensive rebounds in that possession.
That is huge. You just get yourself a bucket, maybe slow your team down with a minute left in this first quarter. Calloway bring the ball up slowly. Looks like they might be playing for the last shot, or maybe a 2-for-1 opportunity if they can. Hoover comes in very aggressive there and draws the travel, which I highly disagree with personally.
Looked like he got grabbed and pulled, and that's why he traveled.
I would agree with that. Number 20, Christian King is back in. Hirschberger will bring the ball up the floor. Way to handle that pressure with no problems there. Bad pass by Hirschberger. Ooh. Calloway with good hands there. Almost saved it, but he's out of bounds. Check in with a second. Bad handle there by Hirschberger in the backcourt. That is a poor turnover, unfortunately, by Hoover. Juan Smith will bring it up here for the Hawks. Getting out to Ethelberry, another bad pass and a sloppy turnover by Bishop Hartley. Couple bad turnovers here back-to-back. Unforced errors by both teams. Put the ball into Hirschberger again. Looks to bring the ball up the floor. Run and jump action again from Bishop Hartley. Good opposite pass to Newell. Newell goes up for the layup and knocks it down. Again, poor transition defense by Hoover, but Newell gets his hand back in there and knocks it out.
That's poor transition defense, but a winning play there from Newell, just to slip it on the backside and save them a bucket to end the first quarter.
Hayden O'Lear will come into the game. After the Falcon Pritchard, he has 8 seconds left on the clock. Get the ball to nope, I don't get the ball to O'Neal from the top of the key, misses off the back iron. That will end our first quarter here, 12-9, Bishop Hartley. What have you thought about how Bishop Hartley has attacked Hoover offensively?
Yeah, I think they've done a nice job playing their game. They've gotten out in transition for a couple of easy layups. They've forced some turnovers. But I do think they could convert a little bit more on some of those turnovers. A couple of sloppy turnovers there to end the quarter. I think their execution could be a little bit better. As for Hoover, they looked a little shell-shocked to start the game by Bishop Hartley's pace and their run and jump. They slowed themselves down a little bit there at the end of the first quarter. I think they'll be fine, start to limit some of those turnovers and get good looks on the offensive end.
100%, man. I think that's a great analysis of us going into the second quarter here. And this game is brought to you.
And this game is brought to you by Feller Transport. Thank you guys for the sponsorship, Feller Transport.
Couldn't do it without our sponsors and without all of our great staff that we have out there. Love to shout them out once again. They're doing a great job to keep this place running and to have a great environment for all the visiting teams to battle at the Berkey today.
Anthony Hackworth doing a fantastic job keeping that floor clean. I'll say that much.
Yes, the Red Rocket does his job. Hoover will bring the ball up here. Cole O'Lear will have the ball. Tries to get it out there to the right wing. Another bad turnover by Hoover. Dewsbury. Ooh, what a block there by O'Lear.
Dang. I was not expecting that.
And then number 22, John Collins. Again, Bishop Hartley throws it way down the floor to Callaway. And then O'Neal for 3 misses short.
Just not matched up there. You can't give up many baskets like that.
Hoover looked out to get out in transition there. O'Lear was pushing the ball. And something just to clarify, Cole O'Lear is number 12, and Caden O'Lear is number 44. They are brothers. Hirschberger has the ball at the top of the key. They look to swing it around here. Scores a 12-11. Bishop Hartley is leading with 7 minutes left in this first half. O'Lear gets it back at the top of the key. Good, another good help defense play there by Bishop Hartley. That was number 20, Christian King, with the steal. O'Neal has it, looking to set up the offense, see what coach wants to do. Taking their time here to get their offense set up, getting the ball over to Malcolm Pritchard. He has played a lot of early minutes here, Quinn, even though he's only a freshman.
Yeah. You like to see that. This is a pretty big game for him. Encouraging to see a freshman give you good minutes in a game like this.
As he unfortunately does turn the ball over there by stepping on the baseline. But he's looking to be aggressive. He's looking to play his game.
Yeah, one thing I will say is, as much as Hartley's pushed in transition, only 12 points to show for it a little bit into the second quarter here. That's a little bit of a surprise. That's just a hold called on number 10, Quincy Malcolm Pritchard, as we were just talking about.
Bishop Hartley continues to stay in their full court man press here. Just run and jump type stuff to get the fourth bad turnovers by Hoover. Bad reach in there by O'Neal. It's not ideal. Good backdoor cut by Hoover, and then a foul by number 14, Rowan Smith. First free throws of the game for Hoover. For 20, Brady McCann. Knocks down the first one. A fascinating ball game, Quinn. Bishop Hartley, as fast as they play, only averaged 57 points per game. That is something interesting to note, even though they're all scored 12 points in this game 10 minutes in.
Part of that is they don't have cupcakes on their schedule. Most every game they play is going to be a tough game, which really helps with the prep. That's why they're accustomed to being in the regionals like almost every single year, because they're prepped for the tournament.
100%. That is the goal if you were any high-level achieving program or aspire to be. Play tough competition as often as possible. Good ball movement here by Bishop Hartley. They look to get a good look for themselves. Number 20, Christian King, knocks down the three. That's a good shot. That's the first three down by Bishop Hartley. Again in their pressure. Good pass by Hirschberger there over to number 44. Bishop Hartley decides to call a timeout to discuss some things.
And Hoover Hirschberger comes into the game as Hoover's leading scorer, but he's not really looking to get his right now. He's more than satisfied to just play that point guard role. You see a great pass down there, just set up the offense and not turn the ball over against this high-pressure Hartley defense.
Exactly. And then you create easy buckets. And maybe you'll get Hartley out of their press eventually, and then you can go back to getting the buckets that you want to get if you are Hunter Hirschberger.
I'll be interested to see what adjustment Hartley makes here on the timeout. I wonder if they'll switch up their press. It might go some 1-2-2 or 1-3-1 half-court trap.
It might be what they call that timeout about. They want to try to get different types of pressure instead of the same pressure they've been doing so early. Because that can also be tiring on your players and defense as well. Doesn't allow for a whole lot of rest, especially with the fast pace they play out offensively. O'Neal will look to bring the ball up here. See if we can get a set coming out of Bishop Hartley. Looks like they are going to run a set to try to get an easy action for one of their better players. Hoover defends it well. Callaway's up top. He gets back to O'Neal. Back out to Christian King. Shoots another three. Knocks it down. That's 2-3 for Christian King. Hirschberger looks to bring the ball up again. He has been bringing the ball the majority of the game.
I'm questioning Hoover started off the game with Dre Martin bringing the ball up the floor. A couple of turnovers early, but he hasn't came back in the game since the first quarter.
No, he has not. That might be the only reason he's in the game. And if he can't effectively bring the ball up, then he might not have much use for Hoover. Good inside defense there by Hartley, even though number 22, John Collins, misses what should have been a bunny lane. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the first half. Bishop Hartley has an 18-15 lead ahead of this game. Good ball movement again. Christian King shoots it. He knocks it down. Christian King. He has a game-high 9 points right now for the Bishop Hartley Hawks. That was almost a 5-second call, too, by Hoover. Christian King is now very energized defensively, and he is pounding Polo here. More good hands, more energy. Callaway shoots the three. In and out. O'Neal with the rebound. He looks to go back up. Passes it back out. King, again from the top of the key. In and out. Number 3, Isaac King with the putback layup. They might be brothers.
Quick 8-0 run there from Harley. This is the track meet kind of game you don't want to get into if you're Hoover. Get a good shot here.
They're speeding up Hunter Hirschberger in a way that he is not as comfortable with. That's what Hartley wants. Forcing passes, errant throws. That's not the game that you want to get into if you are Hoover.
The game against Massillon, I saw Hirschberger looked calm, cool, and collected. He was getting buckets the entire first half, but it's not the same situation here against Hartley's pressure.
Wide open three for McCann, and he knocks it down. Good shot from Hoover.
His second three-pointer of the first half there.
Bishop Hartley in the half court seems to take their time and be nice and slow with their pace compared to how they are in the full court out of transition or out of steals.
Honestly, that's kind of what makes them so dynamic on offense. They don't have to play go, go, go the entire time. More than willing to slow down and be patient when they need to.
You're 100% right, Glenn. That's how you become a dangerous team, playing two different styles in the same game. O'Neal probes at the top, looks to get the ball to the left wing, back out to Callaway, gets the ball to Callaway at the top of the key. He might be looking to go here a little bit. Callaway has not had much success early in this game. Pulls back. Bishop Hartley being very patient here on offense. It's one O'Neal. O'Neal drives, kicks it out, gets it back to the corner. O'Neal, he hits it through. That's 4 a few minutes for Bishop Hartley.
They become even more dangerous when they're hitting threes like that. Obviously, lethal in transition. Not a good sign if you're a Hoover fan.
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
Dre Martin back in the game. He's handling the ball again for Hoover.
Yes. John Collins gets a wide open shot for Hunter Hirschberger. And that is not what you want if you are Bishop. You want Hunter Hirschberger to see shots go down. Good recovery then by number 34, Geiselman. Geiselman or Gieselman, one or the other. Good recovery there by him on that long pass again by Bishop Hartley.
Almost pass interference. He didn't get his head around to look at the ball.
Yeah, it's like that questionable call in Bills Broncos. You never know.
That was not an interception, by the way.
Talk about basketball right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Halftime. Again, Bishop Hartley takes their time on offense. Hirschberger applying a little bit of pressure to Callaway here. Callaway gets it out to King, and that's not a guy you want to leave open. If he knocks it down, he's 4 for 5. Christian King is a high-level shooter. Dre Martin looks to bring the ball up again. Another turnover by Dre Martin. He is having a nightmare versus O'Neal today. O'Neal and Callaway have Dre Martin does not look confident. He's telling Hirschberger to bring the ball up the floor, and that's not a sign you want to see out.
Harley's doing a really nice job. They have every hand down, taking away the crossover. And Dre Martin's doing a poor job reading that. He got to move away from that crossover move.
Wow, what a pass by Callaway out to Christian King.
Was that me, or did that look like Patrick Mahomes out there?
That was, with the left hand, that was Mahomes-esque, just like against the Broncos.
Chris Collinsworth, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was a pass like Dylan Gabriel, if we're being honest. So, Hunter Hirschberger, not a good pass there, but that's okay. Hoover is now down by 12 with 47 seconds left in the first half. The way Bishop Hartley has played, they might just wait to have the last shot of this first half. O'Neal has it at the top right around half court. Wiping off his shoes as he's dribbling.
Got to count.
He's got to count. Dre Martin's trying to get a count on him. He's trying to see what he can do to cause some havoc. Gets the ball out to Malcolm Pritchard out in the right corner. Newell is really trying to apply some pressure. That is off of Pritchard's foot. That is a big play here late in this first half by Newell on Pritchard.
Really big stop there. Not to be able to have Hartley extend the lead. Hoover needs a bucket here. Cut it to single digits, or at least a 10-point lead to go into the half.
It would be ideal if they could get a nice, good look for Hunter Hirschberger here and maybe get him a little bit of a rhythm going into the second half. And he gets stolen from, again, these hands by Bishop Hartley are so fast. Callaway looks to go down the floor. Probes. 5 seconds left. Looks like he's going to take the final shot. Probably going to be a pull-up. He looks to attack. Step back through. A good, excellent defense there by Newell on those last 2 possessions. Way to keep those hands up and not draw a foul.
Really impressed there by Bishop Hartley in the first half. Not only were they able to get out and do what they want in transition, shot the ball excellent from three. And they played really well on the defensive end. Hunter Hirschberger averages 18 points per game. He's been limited to 3 on a poor efficiency as well.
Yes, it has been a very impressive showing by Bishop Hartley to how much they're able to disrupt Hoover on a regular basis.
Yeah. I think Hoover will be able to adjust. From what I'm seeing right now, really well played game so far from Hartley.
Yes, playing the game they want to play, and they're getting Hoover out of their rhythm. Our halftime trivia question of the game brought to you by Butcher Peak Performance.
Our halftime trivia question is, which 2 teams attending this year's Battle of Berkey have NBA alumni? Give you about 15-30 seconds to answer this question. Our very own Noe Yates is going to give us his answer. Now, Noah, what do you got for us? I'll give you an added bonus if you can name me which NBA alumni are from which schools. Hoover. That is incorrect, my friend. The answer was Chartiers Valley has TJ McConnell and Megan McConnell. Shout out to the WNBA alumni. And Detroit Country Day has both Shane Battier and Chris Webber, both big names in the NBA.
Yes, Detroit Country Day will be on our next game here against Highland, and Chartiers Valley will be playing tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m.
Bishop Hartley, just a couple of stats for you here. Shooting 60% from the field, unbelievable 45% from three, and 10 total steals in the first half, Mac. That is a lot. That's an impressive defensive performance from Hartley.
Yes, it is.
Hoover, on the other hand, shooting 40% from the floor, not very good, and 30% from three, 13 total turnovers, and they've only generated 1 steal.
That is not what you want out of Hoover. You know they're not going to cause a whole lot of steals. The bigger thing is the discrepancy. In almost any sport, what is the turnover margin looking like? And in this game, it looks like it's about 10-1, maybe even like 10-1 in the steals at least. And that is a big negative for Hoover. And they almost have to feel decent about themselves. They're only down 12 with such a bad turnover discrepancy.
Yeah, that's not a stat line for success, but we'll see what happens here in the rest of the second half. We'll be back to you in about 7 minutes for the start of the second half. Here we go.
We are back, fellas. The end of the half has come to an end. We are super excited to see what the second half will give us, Quinn. Quinn, what do you think we will see out of this? Do you think we'll see more of the same, just run and jump, full court man, or do you think maybe we'll try a different type of zone press?
Yeah, no, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Hartley's done a nice job creating turnovers with that run and jump. I think they'll stay on that. I'm more interested to see what adjustments Hoover decides to make. They're going to slow the pace down of the game, get better shots. That's a key in the second half if they want to come back and win this game.
100%. Christian King here has the ball, bring the ball up the floor for Hartley. He has a game-high 14 points. He had 4 threes in the first half.
Red hot in the first half.
Absolutely. You saw what Hartley can do when they get hot. King again with another 3, in and out. He's had 2 threes to do that today. Newell gets the ball, brings it up for Hoover here. McCann with another 3, almost banks it in from the corner. Good hustle play there by number 22, John Collins, who's starting the second half for Hoover. He did not start that first half. It looks like Dre Martin is not in the game, as he had a disappointing first half performance. King gets it over to O'Neal on the right wing. Get it back to Callaway at the top of the key. And a good pass and finish there by O'Neal. O'Neal here looking to pressure Hirschberger. He forced a couple more turnovers out of him. He had a couple bad turnovers in the first half. Looking to get McCann maybe an open look with some floppy action. Is Hoover. Can't use the ball screen. Good double there by Hartley. Good denial down by O'Neal. What a great rotation there on doubling a ball screen like that, Quinn.
Yeah, that's kind of as flash as what we saw earlier. Hartley's done a really nice job. A great rotation out of the double team there, knocking the pass out of bounds. Almost came up with a steal.
Yeah, for sure. Hartley's defense, when they want to, they're super active and engaged. Again, another double there, but a good pass there by Newell down to number 34, Geiselman. If he gets fouled, it'll go to the line. Geiselman's first free throws of the game, actually. I'm not even sure. We'll be real. Could be his second or third or fourth.
He knocks it down regardless.
He has 5 points now in this game. 6:44 remaining in the third. If you're just tuning in, it is 35-23 now. Geiselman hits a pair. O'Neal will bring the ball up for the Hawks. Something interesting we've seen throughout this game is that Hirschberger has guarded Callaway, and Callaway has guarded Hirschberger, each of the team's best players.
Yeah, you always like to see kind of a star-on-star matchup right there. Both have actually limited each other defensively. Hirschberger with 3 points right now, and Callaway with just 2 points, but both have been distributing the ball well to their teammates.
Good hands there by number 22, John Collins, to get it on O'Neal. It is off of him regardless, but that was good hands. Good hands there by Hirschberger. Way to be aware of that play there, trying to get it into number 11, Quentin Eastler, and that is our first time mentioning him during this game. Looking to get it O'Neal on the right wing, trying to get back to the top of the key. Callaway says, take it to the top of the key. Let's set up our offense. Callaway gets it, looks to attack. Never mind, gets it to Eastler. He misses short. And a messed up defensive rebound there by Hoover. They were not able to control it, but there's a foul called on the play by number 5, Caleb O'Neal.
You see Hoover starting the half here looking to Hunter Hirschberger to do the majority of the ball handling. Dre Martin started on the bench, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes, Christian King is guarding Hirschberger now in the full court. It's not ideal if you're Hoover then, because then your best player has to expend a lot of energy guarding their best player on defense and then taking the ball off the floor.
You know, A valiant effort at a charge, but he was not set at all.
No, number 22, John Collins, was not set, but my apologies. Yes, that was number 22. Christian King will go to the free throw line now. As, like we mentioned earlier, game high, 14 points. Christian King did knock down that first free throw. Excellent shooters we've seen earlier in this game. Knocks down the second free throw, buttery smooth. Now it's 16 points, and Bishop Hartley has transitioned to a 2-2-1 defense.
Ooh, Newell might have got away with a walk almost.
Hoover handled that 2-2-1 with no problems, able to break it, get to the half court. Swings it over to Newell. Newell shoots a three from the right lane. He misses again. He has not had his type of games. And he cuts and gets it. Oh, and he misses a layup. Bishop Hartley got away with a couple with a gimme there. O'Neal in transition gets it to go. Bishop Hartley again, another leak out for an easy layup. And they're back to their running gun man defense in transition. Good play there by John Collins.
You don't expect to see that. Connor Newell has been playing varsity for 2 years now. Like an open layup like that, he's had a rough day shooting. You need that easy make, easy basket to help get you back in this game from a veteran leader.
100%. When you're not able to get those easy layups, it does not help sometimes. There it is. Callaway gets his second bucket of the game. He went back and got a good floater. Hoover looks to pick up the pace here a little bit. Hirschberger goes, gets fouled by number 3, Isaac King.
And that's really alarming for Hoover. Kai Callaway hasn't really been that involved on the offensive end, only his second bucket. He's got a 16-point lead here halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, Hartley has controlled this game through and through from the moment tip happened. They're playing this game at their pace, the style they want to play, forcing turnover after turnover. Hirschberger launches a three, and he makes it. Hoover needs more of this. Open looks for their best player. And one of the big X factors, I think, is the fact that Dre Martin is not being played in this game, so Hirschberger has to run the one. King has that at the top of the key. Bishop Hartley, again, being very patient here on offense, looking to just take their time and get their shot, get the play that they want to get going. Takes it real slow. Not a whole lot of talk here from Hoover. They seem kind of disengaged a little bit, maybe tired. Maybe they're just completely lifeless. Dead. Good defensive possession here by Hoover. They have not allowed anybody to touch the paint for Bishop Hartley. Giving us some flashbacks to the Triway game a little bit, maybe, possibly. Taking their good old time, even though up by 13. And O'Neal gets to the lane, misses the layup. Would have been a very nice layup on the left side of the rim.
He can.
Another steal by O'Neal. He gets fouled by Hirschberger.
Kneel by a steal.
That is about the 13th steal for Bishop Hartley in this game, with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
15 turnovers for Hoover so far. We mentioned it in the trial game, it's not a recipe for success.
No, it is not. Not in a game that Bishop Hartley can and will play a slow-paced offensive game, which can just strangle you to death like a snake. Callaway steps back. He misses the three off the back iron. Hoover gets the rebound. They look to go in transition. Newell looks to go, gets down the lane. He gets a layup. That might be a big play there for Hoover. And once again, giving me back down to like 2021 Northwestern vibes, just throwing this ball out ahead with reckless abandon is Bishop Hartley.
Man, it's worked for him so far, though. Maybe in the fourth quarter it'll catch up to him when they'll turn the ball over off of it. So far, Hoover hasn't done a lot to take it away.
Puts it out to the left corner, back up to the top to Pritchard. Back to the right wing, Christian King, maybe looking to get himself going again. He has not had much success here in this third quarter. He is wide open now. King knocks down a three. I guess I'm taking it back. Christian King has 5 points in this quarter and a game high 19 points. Bishop Hartley did call a timeout now.
Good. Hey, Cole, that his fifth three. 5 of 7. As we head into this timeout, that is Christian King's 5th three-pointer of the game. You'd think Hoover would kind of start to key in on him after he's gone 5 of 7 so far from the floor, but obviously not, and that's kind of why Hartley's holding a 14-point lead. 2 minutes left in the third.
Exactly. And Hoover's not been able to get going at all. Hunter Hirschberger has been completely out of rhythm, having to guard one of the best players in the area, who is going to Kent State, Ja'Kai Calloway, and then also having to bring the ball up against immense pressure with different bodies, just constantly throwing at Hirschberger. He's never been able to get in a rhythm and get in the zone that he would like to get in. Hoover looks to Cole O'Lear to bring the ball up now to take some pressure off of Hirschberger. Malcolm Pritchard will guard O'Lear here in the full court. Set call for Hirschberger there, completely going up by Bishop Hartley. Try to get him a good look, not get anything. Good step through there by Lear, gets it to Newell. Newell misses short. A big rebound there by O'Lear. He is 5'9", but he is jumping up there with a 6'1" guy.
Tell you what, that possession was an absolute war.
Yes, it was.
That rebound.
And even though number 11, Quentin Eastler, came down with that rebound, I did not think that's a travel. Personally, I know what the rule book says, but Hoover retains possession.
Almost another sloppy turnover there. Good save.
And then a foul on Christian King, getting a little too aggressive there with Hunter Hirschberger. Caleb O'Neal is into the game for Quincy Balcom Pritchard. And number 14, Rowan Smith, is in the game for Newell looks to get another three off, doesn't. Shoots a pull-up jumper. He has been scored from any jump shots today. Off of Callaway there. Hoover does retain possession once again. And I got to tell you, man, Connor Newell has been absolutely ice cold.
He has definitely struggled. That's not normal for him. Usually he's a good, high-efficiency shooter, but definitely struggled here today.
Hirschberger will be looking to get himself going. Gets it to Newell right off of his knee. Never mind, I stand corrected. That is off of Bishop Hartley. Looked like it was off Connor Newell's knee there.
It did look like it took a bounce off of Connor Newell's knee, but the rest are down there and we're up here.
So as they get the ball into number 44, Caden O'Lear, and he puts it in for a layup. Hoover lead to 12. And now Hoover is in the bonus with a minute 6 left and a chance for a three-point play.
Big bucket there from Hoover, much needed. Kind of the same situation we said at the end of the half. They need a stop and a score to cut the lead to, 10-9, maybe. Same situation here. They need to cut this lead. Really nice to get it down to single digits before the end of the third quarter.
The big defensive possession here for if you're Hoover. Maybe make Bishop Hartley force a bad turnover or get a quick shot off. O'Neal looking drive, pass it back out to Eastler. Eastler takes a pull up. He knocks it down. He has been quiet for most of this game. We will bring the ball up. 40 seconds left in the third quarter. 46-33. Bishop Hartley, if you're just tuning in with us. Another errant pass there by Hunter Hirschberger. And man, oh man, is he struggling. He is out of rhythm. He's out of his zone. I think that is Hunter Hirschberger's 4th turnover in the game. 18 seconds left in the game for Bishop Hartley. Looking to probably just take the last shot here of the third quarter. Christian King looking to probe, gets it to Callaway here. Dangerous pass over there, O'Neal. O'Neal drives baseline, gets to the middle of the lane, puts up the layup. Play there by O'Neal to make the lead 48-33. And Bishop Hartley has complete control of this game. They are doing whatever they want.
Yeah, you remember what I said about that Hoover pick before the game? I regret my decision.
That's okay. You know what? We all win. We win some, we lose some.
They've been a little bit cold from three, and they just turned the ball over a little too much. So now they're not completely down and out. 15. We were on the call for the Smithville Chippewa game earlier. We've seen crazier comebacks. Not looking super likely right now. It just seems like Harley's in complete control of this game right now.
Absolutely. They're doing whatever they want, controlling the pace, controlling the tempo, honestly owning Hunter Hirschberger at the point of attack with multiple different bodies they can throw at him that just disrupts his rhythm and flow.
Yeah, once again, this game is sponsored by Feller Transport. Bringing you our statistics here at the end of the third quarter. Bishop Hartley shooting 60% from the floor, 40% from three with a total of 12 steals this game. Christian King leading them with 19, along with Caleb O'Neal, who's got 17 as well, combining for 36 points, which is more than Hoover. Hoover currently shooting only 40% from three still, 33% from the floor, from the three, a total of 17 turnovers here at the end of the third quarter.
They're on pace to have more turnovers than Triway by a large margin, Quinn. Triway had 20 earlier in today's game, but now Hoover already has 17. It looks like it might be an 18. And they get out of that. Good pass there by Cole O'Lear. Gets it to Newell. Good pass there to then to Caden O'Lear, and he puts the big bucket to start off this fourth quarter.
Yeah, somebody's got to step up for Hoover if they want to get back in it. Connor Newell, Hunter Hertzberger, somebody's got to start rolling here on the offensive end.
Hoover can get hot, and they can cause problems defensively if they get in the right zone. It's just a matter if they can. I gotta say, I'm still stunned at how slow Bishop Hartley will move on offense in the half court, but so fast after a make or a miss.
Yeah, given how dynamic they are. We hear a little Bluetooth connection there from our musician.
Yes.
Everyone's prone to a mistake every once in a while.
He's had about 7 of those today, so that's okay. We've had a fair amount of mistakes as commentators today. If you know, you know. O'Neal brings the ball up here with about 7 minutes left in the game, and Dre Martin is back in the game after not playing the entire third quarter for Hoover. Hoover's coach might just be looking for a spark plug here, Quinn.
Yeah, I watched the game against Massillon, and he had 12 points in the first half. He was a real spark on offense. It's Jakai Callaway with a strong take to the hoop with the opportunity for a three-point play.
Callaway is very quiet in this game, understanding that he has not had to do much in order for his team to be hyper-successful.
Yeah, he's just honestly played a distributor role, and Hoover's been so focused on him, it's opened up open threes for other guys like Christian King and Caleb O'Neal just to take over this game.
Yeah, he has not forced anything he has not had to, and now he has 7 points in this game. You can tell he's a team player. It's another reason why he is committed to go to Kent State. That's what those scouts see in him. Good hands there by Callaway. O'Neal out in transition with Callaway, and O'Neal go up, easy layup. O'Neal now has 19 points in this game, up by 18 with 6.5 minutes left. And unless something kind of weird happens, I mean, this game is all Bishop Hartley's. As another errant pass and off of Kiesler's hands out of bounds.
I think the fans were hoping from a dunk or maybe from O'Neal, and I figured why not try? You're up 16 with 6 minutes left in the half. Give the fans what they want.
I would agree, but maybe that just shows how well of a coach team that Bishop Hartley really is.
Definitely a smart move just to take the 2.
Hirschberger shoots another 3, and Hirschberger, when he shoots for the 3 that he win, has knocked him down, but there hasn't been many opportunities.
Yeah, that was a deep 3, too. That was at least college line 3 from Hirschberger.
Callaway looks to drive, gets it to King again in the corner. He's short. Rebound by Eastler there. You cannot afford that, Hoover. And then Christian King gets the floater in the lane. Extends the lead back out to 17 for Hartley with 5:45 left in the game. Hirschberger gets the ball in the right wing. Looking to go, here's Hirschberger, and he kind of has to if he wants his team to be back in this game. And another three there. 5. Hoover with maybe a little bit of life here, hitting a couple threes.
Yeah, they've got to get some stops here on the defensive end. Their shots are starting to fall. Just can't keep giving that up.
Brady McCann is the team leader for Hoover today with 11 points. Wide open shot for Callaway. You cannot give that up, but he luckily misses for Hoover. Hoover gets the rebound there. Then a foul by number 14, Rowan Smith. That is his 4th foul in the game. Back in the game is number 3, Isaac. Hirschberger looks to bring the ball to the floor here against King. Looking to maybe get in the zone a little bit. Hirschberger, great attack to the rim. They cut it to 10. You have some life, Quinn.
That was a nice athletic take. Way to avoid the charge there from Hirschberger. Definitely vulnerable to a charge taken off from the white line. But a good finish.
Yes. Now, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. I'm curious how Bishop Hartley will play this. Will they kind of play some delay of game here, or will they continue to be semi-aggressive in this half-court offense? Errant pass there. It's okay, though. Did not turn it over. King looks to drive and attack, looks to get another floater, and he now has 23. Christian King has just been doing whatever he wants against Hoover tonight. In transition, Cole O'Lear gets it. Bad pass. Callaway steals it. Newell steals it back. He gets a floater. Misses. Out of transition is Callaway or O'Neal. My apologies. He gets another one.
Coming into this game for Hartley, I was really looking forward to seeing Ja'Kai Callaway and Caleb O'Neal see what they could do. I think Christian King has impressed me the most with his shooting ability and overall score. As you have a silly turnover right there. Good play from Connor Newell to earn a possession back.
Newell is trying to make winning plays. He's not the most athletic defender, but he will make those hustle plays and be sneaky quick when you're not expecting it.
Yeah, you can play on almost any team if you have that winning play mentality, and that's what he has. He brings a sort of a veteran mentality. He's a smart player. Like you said, not the most athletic guy, but you have to be smart when you're not the most athletic guy.
And then he turns it over. Callaway gets a good look at a three, passes it down, crosses it to the court. Then it's stolen again here by Hoover. They're out in transition, looking to get a layup. Newell gets the layup. It's a 12-point 3:27 left, Quinn. At least it's somewhat entertaining, I will say that.
Yeah, Hoover hasn't gotten completely blown out like maybe some games we've seen here earlier. They're sticking with it. They're getting a couple of turnovers. Would like to see them force some turnovers earlier than 3 minutes, but the game's not completely over yet.
No, it is not completely over yet. I do fear, though, that all it will take is 1 or 2 Bishop Hartley buckets or steals, and this game could be all she wrote. Bishop Hartley looks to take the ball out. Christian King looking to inbound it. Gets it to O'Neal across half court. Foul by Newell. 3:20. That only took a second off the clock, but thank goodness. 3:26 left in the game.
Yeah, we've seen Harley likes that touchdown pass. They've had a couple of those long balls over the top.
Yes, they have.
Hoover hasn't intercepted one of them yet.
Callaway looks to contain the pressure by Hirschberger. Gets it out to O'Neal at the top. Good pass by O'Neal. Down to, and a big block there by number 44, Caden O'Lear. Good pass there. Cross court pass to Hirschberger. He gets another good look, and he misses short. I thought that was going to go down for Hirschberger.
Yeah, there was going to be a little bit of life left for Hoover. Would have been really nice for Hirschberger to have hit that. Good battle there from number 22, John Collins down there. Way to earn back another possession for Hoover to try and stay in this thing.
Every possession counts at this point, and you need threes to get you back in this game. Open look for McCann, but it's called an offensive foul by John Collins there.
Great play to get the ball back. Unfortunate play, a moving screen right there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's one of those plays where sometimes you just want to put it in the ref's hands to see what they'll do.
Yeah.
And it's one of those plays, illegal screens are tricky to call. Refs don't call the majority of them. When they do, they're always mood changers.
Yeah, and for a lot of teams, as Hoover finally picks off one of those over-the-top passes, a lot of teams just say illegal screens all the time, so they get away with it, and refs only call a certain amount. I remember Norway, they set illegal screens all the time, but the refs only call a few, even though every single screen is legal. They've just become accustomed to illegal screens.
Exactly. That's what the Golden State Warriors are doing their dynasty.
Yeah.
Draymond Green was a classic.
Draymond Green only sets illegal screens.
Wide open three, missed by O'Lear there. That's a big shot that you need to hit for Hirschberger. For Hoover, you got two wide open looks that you cannot knock down, and it is hurting your chances of your prediction, Quinn.
Yeah, a couple of open looks for Hoover. They just haven't been able to capitalize.
Again, they're in their full court pressure here. Get the ball into Callaway. Gets it right back to King. Good quick ball movement there to get it over to O'Neal. Back out. King looks to drive. Kicks it back out. Smith has it. Gets it to Callaway. And with 2:22 left in this game, I'm curious to see if Hoover has any actual life left in them at this point. They look active, but being down 12 with no shot clock in high school is tricky.
Yeah.
Foul there by Hoover. 2:09 left in this game. Up by 12. Just be about salted away.
Yeah, and that's 5 fouls on Hoover. So Hartley will go to the line, and 23 points right now for Christian King, Mac. I'd say he's impressed me the most. I'd say he's earned himself a player of the game.
Yes, I would say so too. He helped get them that early lead when they were only up by about 4 or 5 and extended to about 15 there in the first half. Whenever he knocked down 3 threes in about 3 minutes. He does knock down this first free throw with a game-high 24 points.
We're going to make it 25 here.
And between him and O'Neal, they have scored 46 points, which is just about as much as Hoover has in their entire game. Bishop Hartley will call a timeout to discuss some things here. 2:09 left.
I don't know how much there is to discuss, other than just telling him to be smart and be fun. Like, just don't do anything stupid and you're going to win the game.
Yes, just bunker down and do what we've told you to do throughout this entire game, and everything will go according to plan. This has been an entertaining game, to say the least, though. A lot of high-flying athleticism in general that's exciting to see.
Yeah, I was interested to see how Hoover controls the pace pretty well with their guard play. But they got really sped up by Hartley, and Hartley got out in transition and really dominated in transition, which is a big reason why they have this 14-point lead. And on top of that, they've shot the ball really well from 3.
100%. Hoover has not been able to handle any pressure with about 20 turnovers in this game. Majority of them just being forced, actually, by Bishop Hartley.
Yeah.
They weren't really unforced errors as much as Bishop Hartley hounds them like dogs.
And if you're a Hoover fan, you better start praying because you're down 14 with 2 minutes left. Only a miracle will save you now. Or Tracy McGrady.
I know you are a praying man, Quinn, so as a guy that picked Hoover to win this game, I'd start. Bishop Hartley does get the ball ahead to O'Neal. O'Neal looks at the probe, gets it to King. Oh, bad pass there. Errant pass. Hoover does recover. And John Collins does put it their layup. They're only down by 10 now. A minute 35 left in this game. All it takes is a few turnovers.
Yeah, they've got a couple here. Collins better be lucky he made that because Newell was wide open under the hoop and probably wouldn't have been too happy if he'd missed.
Yeah. But there it is. Bishop Hartley does get one more open layup, and that is for sure salted this game away. Unless T-Mac comes in this building and does something wild.
13 points in 30 seconds, Mac. That's about their only hope.
Yes. Well, I doubt that's going to happen in this situation. Hirschberg shoots a three. Way off. Misses it short. He got a short-armed it there. He got it off quick and then just kind of like didn't hold his release.
Yeah, there's definitely a little rush there. Not as typical. He usually plays at a nice pace. That shot was definitely a little rushed.
Number 14, Rowan Smith here at the line.
Rowan Smith hasn't maybe had his typical game. He sat a lot with 4 fouls. Only 5 points. Still going to make it 6 here, but I'm sure he's more concerned with the win. He's going to be happy because it looks like Hartley is going to come away with a big win.
It's a huge win and in convincing fashion. Hartley did whatever they wanted, and that's something that matters if you're watching this, if you are betting on the tournament bids coming up here in a few weeks. That is something 100% matters that you have to pay attention to. Hirschberger gets it back to Newell in the right corner. He knocks down a three, and now Hoover called another timeout.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's just maybe a little too late here for Connor Newell. Struggling a little bit shooting the ball today. Finally gets one to go there.
Yes, very, very rough game for Connor Newell. He had some excellent defensive plays that makes you pop your eyes like, oh, wow, he plays really hard. Makes some winning plays.
Yeah.
He's like 1 for 7 from 3 today. It's not exactly what you want out of your best shooter, maybe second best shooter.
Yeah, but you can tell he provides a lot more value to the team than just shooting. That's why they left him in. As you said, he makes some of those winning plays that you just need on your team. You need guys that are willing to get their hands dirty and get on the floor for a loose ball.
100%. Something else I'd like to point out is this Berkey is starting to get really packed as this Highland game, first Detroit Country Day, which is next, right after this game, starts up soon. Followed up by Smithville versus Minster. This gym is going to get packed out throughout the day. We're starting to get some of our best games of the entire weekend coming up here soon.
Amen to that. I'm really excited for this Highland Detroit Country Day game. I'm excited to see Highland always plays teams tough. No matter how talented they are. Really impressive losses, and I'm saying that right. Impressive losses against Lutheran East this year and St. Ignatius. I'm curious to see what Highland's plan will be against Detroit Country Day to kind of limit their athleticism.
Yes, 100%. Something to point out about Highland. Lost to Lutheran East by 3, who's the number 2 team in the entire state, number 80 in the nation. Yes, 8-0 in the nation. Excellent team who will be here tomorrow at 4 o'clock versus Mason. As Bishop Hartley does get another layup here. Hoover's going to look to see if they can get a little bit going, but with 30 seconds left, it's not a whole lot you can do. Hirschberger does knock it down. Another timeout by Hoover.
Yeah, Caleb O'Neal, 23 points on the game. He's had himself a really nice game, gotten a lot of easy transition buckets, gotten open looks, a gravitational pull from Ja'Kai Callaway.
Yes, that is a nice benefit of being on a high-level team, is that you can go to other players and other positions in time of need, and Callaway doesn't exactly have it going. What would you say is the most exciting game you've ever seen at the Battle of the Berkey, Quinn?
There's too many for me to... I would say from a player aspect, when we lined up against Jerry Easter and we played Emmanuel Christian, that was a really exciting game from our perspective. We got to play a command who's starting at USC now. Watching Carter Maloney play or drop 54 points in a game, that was unbelievable. But I think the most exciting game ever was probably Summit Academy North last year when they played Delaware. Both Division I schools. Both were at the state tournament the year before. Just super high-level basketball, and it was intense. Double overtime game to the finish.
Wow. I did not see that game. I can only imagine what it's been like. I hope we have one of those games here this weekend, if not today, in the Highland Detroit game or the Smithville versus Minster game. I'm out by Bishop Hartley here. It's like it did get trapped in the corner. 28 seconds left, and I got to say, these last couple minutes have taken quite a long time with all these timeouts.
Yeah.
Looking about 1 o'clock right now down the road. All right, 28 seconds left back in the Bishop Hartley Hoover game. After a few timeouts here by Hoover and Bishop Hartley, to close out this game the right way.
Now, I give credit to Hoover for still trying, even though there's very, very little hope they have left. Had a nice trap here, and
Foul there by Cole O'Neill. I disagree. Looked like it could have just been a clean strip. Say, just let him play, ref, but
yeah,
he has control. It's okay.
I do credit Hoover for continuing to keep trying here, even though down 10 with 20 seconds left seems pretty hopeless. But I credit them for doing their best.
Yes. Bishop Hartley did come into this game probably slightly favored by the media, and they backed up that right.
Christian King keeps adding his total points. He's up to 26 on the game.
Second highest scoring total of the day.
Yeah, him and O'Neill. 26 and 23 points. Probably the second and third best players, but I thought coming into the game was really impressive performance.
Christian King will come out of the game, and Pritchard will come in for him. Out to the corner. Oh, Lear will hit a three there. Out of bounds, forced out by O'Lear. 8.6 seconds left. Hartley looks to get it in, throwing it deep. Nothing. Hoover calls a timeout. 69, should be 69-62.
Apparently that was a three-pointer from 4 feet. Don't know what's going on with the scoreboard, but all right.
I hope the scoreboard fixes that desperately.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds here. Again, Hoover used all their timeouts. You figure Bishop Hartley just going to let that ball bounce and run the clock out. You got to figure Harley will just get the ball and hold it for the next 3 seconds.
Unless they can get a touchdown pass, and then they might throw it away.
There we go. They fixed the scoreboard here.
69-62. I'm glad it wasn't a three-pointer from 4 feet out, because if that's a hack, then I'd love to do that myself.
Yeah, they maintained a 3-possession lead. Again, it's pretty hopeless for Hoover anyway, but a 3-possession lead compared to 2, it's game over.
King looks to inbound it, gets it into O'Neill. O'Neill just looks to hold it. As the game 69-62. What an entertaining game, even though Bishop Hartley did control it throughout, from the tip-off all the way to the very end.
Yeah, we saw Hoover come alive there a little bit at the end of the day, and it was just too little too late. And Bishop Hartley picks up another big win over a quality opponent. Great win for them. And this was a tournament game for both teams. We're going to run into teams like
we thank all of our sponsors for that working for this game specifically. We want to thank fellow transport for sponsoring the player together.
and the Flinter Transport player of the game will no doubt be Christian King. Fantastic game from him.
From Bishop Berkey, number 20, Christian King.
Well-deserved player of the game. Some team stats for you at the end of the game. Bishop Hartley shot 62% from the field, 35% from three, so they cooled off a little bit there in the second half. 15 total steals, and you heard that right. 15 total steals for Bishop Hartley as a team. As for Hoover, shot 52% from the floor. They really heated up there in the second half. 45% from three was the total, but Mac, 20 turnovers. That was the real killer. That was the difference maker for Hoover today.
Absolutely. That's what killed Triway. That's what killed Hoover. That's what will kill you against good teams.
Yeah, especially teams that like to go in transition. I'm excited to see what Highland can do against Troy Country Day this next game right here.
Potentially the most anticipated matchup of the entire day. Seeker Bonifat, former overseas player, is in the house for Highland, former Highland alum. This is an absolute exciting game. We're excited to have you here. We'll be back with you, Q&A broadcasting, in about 15 minutes.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Smithville, Ohio for game number 6. Mac, we're in for a good one today. We have the Highland Hawks, district runner-up to the state champion Monroe Central last year. And then we got Detroit Country Day, powerhouse from Michigan with notable NBA alumni. Mac, they bring in the number 4 and number 5 ranked juniors in the state of Michigan, Christian Cast and Isaiah Marino. And I'm really excited to see what Highland can do against this talented Country Day team.
Absolutely. Highland is a highly good fundamental team that can play with anybody in the state. We've seen them play against Lutheran East, only lost by 3. They're number 80 in the nation and number 2 in the state with a 4-star recruit in Dylan Ziegler. Highland has a bunch of experience. They've been well coached. They've been in games like this for many, many years and decades.
It all starts up top, Coach Mark Slayball. He knows pretty much everything about every team. They're going to have a well-put-together game plan. Alex Miller, their point guard, he's seen pretty much anything. He's played in the state tournament. He's played varsity for 4 years. He's going to be well prepared tonight. Their sophomore transfer, Ryan Zerger from Gleno, going to have a huge role today. The only size that Highland really has to put up against Detroit Country Day today.
Absolutely. And Highland will play with 5 guys on the ball. If they're getting beat up inside, they'll make adjustments the way they need to. Just like you mentioned, Mark Schlabel and Paulson for an excellent coaching staff. They will be able to handle anything Detroit Country Day throws their way.
Yeah, notable fact for Detroit Country Day, Anthony Cartwright, their big guy in the middle. He appears to be in street clothes today. Will not be playing today against Highland. That's a huge hit for Detroit Country Day.
Yes, that is absolutely. That is a huge hit.
On the scoreboard, starting for the other Jackets and junior number 1. And junior number 2, Christian Cass. And junior number 3, Jacob Martin. And sophomore number 12, Ethan Berkey. And a junior number 21, Landon Smith. The other Jackets spoke about head coach Lauren Williams.
Here for Detroit Country Day. Their starting point guard, Christian Cast, has an offer from both Western Michigan and Toledo. I'm excited to see how he can control the pace of this offense. Mac, what are the keys to the game
Right now, Country Day needs to create turnovers so they can get easy buckets against Highland stout defense. Highland doesn't give up any easy buckets in the half court. If Country Day can get off to a fast start, that'll be huge for them because they're playing in an unfamiliar area. Meanwhile, this is like Highland's second home. They're very familiar with playing here at Battle of Berkey and even over the summers. For Highland, they need to control the pace, limit turnovers, and just take good shots. Take Country Day's athleticism out of the game. Okay, rebound effectively. Don't let the size of the athleticism. Don't let the size of the athleticism get taken advantage of.
Detroit Country Day sporting the all-blue look. And I got to say, they got some slick uniforms. Highland will be sporting the all-white look today as we get this tip-off started. Scott Phillips reffing the game. Good ref right there. Highland wins the tip. Alex Miller will bring it to the front court. And right away, we see a trap and a nice skip pass from Alex Miller. We already see some of the patience from Highland. Mitchell will drive and kick to Schrock over to Zerger in the corner. Back up top to Ashton Schrock. Miller will fly a 3 from the wing. He knocks it down. Big shot there from Alex Miller to start the game.
That start for Highland is what they need here. This is what they can get Detroit Country Day uncomfortable. And there's that hustle and toughness you see out of Highland regularly. No matter who they play, they are not scared of anybody ever.
Yeah, sophomore Ryan Zerger there to create the jump ball. He's been a really nice addition, transferred in from Glen Oak last year. Really nice addition to this Hawks team. Gives them a lot of much-needed size and a presence in the paint. There's Christian Cast, the main force behind the Detroit Country Day offense, and the turnover, the steal from Ryan Zerger, as Highland will advance the ball in the front court. And here's Ashton Schrock off the dribble. He'll hand off to Mishler, back to Miller. There's a little bit of a wild pass, but saved by Mishler. Back up top, that'll be Caleb Yoder with the ball. He hands back off to Mishler.
Good patient offense we can see out of Highland. They're used to slow pace, low possession games, winning in the margins.
And a steal there from Isaiah Marino. Isaiah Marino, I've watched a little bit of film on him, and he is a freak athlete. He can fly. Would not be surprised if you see a couple of dunks from him today.
Definitely a foul there by Ashton Schrock.
Really aggressive foul. He was not getting through that cap, that's for sure.
No, he was not. That's what you need to do. Impose your will and physicality early in this game. Don't let Detroit Country Day think they can punk you.
And an easy screen and a whiffed layup from Marino, but David Smith gathers himself for the easy two off an offensive rebound. A wide open bucket. Oh, and a great finish. Great simple footwork. Way to get into the body of the athletic Marino. Negate his shot blocking ability.
Yeah, great X-out play there by Highland. Good, high, hyperactivity defense.
Landon Smith, he'll fire a three. He knocks it down. So 5 quick points for Landon Smith right here. It'll be a tie ball game. And a quick timeout from Country Day, Mac. I don't really know about that timeout. Only 2 minutes into the game.
I think maybe Detroit Country doesn't have a great scout on Highland, and they're trying to pick up things as the game goes along, and then they're now trying to discuss short, quick things in a 30-second timeout of how they can take advantage of some of Highland's flaws.
So, Mac, we haven't seen too much yet. We forgot to go over our picks. Who are you picking to win this game?
I'm picking Highland to win this game, definitively. Could be a little bit of a somewhat, we'll call it a homer pick as a guy that's a big fan of Highland, but I trust them and their familiarity with this area.
Yeah, and a quick foul there from Jaden Martin, but I was going to say I was leaning towards Country Day, but now with the absence of their president, Anthony Cartwright, who has multiple offers for a football scholarship. I've seen big schools like Oregon, LSU, Ohio State. He can go pretty much anywhere. But without him, I think I'm going to pick Highland.
I respect that pick. It's going to be a highly entertaining game, most anticipated matchup of the entire first day of here at Battle at the Berkey.
Here's Ashton Schrock. He'll bring the ball into the front court. Brings off to Caleb Yoder. A nice take. Good job. Back to Yoder for a corner three. Off the back iron. Rebound goes to Jaden Martin, who advances it quickly in transition up to Smith. Cross-court pass, just cast in the corner. Does a little dance, drives to the hoop. Maybe a little push-off there with a pull-up jumper on the baseline. A nice pull-up right there from Christian Cast.
Yeah, so it's a lot of what you'll see out of Cast. He likes to get to his spots. He can score at all three levels. Lanky, athletic. He can do it all.
Yeah, that's a huge size advantage on the shorter Ashton Schrock. Caleb Yoder knocks it three.
No hesitation after missing on their previous possession.
Yeah, that's our confidence boost you want to see. Cast works off a ball screen. It's like Highland's looking to trap some of those ball screens. Says Jaden Smith, he'll fire a three. Great rebound. That's Jaden Martin. A nice rebound there from Ryan Zerger. As Highland will bring it back up the floor with a 1-point lead halfway through the first quarter.
Great attack there by Miller, looking to get into the lane. He had a quickness advantage on some of Detroit Country Day's guards, and he's extremely strong as well.
And a good free throw shooter, Alex Miller, stepping up to the line here.
Alex Miller, something to note, is he's a 4-year varsity starter here for Highland. He's gone to state 3 years in a row. If not correct me, 2 out of the past 3 years Highland has. And he is used to every big game that you've seen. He's played against any player that you can think of that is a high-level recruit.
Yeah, really just embodies what Highland does. And we got some subs in here. Number 24, Dane Willamy for Detroit Country Day. That looks like number 12, CJ Yoder, is in for Highland.
Miller knocks down both free throws.
And a quick three for Detroit Country Day is off the mark, but a tip. And it looks like it'll go back to Highland. Nice box out there from Zerger. You would like to see them grab that rebound, but still they maintain possession.
Interesting decision to go with 2-2-1 here out of Detroit Country Day.
Brock will swing it over CJ Yoder off the bench. He'll fire a three.
He saw what was coming off of the skip pass, and he was able to set his teammate up for a wide open three.
Highland's been red hot here to start. 3 threes already in the first 4 minutes of the game. Country Day looks like they need to slow down a little bit and get a nice shot. There's another turnover right there. And the nice
Pass there by Zerger.
Yeah, good hustle from Jaden Martin to win that possession back as he throws it right back to Highland. Alex Miller comes up with the steal. There's a nice little hesitation. He'll kick out to Ashton Schrock. Schrock will go back to Miller in the corner. Zerger's looking for a post-up. Excuse me, that was Yoder looking for a post-up, and Zerger has it at the top of the key. Miller works off a ball screen, pitches it to Schrock. There's a little shot fake. Tried to running back through that gap, and he draws a foul.
Something to see a lot out of Miller is he's really good at those cross-court passes over his head. He's consistently to then make the defense have to rotate a lot, and it gets you ahead of the defense and create easy opportunities.
Caleb Mishler back in for Highland, and it looks like number 10 back in for Detroit Country Day. It'll be a baseline out of bounds here for Highland. I've got a wet mark. I was praising our team that kept the floor clean, but it doesn't look like they're doing a great job at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes, hey, man, everybody has their mental lapses. It's okay. Gets it into Zerger.
Nice simple outlet. Mishler will fire a college three off the mark. Rebound goes to Landon Smith. Gives it to Cast, who's off and running. Nice move from Cast there. Way to keep his dribble alive, but just so many bodies being shown from Highland. And poor spacing right there from Country Day as Jaden Martin will dribble it at the wing.
You see a lot of that at Highland. They like to make the offense use ball screens, and then they show hard with their bigs, and then their backside is ready to rotate if need be, if they get out of position. Something that Highland prides themselves on is being able to help them rotate and then switch on to anybody necessary.
And a nice backdoor cut there from Cast as he forces Schrock to pick up his second foul. So he'll sit for sure the rest of the quarter. As Schrock goes to work, he'll bring it back up to the top of the key, looking for a ball screen here from Smith.
Like a carry there, sir.
Tough bucket or tough miss there from Cass. Good rebound there from Zerger. He's tied a couple of rebounds now here in the first quarter as Alex Miller will handle the ball at the top of the key.
Yes, Highland has done an excellent job rebounding the ball in this first quarter.
Miscommunication there from Country Day as Alex Miller probably gets the easiest layup he'll have the rest of the night. But just a simple miscommunication as Country Day with a nice move, but just a sloppy pass inside. Looks like that shot was almost tipped there by Zerger.
Another good rebound there by Zerger. He is boxing out and going after those rebounds with no hesitation.
Alex Miller with a little heat check. 3 is off the mark. Looks like Country Day will look to slow it down. Jaden Martin brings it into the front court. And Cass will reject the ball screen. Now will use it. Hits him on a short roll. Smith with a tough fadeaway jumper is off the mark. Good rebound from Miller. And here come the Hawks in transition. And Miller was looking for a flashy pass, and quite frankly, he wasn't there. Nice block there from Zerger. Good save from Highland. Caleb Misher with a heads-up play. And Highland.
That right there is Highland in a nutshell. Hustle plays time after time, never resting until the whistle blows.
Throws back in for Country Day. Isaiah Marino and Ethan Gray both back into the game. Just like number 20, Lance Kooks is in for Detroit Country Day. Highland will take the ball baseline out of bounds. Looks like they were looking for a Caleb Mitchell 3. And a questionable call there from Scott Phillips.
Questionable pass again there by Alex
Yeah.
Miller. That's a couple in a row. Like I was praising him earlier, sometimes he likes to make those overhead passes. A lot of times they work, sometimes they don't. And that can be frustrating as a coach who just wants you to make the simple plays and the fundamentals that Highland preaches.
And that's 2 fouls on Ethan Ray, so he'll sit probably the rest of the quarter. An easy 2 for Ryan Berger. Right now, Mac, Country Day looks like they have no answer for Highland.
They look like they have nothing for him. And I got to say, Highland has come out absolutely furious, and it's one of the keys to the game, as we said, come out fast with Country Day. They're not able to.
Another sloppy pass. Marino maintains possession. He goes right over Yoder, but misses the bucket off the back iron, off the backboard. Excuse me. Another big block from Ryan Zerger, and he has made his presence felt here with 2 blocks. 2 blocks in the first quarter.
Yes, Ryan Zerger is almost owning this game down low. You can tell how much of a loss it is that Detroit Country Day is missing. They're 6'7" big. Anthony Cartwright, 6'4". My apologies. I thought
big
he was
guy.
6'7". He is a big guy, and he's strong. Zerger's taking full advantage.
Number 10, 3. I apologize to whoever number 10 is. We don't have him on the roster. Caleb Missler answers number 3.
Highlands crowd explode. They will travel because they're only 40 minutes away up to this game every year. They always pack this place out.
Another nice pass there from Alex Yoder. Alex Miller, excuse me. Grant Bale gets a lay-in, and Highland takes a 12-point lead here in the first quarter. Isaiah Marina, he'll try a corner 3, is way off the mark. And look at Highland, just runs right down the court for an easy layup.
Great first quarter by Highland. Up by 14, just absolutely owning Detroit Country Day and letting them know whose house this is, even though it's not even their house.
Yeah, overall, just a disappointing game from Country Day, or a quarter from Country Day. Not almost anything going on offense, and no answer for Highland on defense. Just simple miscommunications, and Highland's just taking full advantage of a lazy start here from Country Day.
Yeah, Highland has come out and done what they wanted to do, imposed their will, played immense defensive pressure, applied that, and then they rebound excellent, just like we talked about. They shoot the ball well. They have no hesitation. They've been in games like this and even bigger games and played better teams than Detroit Country Day. They're not fazed by anything that Detroit Country Day will throw at them.
Yeah, Highland jumps out to a 14-point lead here at the end of the first quarter. Country Day's going to have to make some big adjustments to get back in this.
I think someone that may have heard Detroit Country Day, and I don't know this for certain, I'm not reporting this, is they might not have had much of it, any of the scout on Highland.
Yeah.
They don't know what their players are capable of and how they play, and that might have thrown them off guard. So the upside is Detroit Country Day did not know anything. Now that they have maybe a little bit of a scout, an idea of what Highland does, maybe they can implement some of their schemes to take advantage.
Alex Miller will handle the ball for Highland. A nice fake handoff there from Caleb Yoder. He gets fouled. He'll go to the line for 2 shots. Quick huddle up for Country Day. You'd like to see more of that, some more communication from them on the court. Yoder knocks down the first free throw of 2, extending the Highland lead. He goes 2 for 2. That'll be his 6th point of the game for Caleb Yoder. Christian Cass will bring the ball up. A little DHO action. Nice roll there from Landon Smith, who just gets bodied up by Ryan Durgan. Looks like 5 seconds. This Highland team is pumped up right now.
5 second calls are such an energy boost in a game like this. When he picks up that dribble, everybody just went to deny right away. Excellent defense and coaching there by Highland.
Yeah, I don't know if Country Day was expecting Highland to just roll over, but Highland has just bullied them physically so far.
Yes, they have. They have owned them, and they have said, we're here to play. We're not afraid of you.
Alex Miller, he'll fire a 3 from the wing. Is off the mark. The rebound goes to Country Day. Nice play there from C.J. Yoder. And a quick foul from Christian Cass. And you got to think that might be just a little bit of a frustration foul.
Cass is not feeling himself right now. He hasn't been able to get anything going at all. And Highland has just been pounding him with bodies and faces all over him no matter what he tries to do.
Mishler, he'll fire a 3 from the corner. Is off the mark. Rebound goes to Country Day. And almost a quick steal there from Yoder. Isaiah Marino looks to get downhill in transition. He'll pitch off. Country Day will fire a 3. Way short. That's Langston Howard with the 3-point.
Another excellent rebound by Highland. Again, so they can get out in transition and get potentially easier buckets.
And a nice block there from Marino to save Country Day. A bucket right there. Looks like it'll be Country Day ball here, so a rare stop there. They need a couple more of those.
Yes, they do. Country Day needs to find an answer for this Highland defense. They have not been able to get much penetration or open looks.
Ash does a little dance and almost loses the ball on its way to Marino.
A little bit too much just dancing out here by Detroit Country Day. They haven't been getting a lot of screening action, off-ball cuts, or even just overall ball movement to get Highland maybe out of this game.
Yeah, it's a lot of isolation ball, and Highland shows so many bodies they're gapping up all the time. You're going to struggle with isolation ball against this Highland team.
Exactly, especially if your spacing isn't up to par, and there's a lot of just single gaps out there, which are hard to get through for anybody.
Yeah, Marino knocks down this first free throw, so that'll be his first point of the game. And Country Day would like to see him get going a little bit more as he steps up to the line, looking to go 2 for 2. And looks like it's no good off the back iron. Rebound goes to Caleb Mishler. And a rainbow pass. Highland remaining patient, not forcing anything. They'll throw it to their big Ryan Zerger in the post. Just a nice move there. Just takes it right into the hole. An easy 2 as Highland goes up ahead by 17 here in the second quarter. A sloppy pass from Cass as it's intercepted by Alex Miller.
See Highlands playing at their pace. They're not going too fast. They're playing the way they want to play. And they're just owning Detroit Country Day. Part of it is mental right now. They have gotten in Detroit Country Day's head with the way they play, because they can also play fast and quickly transition, but also slow in the half court, similar to what Bishop Hartley would do.
Yeah, and just some bully ball there from Zerger in the post. That'll be Landon Smith's second foul of the game. So Country Day with a couple of guys in foul trouble. Maybe a lot of guys with 2 fouls as Zerger missed his first free throw. Substituted Jaden Martin back in for Country Day. Zerger's second free throw attempt is good. Detroit Country Day in desperate need of some offense right now. Cass looks to take it to the hoop. He loves that little left-handed extension. It creates just enough separation. He throws up a wild shot, and Zerger doing a nice job running the floor. Back out to Mishler for a 3 is off the mark.
On Detroit Country Day, I would look to call a timeout here maybe. Try to slow ourselves down, get ourselves in our best available set, and then we can just get a bucket. And we can just get a bucket. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't know what for. So we can just get a bucket to calm us down and play our style.
Nice start there. Puts a peak fitness moment of the game right there. Easy step up going for Ryan Zerger. And Isaiah Marino, the pull-up jumper is no good. Rebound, Alex Miller. CJ Yoder will fire three. All Highland here. They hold a 34-11 lead. Country Day wants no part of Highland right now. Oh, struck.
Christian Cast, you can just see it on his body language and his face. He is absolutely shell-shocked. The coaches are trying to pick his head up. He doesn't know what to do. Highland throws bodies at him. He can't get anything going. And the Detroit Country team does not know what has hit them. Welcome to Northeast Ohio.
Welcome to Northeast Ohio is right back. I don't know what they were expecting. I'm sure it's difficult to scout a team that's maybe, 4 hours away, but I think they would figure something out by now. It's just been all Highland here.
It has been. Highland, like you said earlier, probably got a really good scout here to be able to know what Country Day likes to do. And then again, like we've mentioned, potentially the size being a difference maker, but a 23-point difference maker, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Anthony Colwright's a good player, and he's a big presence in the post. But I don't know how much he could do to limit this Highland team.
This Highland team might be one of the best ones we've seen in the past 5 years.
Yeah, it's a really good. I mean, they're good every year, but this team, the transfer from Georgia, from Glen Oak, huge help, huge addition to this team.
Plus all the senior leadership they have and guys that have played year in and year out on varsity. Yeah. This is nothing new to most of these guys.
Especially the junior Grant Bill back into the game for Highland. Country Day just looking for any sort of spark on offense right now. Cass will fire a three, and it's almost an air ball. Rebound goes to Mishler.
And you can see it in Cass' face. He is absolutely shell-shocked, doesn't even know what to do, has no answer for Highland.
Berger will go to work. A nice jab step with his left and a spin over the middle. Looks like he maybe got fouled.
Finally, a solid defensive possession by Detroit Country Day. Maybe something to help turn the tides a little bit.
Jaden Martin gets to 2 feet, dishes out to Cass. And Country Day really looking for Cass ISO ball to do something. They need to get some other action as Ethan Bray fires up a three, which is no good. They just look like they're relying on Christian Cast a ton right now.
And like we said earlier, they're not getting any screening action, not even for Cast alone, or to get any screens to get other guys open and get them feeling themselves a little bit.
DJ Yoder's pull-up is no good. Cast will find Marino for an easy 2, so for Country Day.
Is that their first points of this quarter?
That might be their first points of the quarter, yeah.
5 minutes into the quarter.
A nice crossover from Miller. He'll pitch off. That's Grant Bill with a 3. No good.
Rebound by Zerger. Big rebound by Zerger.
And everything is going Highland's way as CJ Yoder fires a 3, which is no good.
Highland's been able to get a lot of good looks recently here, even though Detroit Country Day does get a layup in transition.
Yeah, nice take there from Ethan Bray in transition. Problem is, Country Day hasn't been able to run in transition. Highland's made everything. They haven't had the opportunity to get out and run like they like to do.
Seems like Detroit Country Day has something scattered out. You hear their coach yelling out this entire play by Highland, but they can just not stay in front of it. Never mind.
Here comes Christian Cass in transition. There's a nice long step, and Cass with an easy layup. So his second bucket of the game.
Cute little 6-0 run here for Detroit Country Day. It's something that they're looking forward to. Mark Slayball wants time to talk about something.
And no reason to give Country Day any momentum. You see they went on a quick 6-0 run. I understand the timeout, Coach Slayball. They're first of the half. Not too worried for Highland.
Not in the slightest. Highland has complete control of this game. They just don't want the momentum to swing drastically before halftime.
Yeah, I agree with that. You really want to just keep punching it. Don't give them any reason to think they can win this game.
Considering this was the most anticipated matchup of the day, I still think it could be an amazing game, but right now Highland is controlling this game, doing whatever they darn well please.
Right now it's shaping up to be the biggest letdown of the day. not the biggest
Shaping
show.
up to be. It reminds me a little bit of the Highland Wayne Trace game a couple years ago, where Highland dominated Wayne Trace, which was a perennial for a few years state contender.
A quick turnover from Highland. Not what you want to see. Coach Schleybaugh is upset. Understandably so. Ethan Bray will handle the ball. Maybe looking for some action to get cast. A nice open look here. Got a down screen for him, and he'll catch it on the wing.
That's looking to go here. Looking again to ISO ball.
Nice. Loves that step back going right. Gets a little extension there. Not enough for an offensive foul, but enough to create separation, but his shot's off the mark.
Again, with another defensive rebound by Zerger. He has what I imagine is 6 to 7 rebounds in this game already.
And a foul there on number 3, Jaden Martin. That'll be his second. So, Country Day with 4 people with 2 fouls at the moment.
That is a good statistic to bring up, considering foul trouble can be a thing if you're trying to get back into a game.
And an easy layup for Zerger. Nice pass there. Another one for Alex Miller, who's really been wheeling and dealing on any defense that Country Day has thrown at Highland.
And Alex Miller can do it all. He can score, he can defend, and he can distribute.
A little hop step inside Marino. No good. Really just got bullied there. Tried to take a dribble into Zerger and went nowhere.
Zerger is wiry, but he is strong to say the least.
Nice pitch back. Grant Bill will fire a corner 3, and it's no good, but a big rebound there from Caleb Yoder. Highland goes back up to 21.
This game is not what we expected, Quinn. Not at all. Not the slightest. I thought it would be competitive. I thought it would be somewhat almost low scoring, but Highland is on pace to score about 80 points in this game.
Yeah, this has been all Highland here. A nice play there from Jaden Martin. Trying to get them an easy 2 as he almost traveled. But a count for Mike, a bucket, and a foul. See a strong reaction here from a fan, I think. So, a little bit of light here for Country Day to end the half.
They've cut the lead to 19. It was 23 at one point earlier in the second quarter.
Chris Paul on the Suns. Big 3 to cut the lead to 45.
What is this commentating gig if it's not fun, fellas? That's all I'm saying.
Jaden Martin in and out on his free throw. So Highland will more than likely wait out the clock as number 11. It's like Henry Schleybaugh out there. Number 10 for Highland's checked into the game. Cast is off and running in transit. And a nice step over. Count the basket. Chance for a 3-point play.
That right there is a play that Highland absolutely hates. Bad fouls that are weak that allows to get an and one. Right there, Highland should have just taken the charge or attempted to take a charge there. That's the play that Highland looks for.
Yeah, definitely would have been a charge opportunity. A little guy like Henry Schleybaugh in there, you'd like to see him at least try and take a charge. Not much he can do with a much bigger, stronger, faster Christian Cast in transition. If he knocks down a free throw, it'll cut the lead to 16. So Country Day, they're down. They're not completely out of it.
This is important for Country Day. Don't let up any buckets, but these last few minutes, ever since they called that timeout down 34-11, have impacted this game greatly and gotten them a little bit of momentum ending out this half.
7 seconds left. And silly foul there. That'll be... Looks like it'll be on Christian Kennedy. Third foul of the half. And that is just a foul you cannot have. Pretty much one of the only players showing life out there, and he picks up his 3rd foul. And looks like they're in the bonus now. Send Alex Miller, who's an excellent free throw shooter, back to the line. And his first free throw is true. They're off the back iron. So 7 seconds here for Country Day to do something. This is Jaden Martin. He'll fire up a 3 air ball, and that'll end it for the half.
Very surprising first half, Quinn. 39-22.
I would agree with that. Country Day did not come ready whatsoever.
No, they did not. Maybe after that timeout got called, about 4 minutes left in the first half, they came out, showed some life, went on 11-5 run. Maybe they're going to come back here in the second half.
Yeah, and today's game is sponsored by Hearing. Thank you for Hearing to sponsoring this game. Big shout out to you guys. We really appreciate all of our sponsors here. And joining us for the halftime trivia question will be Smithville's own Anthony Hackworth. Anthony, say hi to America.
Hello, America. I'm glad to be here. It's great. This is game 6 going on here at Battle of the Berkey.
Yeah, game 6 going on here at Battle of the Berkey.
Incredible games we've had.
A couple of stats here for you. So Country Day shooting a miserable 33% from the field and 20% from 3. And Highland, on the other hand, shooting lights out. Only 51% from the floor, actually. 35% from 3, though. Much better. They created many more turnovers. Only 6 turnovers for Highland. As for Country Day, only 9 turnovers, actually. But what we're all here for is Anthony. We're here to ask you this halftime trivia question. What is the largest margin of victory in a Battle of the Berkey game over its 5-year tenure?
There's been some good teams here. There's also been some bad teams. And sometimes those good teams face those bad teams. And I think recently, if I can recall memory calls, Chippewa might have been one of those bad teams. And they lost, I believe, 35 points, if I can recall.
Only ball knowledge. This guy knows what's up.
That's what happens when you're on the cleaning crew every year for 5 years.
I am down there on the court. I realize everything that is going on down there.
Yeah, so the answer is Cardinal Mooney did beat Chippewa in 2023 by 35, and that's actually tied. Harvest Prep beat Lake Catholic last year, 85-50. Both 35-point victories. Not really games you want to see at a competitive showcase like this.
Not at all. But for the majority of the games that we have seen, they have been good high-level games, especially with high-level teams. And that's what draws in the crowd. That's what draws in the appease. And that's what makes this a fun event.
So, Anthony, what's your main takeaway from that Highland Country Day game?
I'm thinking Highland is doing good on the rebounds, and that is where they are definitely beating Country Day. They have been killing them offensively and defensively and getting those rebounds, and they're facilitating the ball around quite well. Another thing I noticed down there is the only person on Country Day that is communicating is their head coach. Not a single player is saying anything down there, and it's really showing from the defensive aspect.
Yeah, we even saw some body language up here, pretty poor body language from Country Day.
But Country Day is very good. They have that athleticism for those transitions, and if they're going to want to keep it close, they're going to need to keep exploiting that transition offense that they have there.
Yeah, Mac, what do you think is the key for Country Day to get back in this game?
You just got to keep your head level-headed. You can't be showing up too much emotion because Highland will feed on that. And Country Day just has to understand, what did we do wrong in that half? What did we do right? Let's take advantage of what a Highland, some of their weaknesses are, and let's play to our strengths. Let's not play so much iso ball. Let's also get some more actions going like I was talking about the entire first half.
And for Highland, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
They're limiting that isolation play. They're just throwing bodies at Cast and Marino. They can't hardly do much. And just keep your foot on the gas. Keep knocking down those open shots and take advantage of the miscues from Country Day.
Exactly. Limit some turnovers, and that's about all she wrote for Highland.
All right. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes to start the second half. Welcome back here to Smithville, Ohio, where Highland had an absolutely dominant first half. Hopefully, we're looking to see Country Day get back into this game. What do they need to do to get back in it?
Country Day, honestly, just needs to settle down and just, again, I'm going to say it so the cows come home, run some action so that they can just get Highland's defense maybe broken down a little bit. They're stout defensively, but the Country Day also needs to look to get turnovers and get pushed out in transition. If they can do that, they can use their athleticism to their advantage as they are the more athletic team.
Yeah, Highland's too good in gaps to run isolation ball. Country Day is the more athletic team, but they're not really taking advantage of it by just sitting out there playing ball. A little too much dancing for my liking. They need a little more grit and ground and pound basketball. Get a couple of easy buckets here. Do what you do best. You're more athletic, run in transition.
Exactly. I'm really looking forward to the second half because this was the most anticipated game of today.
Let's see what adjustments Country Day has made. Looks like they'll start off with a little bit of action from Christian Cast, who's a quick three there from Ethan Bray is off the mark, but a nice rebound. Isaiah Marino goes up and he gets fouled. He'll head to the line for 2 shots.
Already better than their first half execution, getting some action right away to get Cast coming off the screen and getting a ball screen itself.
Yeah, a big rebound there from Jade Clark. Not the biggest guy, but a huge rebound there, and Isaiah Marino goes up and gets fouled.
Brock already has his third foul, 16 seconds into the second half after he sat most of the first half.
James Mayball-esque right there. Still holds the Ohio record. Fastest foul out ever. James Mayball, minute and a half in middle school.
Actually absurd, and it's an awesome fun fact.
Actually true.
Actually true.
Isaiah Marino knocks down 1 out of 2 free throws. Highland will look to just keep doing what they were doing in the first half.
Country Day looks very active here in their press on defense.
Looks like almost a walk from Miller. And some communication there. We didn't see a lot of that from Country Day, but that's encouraging to see here in the second half.
They're much more active, and they have got life again. I think whatever happened to that halftime, it just made them motivated to come out.
Alex Miller with the corner three. Big shot there from Miller. That's a big reason Highland's just going to keep their foot on the gas here. Open threes, they're knocking them down. A nice cut there. It looks like an offensive foul. Great play from Alex Miller. That's a huge culture play for Highland. Great play.
100%. That play requires toughness. You got a guy flying into your chest at 15 miles an hour, and you just got to take it on the nose. I respect that play.
That's a great play from Alex Miller. And next time the offensive player looks to take off, he's going to be thinking about that charge play. He's probably going to hesitate a little bit because he knows that in the back of his mind.
100%, Quinn. That's why those plays are such game changers.
A nice little Euro step from Miller. Brock staying in the game with 3 fouls. Caleb Minster knocks down a 3. And it looks like Highland's reign of dominance is just going to continue here in the second half. 2 threes on back-to-back possessions to start the half.
Highland will not let off the gas. They will not play no delay of game. They're going to keep coming at you, keep attacking you defensively.
Jose Marino with a drive. Foul looks like it'll be on Caleb Yoder there. Physical drive from Marino. Yoder did a nice job holding his ground. Gets called for the block.
Yeah. All these Highland kids, no matter what they look like or how they play, they are always strong, tough, and physical. They will not back down to anything. Just don't lay over.
Sloppy play. Highland ends up with the ball. Alex Miller running a transition with a no-look pass. It's just tipped by Cast. Goes ahead to Isaiah Marino, who is a jam right off the front of the rim.
Absolutely.
Looking like Kevin Love out there with the rim stuff. Because Alex Miller lays it in on the other end.
That is a 4-point swing and maybe a big momentum swing there for Detroit Country Day.
And Marino answers right back. Looked like he thought about dunking that one, but maybe decided not to after that last outcome.
Just wanted to get to 2 points because that's what matters in a game like this when you're down by 22.
Hunting pressure here from Langston Howard. Miller pretty unfazed by it. And she rips baseline and takes an easy 2.
The amazing touch there by Miller. Didn't even get off his feet, just laid it up right off the glass.
And he's got a game-high 15 points for Highland. His cast with an air ball. Schrock was in his grill right there on that jump shot.
Cass is looking to force a little too many shots. That was a quick, no-pass possession.
Highland continues to stay red hot. The answer there from Langston Howard, much needed for Country Day.
Maybe to quiet Highland down a little bit because their crowd, it's pretty much a home game for Highland if we're being real. Their crowd is into it right now.
This seems very one-sided right now from a crowd aspect and from a game aspect.
Yes, very much so. Highland's dominated in any phase of the game, whether it's mental, emotional, or physical.
A foul there. Looks like it's on number 4, Langston Howard. Substitution in here for Country Day. Isaiah Rita will go to the bench. Caleb Mishler's nice pitch back to Ashton Schrock. Drives baseline. Goes up a wild shot that almost bounces in. Looks like a deflection. Country Day will pick it up and run the other way. Landon Smith, he'll fire a 3 and knocks it down. So back-to-back threes here for Country Day. Cuts the lead to 21 for Country Day.
With 12 minutes left in this game, anything can happen. Country Day has shown they can be explosive in spurts, and they can make this a real ball game going into the fourth. So Highland has to be careful and keep their pedal on the gas like they have. Look.
On the horn for Highland. Miller will fire 3. He knocks it down. Highland just has an answer for every single thing that Country Day does. They look at Country Day. Anything they do well, Highland says they can do better.
Highland's been shooting over 50% from 3 in this game, and that is just what allowed them to pull away.
Cass fired up a deep 3 off the back iron. Nice rebound there from Howard. He'll draw a foul. Looks like he'll go to the line for 2 shots.
They will not go to the line for 2 shots, so we get the ball underneath. Cass with an air.
And look at him running the floor. It's Grant Bill. What a great run. Matt, that really summarizes the game. Highland just outplaying Country Day, out hustling. It's a complete dominance performance.
So is that play by Schrock. That is the hustle plays that Highland looks for. Straight out lane.
Highland rolls up by 28 points here. Looks like it's about to be a running clock against one of the top teams in Michigan.
This is the most impressive game I have ever seen here at the Battle of the Berkey. Just embarrassing teams with some of the better players in all of Michigan.
And one thing to note about Highland, as Howard with a nice stay to the rim, he puts it up for 2. Howard's been a nice source of offense off the bench, but Highland has been in a running clock 9 of their 14 games so far this season. I thought for sure this was not going to be one of them, but Mac, it's looking pretty likely. Just bully ball. CJ Yoder fires a 3. It's off the mark. Jaden Martin up top of the ball. He'll work off a screen. There's a nice little step back going right off the mark.
Durger with another rebound. It's probably his 8th rebound of the night.
He's been dominant on the boards. Oh, Miller does a little dance. Ditches off to Schrock, who will take it back to the top of the key and reset the offense. A nice pass from Miller. Brent Bill will drive. A nice dump off there to Zerger. Out the basket. And a foul.
Something else I just wanted to point out here, Quinn. This was a source of contempt in this Wayne County area. Anybody that said Orville would have beat Highland, I guess it's pretty obvious that we can disagree.
I'm not going to get into a big debate right now, but you know where I stand. I 100% side with you, and we're just saying a full display of dominance right here.
It's just showing their years and years of tradition that they have and how they are completely well coached, tough, shoot the ball well, fundamental, all of the above. They are that team.
Michigan, welcome to Ohio basketball. I'll say that much.
It is a different breed over here in Ohio, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a homer. I'm saying that because I've seen it.
Yeah, tune in tomorrow. Lansing Waverly. Lansing Waverly will play Euclid at 1 o'clock tomorrow. That'll be another Ohio-Michigan matchup. That'll be a fun one. Super high-paced, super downhill teams that like to attack and transition.
Absolutely, Quinn. That game will be another exciting game. Tomorrow's slate's full of exciting, high-scoring matchups tomorrow. If you want to tune into that, you should. Game start at 11:30. Go till 8 o'clock at night.
Highland suffocating on defense here. Christian Cass looks to go to work. Looks like he'll try and back down CJ Yoder. Nice little spin seal to a pullback. Nice bucket there from Christian Cass. Not a lot's gone right for Country Day, but that was a nice bucket there from Cass.
That was.
So Cass with the team high 9 points. And a very rare sloppy turnover there from Highland. Just a little bit of an airmail pass and not a great catch there. Combined effort on that turnover. Nice crossover there. Howard might have got away with travel there. A hop step across the lane. It's Marino on the wing. He'll fire a pull-up three and knocks it down. So Isaiah Marino with a big shot to get himself going. Country Day just looking for anything on offense right now. Quick transition pitch. Looks like Highland will move into a Princeton set here. Well, it looks like they're in Michigan. They'll just hold the ball, no doubt, for the last shot of the quarter. Miller just dribbling in between two guys. And a nice steal there from Howard. Pass is off and running in transition. 12 seconds left. Maybe get pounded. A foul here with 8.4. Looks like it'll be on the floor.
Gives 14 a little bit of a shove.
Yeah, you can tell he's probably a little frustrated by this Highland defense. I can't say I blame him. He's been having the entire game. That's what Highland does.
Christian Cass shooting 2.
Number 14, Christian Mullet, did practically hug Cast on that play.
Yeah.
So, understandably so, it's a little frustrating when you're getting hugged and grabbed.
That's knocks down the free throw, so he's in double figures now with 10 points. Isaiah Marino, the second leading scorer, with 9. And Cass goes 2 for 2, so down to a 22-point lead. Again, we've seen crazier comebacks. Not looking very likely, especially not against this Highland team.
Absolutely not, Quinn. Highland looks like they're on a mission to dominate this game from start to finish.
Sarger, no good at the buzzer. Highland holding a commanding 62-40 lead here as we end the third quarter. And once again, thank you to our sponsor, Hearing, for bringing this game to us. Really appreciate you guys. Big shout out. Thank you to Hearing. Bring you some stats here from the game. Highland shooting 60% from the floor and 42% from the field. They have 15 assists as a team so far this game. For Country Day, shooting only 37% from the floor on 31% from three. 11 turnovers, only 4 assists for Country Day. That's where we're seeing a lot of that ISO ball come from.
Yeah. Country Day is struggling a lot. Part of that ISO ball is because they have absolutely no answers and don't know what to do against Highland's defense. They're so versatile offensively. They can have many guys switch on to Cass and switch onto the big fellas that they have down there, and they just have no answer.
A nice long step from Berger. An easy pick. You know, they watch Highland play. Smithville, Highland, they're pretty connected because that's where Coach Corey Kaufman is from. But I got to tell you, I've not seen Ryan Zerger play yet in his career. He has really impressed me so far.
He has really impressed me as well. Excellent defensive player. Knows how to use his length. Excellent rebounder. Knows his strengths. Knows his weaknesses.
Nice play there from Marino. Really utilizing that athleticism. Mishler running off the screen to the corner, fires back up top to Schrock. And Country Day showing pressure. Highland pretty unfazed by it at this point. A little bit of energy here from, I think they're Country Day fans. Not really sure as Caleb Young throws up a floater, which is real good. Christian Cass finds a deep three. Way off the mark. Way off the mark. Those shots, not on the down today for Country Day.
No, they have not played. That's Country Day has not been able to get anything going whatsoever. They have no rhythm, no flow. They're just completely ice cold.
Croc thought about it. Now he skips over to Caleb Yoder. He'll fire corner three. Nothing but that. Bottom of the net. Highland continues to just knock down 3 after 3 this game. And an answer there from Ethan Bray. Country Day. I wouldn't even say light at the end of the tunnel, but a little bit of something to be happy about.
Maybe. Country Day can get a few turnovers, which is hard to do against this Highland team. Get a few buckets. We could have something interesting if they can cut it within under 15 here in the next couple minutes. Coming out of this timeout, let's see if Detroit Country Day has any answers. And like you said, maybe a tiny light in the tunnel.
Yeah, we saw earlier this year on the game, Chippewa went on a 21-2 run to end the game. So it's not impossible. Again, we've mentioned this several times. Very unlikely.
It's very unlikely, but Chippewa also did do that against an excellent team in Smith.
And so an easy dump off now. Man's take there from Zerger.
Good hop into the gap there by Zerger, taking a power dribble and going up with some force.
Yeah, one thing about this Highland team, they don't shy away from contact. They don't seek out contact. Country Day has wanted no part of it.
Absolutely nothing. Country Day, I think, is just overall shocked and shattered, and it might just hurt them that they did have to drive 4 hours probably earlier today, if not last night, and they're also missing their big guy.
Zerger's free throws off the mark. 16 points for the big guy today, at least 2 blocks, and a handful of rebounds, multiple handfuls of rebounds, actually. Really impressive performance from him today, and he knocks down his second free throw.
Second leading scorer in this entire game is 17 points this early.
Ethan Bray will look to make something happen. Gives off the cast. Pitches back to Landon Smith. He'll fire a 3. Oh, good rebound there. Good strong rebound. And Marino just misses a bunny.
And that has been the story of the night for Detroit Country Day. Just can't get anything to go their way.
Highland handling 100 days pressure with pretty much ease.
And being very patient here. They could have taken a couple wide open threes earlier in this possession, but they're taking their time, trying to get just good looks and layups.
Schrock maybe could have shot that. Throws an unselfish pass. And that gets stolen by Jaden Martin, who's off in transition.
And he misses another bunny.
It looked like he was trying to seek out some contact and lost the ball on the cross. And as Ethan Bray cleans it up to cut the lead to 21 for the Country Day.
Honestly, overall, Bob Country Day, just a disappointing performance. You came into this game thinking you are an excellent team, which you are. You're playing another high-level team in Highland. It's going to be a good competitive game. Come out, we can win this. And they just, from the jump, they just got hounded by Highland. They were not ready for that pressure or that type of defense in this style that Highland plays.
Yeah, it looks like they just got off the bus on a 4-hour drive.
It does. When you come out lackluster and then you get absolutely hounded by a team that's been in this position over and over and over and played in this gym dozens of times, it's just not for you sometimes.
And Christian Cass pull-up is off the mark and is hauled in by Caleb Mishler. Highland and a timeout by Coach Schleybaugh. He's bringing in a sub.
Wants to talk some things over, make sure everything goes smoothly in these last 4 and 24.
Yeah, not taking any chances. I don't blame him for that.
Once again, just want to shout out our staff for everything they've done today, from the hospitality to running the scoreboard to Joel Yates announcing and everything. To all of our staff that runs the concession stands, dealing with parking, huge shout out to them once again that keeps this thing running year in and year out.
Yeah. Big shout out Coach Corey Kaufman, too. Does a really nice job getting teams here from all over the place. Sets up nice matchup. Good basketball game so we can enjoy.
100%, man. I don't know where he gets all these connections from, but I give him props. He seems to know every high school coach in the northeastern to Midwest part of America.
Yeah, he does.
The hometown Smithies will be getting ready to play right after this against Minster, who does have a good big 6'8" Cole Albers, who is going to Hillsdale College. He is committed. So that will be an interesting, fascinating matchup.
Yeah, stay tuned for that one. I'll be interested to see how that smaller Smithville team can match up with Minster.
Smithville has struggled against size earlier this year. It will be interesting to see how they can attack the zone as well against Minster.
Yeah, I remember last year at Battle of Berkey, they played Genoa, who had a big guy, about 6'6", 6'7", Walter Plant. Smithville handled them really well. That's probably a big reason why they ended up winning that game.
100%. But Smithville does not have the size that they used to have the past couple of years, and a 4-year varsity player, Quinn Maybaugh, who recently graduated.
Yeah, and they also lost the sharp shooting of Ethan Pyatt.
Debatable.
He can shoot you in and out of games, Mac. I'll tell you that much.
I'll tell you right now, he could get as hot as anybody on the court in Smithville. Maybe history.
Time for Ryan Zerger here at Smithville.
Ryan Zerger is making his presence felt, as we know, the entire game. He's letting them know that he is here to stay. He is only a sophomore, and he is an up-and-coming young player.
Yeah, and really, him and Alex Miller duking it out for what's going to be player of the game. I'd be fine to give it to either one.
I would be too. Zerger was able to handle the inside, play really well defensively, just be an overall rock on that defense. But Alex Miller leads the team in offense. Overall, shot the ball really well. It distributes, defends, does it all. Is maybe their biggest emotional leader they have on the team.
But overall, they play different styles. They're both super effective today, and they both They did what they do best today.
100%.
Nice tip out of bounds there from Jake Martin. Probably prevented another wide open three for Highland. Well, Highland holding a 23-point lead here with 3.5 minutes left. Probably just looking for nice long possessions. Maybe we'll take open shots, but in reality, just trying to run out the clock.
Exactly. Trying to keep this game the way it has been. Get easy layups, just like that one there. Good shot there.
Nice shot right there from Caleb. It's an easy two. He's up to 14 points on the night. Ethan Bray will fire a three. Deep three is good. So Ethan Bray gets to double figures. He's got 10 points today. And Highland will advance the ball over to Alex Miller. It's a pullback dribble. Drives in the corner, gets trapped. A really nice pass, a wraparound there.
Once again, Highland's just taking their time, doing whatever it is, cutting, moving off the ball. A lot of what you see out of a really well-coached team here.
And it looks like Country Day will foul here. In my opinion, there's really no need to foul. You're down 22. Unless we're trying to sub out. Please tell me you're not trying to play the free throw game.
That would be an odd game to play.
Yeah. It looks like they're just subbing some guys in now. And Highland will throw it into the backcourt to Alex Miller, who's fouled quickly by Cast. That'll be Cast's fourth foul.
Again, interesting. I don't know if I'd call it a strategy, but fouling.
Interesting decision from the coach to foul. You're down 22 with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. I don't really understand how much fouling is going to do but prolong the game.
Exactly. They're really trying to foul. You can see it. Durger decides to call a timeout smartly. This game will now just get prolonged, even though it doesn't really necessarily need to. This game, we know how it went. It started off shooting, hounding defensive presence, opened up the lead to 34-11. Detroit yesterday thought maybe a little bit of life. Highland came out in the second half, squashed all of that, every bit of it. Got up to a lead as big as 31 in this game.
Yeah, just a dominant start from Highland start to finish. Very impressive to see. Highland always has a nice scouting report. They knew pretty much anything and everything Country Day was going to do today, and they went out there and they showed it. Now, obviously, not the result we all wanted. We wanted a close game, high intensity with both teams duking it out. Super impressed by Highland, though. Probably the most impressive performance of the weekend. Just sheer dominance from the Hawks today.
Exactly. From start to finish. And they honestly own Detroit Country Day, like I said earlier, mentally, emotionally, physically, and most importantly, on the scoreboard.
Most importantly, yeah. 2.5 minutes left to play here. Game that is all but decided. Hopefully we don't continue to foul and have a bunch of clock stoppages.
We're already a little bit behind schedule.
Nice hop step through gap there from Miller. Gets it back at the top of the key. And a double team. He just splits it with ease. And a foul from Country Day. That'll put Highland in the bonus, and Miller will go to the line for 2 shots.
Jake Martin, his third. Alex Miller, shooting 2.
Rare miss from the free throw line from Miller. Rims it in and out.
Those Berkey rims, sometimes they're forgiving and sometimes they're not so forgiving.
Yeah. I had to actually replace the old hoops because they were so old. Especially after hosting this event, we get some high-flying teams in here. Don't want to have the hoops crash down in the middle of the game and stop everything.
That would ruin the entire weekend, unfortunately.
Nice split from Cass. Looks like he tried to throw a ball fake and lost it. And you look, see, this is a culture thing for Highland. They are still playing super hard right now. 2 minutes left, holding a 23-point lead. They are not giving in at all.
They take pride in everything that they do, from start to finish, and every way that they play. They want the score to be as honestly as large as it possibly can be without being unsportsmanlike.
See a little bit of a wild pass there. It's intercepted by Christian Castle. Fire 3 off the mark.
No legs in that shot for Cass there. Misses it very short.
And a quick foul here from Country Day, and that'll send Alex Miller back to the line for 2 more free throws. You know, I saw Zerger say something to Miller as he went to the free throw line, and I saw a little smirk there. I wondered if he mentioned something about that player of the game there at the end of the game. Miller goes up. Game high 20 points. Zerger sitting there right at 19 points.
It's interesting you bring that up, Quinn, because that would not surprise me. A little bit of friendly competition between the two teammates.
For as
trying to battle it out.
as competitive as a program as Highland is, I wouldn't be surprised.
Miller knocks it down.
The friendly Berkey bounce right there is
Miller will never get out of the game.
it's a standing ovation, and quite frankly, he deserves every single clap of it. Really nice game for Alex Miller as Christian Mullet will check into the game. Ryan Zerger checks out. Both Miller and Zerger domination today. Excellent
100%.
performance.
2 best players on the court, if we're being frankly honest.
Yeah, I would agree. And Ashton Schrock picks up his 4th foul, 0 points. He won't show up in the box score, but a Cole Mayball-esque performance, great defensive performance, won't show up in the box score, but has a very large impact and a big role on why Christian Cass has struggled so much today.
Yes, I 100% agree with you there, Quinn. Sorry, I had a little brain lapse there. I'm just looking at the scoreboard.
Our Butzer Peak Fitness brain dead moment of the game.
We have about 3 of those every quarter, if we're being honest.
Oh, it's all that weightlifting.
Might be more the things other than weightlifting, if we're being honest, Quinn.
All that caffeine.
Might be worse than that.
Well,
Be responsible, kids.
Schrock with another great defensive play as we just brought up, and Christian Mullet.
Detroit Country Day has 0 intentions of fouling. As you heard their coaches, do not foul. Looks like we'll just dribble this game out for the rest. Ashton Schrock had another idea, actually.
His first shot attempt of the game it's sent back after the turnover. A nice Euro step from James
And
Martin.
another missed funny layup by Detroit Country Day. That just simulates their entire day, unfortunately. And what's going to hurt for this even more is that that 4-hour bus ride is going to be a long butted ride no matter what.
That is going to be miserable. But they learned about some Ohio basketball today, that's for sure.
Yes, they did. They learned about Highland basketball in particular, and this is what they're about. They've been doing this for a couple of decades.
And once again, the hearing player of the game will be presented in just a moment. Overall, just a dominant performance from Highland today. Disappointed as a fan, but nonetheless,
100%. I wouldn't expect anything less from a team. The way they played, I was surprised and disappointed in Detroit Country Days.
This game this evening. Direct your attention to mid-court. Where we will present the hearing player of the game. The Highland Schools, Alex Miller.
a well-deserved hearing player of the game goes to Alex Miller. Had a really nice game. Finished with a game-high 21 points. Also dealt out 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals. Just an all-around great performance. Highland shot 63% from the floor as a team, 45% from 3. Detroit Country Day really struggled. 13 turnovers on just an ice-cold 35% from the floor. And I can't say it enough. Great performance from Highland.
Absolutely great. Honestly, stunning to the point of how they played. Highland just does this year in and year out, sometimes to some amazing teams.
Yeah, it really does shock me how they continue to do it. But up next, we got ourselves the host, Smithville Smithies, taking on the Minster Wildcats. Mac, it's going to be a good one to cap off the first night of Battle of the Berkey.
Yes, indeed, it will, Quinn. And we will see you back here in about 15 minutes. Q&M Broadcasting out for the second.
Oh, we're about to do the national anthem. All right, here, hold up for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, Smithville High School welcomes you to the fifth annual Battle of the Berkey for game number 7 and the final game of this evening between Smithville High School and Minster High School. We live in an amazing country with great freedom and weather. So to all of you, we have to stand and join in the playing and singing of our national anthem.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Berkey here from Smithville, Ohio. I'm Quinn Mayball, joined here by Ethan Pyatt, fellow graduate from Smithville. Ethan, you were in this situation last year. You and me were down there on that court ready to play Genoa. Similar situation tonight. Minster's got a great big. Cole Alvarez headed to Hillsdale College. Very similar situation. What's running through your mind tonight if you're a Smithville?
I mean, the same way we approached it last year. You got to help off the guys that you know you can help off of to limit touches really big, but also when he gets the ball to apply pressure so he's not able to just get to the hoop at will. Make those catches and attacks a little more difficult.
Yeah, Smithville coming into the game with that 12-3. They can get red hot. If they're hot, they can shoot with almost anyone. Minster, maybe not the greatest record. I think they're sitting at 10 or 11-6, but they play a really tough conference out in Midwest Ohio. They play teams very local, Coldwater, super tough Western Ohio teams. Their record can be a little bit deceiving. I think we're in for a good night tonight. Minster tends to play a lower possession game. They don't score as many points per game, whereas Smithville, they used to in years past, play a slower paced, not as much transition game this year with the graduation of their big and their best shooter. They've really changed styles. They play more downhill in transition. I think they need to be taking advantage of some transition and create turnovers against these Minster guards.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup here with Smithville coming back and not playing the same style they usually play with. Playing a little bit more fast-paced, scoring more points, which leads to ultimately more points for the team give up, unfortunately. So it's going to be interesting to see which team controls the pace here.
Yeah, you picking Smithville or you picking Minster tonight?
I gotta take my home school, Smithville. Let's go.
Part of me wants to say Minster. I got Cole Alvarez. She's got his advantage, but I'm not picking against Smithville here at home. I'm taking the Smithies tonight. They're going to be red hot for 3. I agree. Thanks once again for Ethan Pyatt. He'll make a return at halftime for our halftime trivia question.
Sorry about that, American. Ethan Pyatt just took my spot. He's a big, brooding guy, and he just kicked me out.
And key note here for Minster, the Wildcats graduated star guard Troy Bolton. Oh, excuse me, that's the wrong Wildcats. That's from High School Musical. I got to get my head in the game.
Yates wins the tip there. Sustar gives it to Pyatt. Come out in their patented 1-3-1 is Minster. They like to play really wide on the sidelines here. You can see early.
It's almost more of it's like a 2-3, but they stack the top, so it almost turns into a 1-1-3 zone. Regardless, big key for the game for Smithville is this execution versus zone. They run a tough zone as Jack Stringham throws up and maybe not the greatest layup. But Smithville's got to execute from the zone, and Smithville needs to limit Alvarez. He's obviously the biggest dude on the floor. They're going to have to throw multiple guys on him, know who they can double off of, and how to rotate out of it.
And it's going to be a big play to see how Brian Sustar plays in this game. Give me a flashback to when Quinn Mayball played against something similar at the Battle at the Berkey.
Yeah, that'd be Brian Sustar's first career start tonight.
Big energy from the Smithville bench in the student section tonight as they're the hosts of this Battle at the Berkey. Good, great defense there by Smithville. Alvarez absolutely misses terribly. Brennan Pyatt.
And that's a key to the game for Minster. You have to guard the 3. Smithville doesn't match up great size-wise. They can get red hot from 3. Brennan Pyatt right there, a big reason why.
Beckham Steffi brings the ball up, gets it to Alvarez. Tucks through. Hands the ball up to McClure. Drives right. Good help defense there by Brady Seidel. Gives it back to Steffi. Into the corner to number 12, Kettner.
A ton of energy here from Smithville. Super engaged early.
This is how they need to stay the entire game. As McClure did the nice pull-up jumper going right.
Almost an over and back there.
Almost
a careless turnover.
Pyatt looked to shoot another one. Good cut there by Pyatt. Gets the floater to go. Alvarez bringing him out to the perimeter and they're taking him back inside.
Yeah. Hoover's a big boy. I don't know how well he can hang with Pyatt there on the perimeter.
Not very well, Quinn. Pyatt's a quick and shifty fella.
Got a lot bigger since last season, though. He was pretty soft last year.
That is due to his strength training program at
Butcher Peak Fitness, ladies and gentlemen. Best strength program in high school basketball.
I would 100% agree. Great defense there by Dryden Sustar. Once again, as he's giving Albers trouble down low. Ahead to Seidel. Seidel shoots it. They're so far on offense is Smithville. They're giving Minster some problems.
This is the exact start. Minster did not want his coach to go out of
Timeout. It's absolutely raging with energy.
Good place there from Sustar. Albers is going to get his, okay? You can't completely limit him. He's going to get his shots. The key is to make him earn those shots. Don't give him any easy buckets. Nothing on a lob, and no easy dump offs for him.
Absolutely. You have to understand that some shots are going to go down, and that's okay. Smithville has to stay mentally composed no matter what happens after this early start. This is the most energy Smithville's had in a game to start, or even all year in general. The fact that they finally have a student section, something that I like to point out, something that's had a big downfall since our years in high school.
Yeah, you and I have been to a couple of Smithville games now. Smithville student section is pretty lackluster for a team that's won 12 out of 15 games.
Let me pause you right there. Lackluster is an understatement. It straight up sucks. The student section, you need to listen to this and take some notes. Just even if it's screaming random stuff, get some chants going, get some claps going. Take some notes from Noah Yates or Jared Reed, who led the student section in basketball.
Sam Ritchie.
Sam Ritchie's all right. That guy was hating on us earlier.
Yeah, he was. Bill Sanders, I see you in the comment section. You're not cool, okay?
Smithville looks to be in what might be their big press here. Or not. I take back my statement. McClurg looks to bring the ball up against Riggamon, who might be their best on-ball defender, at least in the game right now.
Yeah, no Isaiah Lee for Smithville tonight. Usually in the starting lineup, but again, just a better matchup.
McClurg looks to get in the post, looks to go right, gets to his spot, and scores again on Jack. McClurg starting off 2 for 2.
Nice spin back there. And then extends with the right hand, so Riggenbach can't even get a piece of it.
Back in their 2-3 is Minster. It looks more like the 2-3 than the 1-1-3 we saw earlier.
Tough one there from Pyatt. But honestly, a good no foul play. Not worth picking up an easy one there. Or a stupid one there to start the game.
Smithville's got to get ball moving, got to get in the high post like we talked about earlier in these games with the Lonic zone. Try to get to the short corner and attack these gaps. Pyatt misses the floater there, gets it out to Steffi, brings it up the floor. Steffi's looking to go baseline. Seidel cuts it off. Got to look to double here if you're Seidel. Another misplay. Right in Sustar's body as fires to pull Albers down low.
It would bother a lot of people back. Oh, yeah. You see, Albers here. Those easy finishes will start to fall down, but he loves that spin back. Sure, Corey Kaufman has scouted that. Has told his players that, but Albers loves that spin back play.
As Isaiah Lee comes into the game and takes Bryden Sustar out, who had a very, very positive 4 minutes so far.
What do we always say about Isaiah Lee?
He only goes left.
He only goes left.
But it's a deadly left hand.
Most teams know that, and they still fail to stop.
Which I am sometimes flabbergasted, but who am I to say anything? He's an elite athlete.
He is an elite athlete. I'd say he probably shoots a higher percentage of left-hand layups compared to any other scout than anyone I've seen.
Pyatt misses the 3 out in the right wing. Smithville picks up well in transition. McClurg looks to go at Riggenball again. Misses up the front of the rim. Here comes Isaiah Lee in transition. Very dangerous here as the ball does get knocked out of bounds. Isaiah Lee is one of the most dangerous players in transition in Wayne County.
Yeah, and a nice run-through play there from Beckham and Steffi. Isaiah Lee's quick, but he cut right across him and poked up all out of bounds. Way to knock him out and stop the transition.
Smithville looks to inbound. Gets an open floater for Seidel, but just can't knock it down. Great hustle play by Isaiah Lee to knock that out from Beckham Steffi.
Good run. almost just got that play right back. Steffi had to run through and leave. Gets this one back for Smithville.
Absolutely. Back in there, 1-1-3 is, or more like a 2-3 is Minster here. The middle is wide open, I got to say, Quinn, for the most part. They can get almost any catch they want in the middle and then get to the short corner. Credit Pyatt coming out very aggressive in this game. They'll give them on the baseline for a bucket.
7 points already for Pyatt. It's a game high.
Missed there in the corner from number 20, Dominic Meyer.
I thought about that one.
He did. He's really thinking. Good pass there. Pyatt again, shot fake on Albers. Misses the layup inside. They have a lot of advantages they do with their athleticism and quickness overall, Quinn.
And a nice play there from Pyatt. Ultimately just missed the gimme, but good shot.
Albers looking to double. Misses the three is number 12, Andrew Kettner from the corner. Back in that 1-1-3 is Minster. And Pyatt just gets to the lane with ease and kicks it down that left-hand layup.
Backhanded, left-handed finish, dude.
What else would you expect? Steffi looks to bring the ball up here against Pyatt. Slows him down just a little bit. Gets it over to Kettner. Back to the top of Nikita Albers. Gets it into the high post to McClurg. McClurg looking to go to work on Riggenball. Looks like a travel there.
He went for a step through and just picked it up just enough of the ref side.
Do you travel to Australia when you're trying to step through there? You gotta just stay in the county for me, buddy.
Australia.
You went pretty far with that. Looked like McFadden's earlier in the day.
Sorry, snapped.
Well, we're going to keep going. Good drawn up play there by Smithville, and Riggenball hits the elbow.
Hunting defense here from Smithville. Let off the gas yet. Their bench is so super engaged here to start.
Pride Suther is now back in the game again for a quick rest. Messy rebound there by Smithville. You have to come down with that right away so you can get out and go in transition so Minster can't set up their 2-3 defense. Smithville does scout teams fairly well for the most part. You hear their coaches yelling out a lot of stuff.
You hear their coach yelling a lot.
What?
So you do hear their coach yelling a lot.
You do. Sometimes it could just be hogwash. Sometimes it's a legit call. Oh, questionable foul call there, I got to say.
Pretty nice
like
close up. Pretty nice close up there from Hershey. A high hand moved his feet. Like, that'd be number 20.
Dominic Meyer just looked like he slipped and fell.
Yeah.
McClurg looks to inbound, gets to Albers. Albers looks to go to work, likes that spin a lot. Bad pass. Looking to get Carson Taylor involved there and just absolutely misses him.
Yeah, a nice spin move. Thought he was going to like maybe extend in for a finish, but looked to pass it, and just a sloppy pass out of bounds.
Pyatt still looking to be very aggressive. Gets it out to Lee on the left wing. Back to Pyatt in the corner. Pops another three. Misses it short. Rebound, clean rebound there by McClurg. Back to the top of the team, McClurg. McClurg has had a nice hand so far in this game, creating opportunities. Taylor's looking to go in there. Back to McClurg at the top of the key. Ball screen action here. Lee gets through it with ease. McClurg with the bump jumper. Missed. And Taylor gets the buzzer beating layup on the putback to end off the first half.
Really nice play there from Minster just to get an easy bucket back. Poor job of boxing out from Smithville. But other than that, really good execution from Smithville on the defensive end in that first quarter. And as we saw a little bit there, some of the firepower that Smithville has in the offensive end.
100%. Smithville did not do too bad executing against the zone defense for Minster, which has caused a lot of teams problems.
Yeah, it seems how Minster gives up pretty low points per game. They're only giving up about 50 points per game. And again, that's against tough opponents, especially out in the MAC conference against teams like Marion Local.
Exactly. Minster plays a very tough schedule year in and year out, and they also are not used to a defense sometimes like this that Smithville plays with the intensity and having to drive, 2.5 hours? Not exactly the easiest thing, as we saw from Detroit Country Day.
I know you want someone else to pick up the ball there, but to a certain point, you just got to pick up the ball in transition. As Brady Slidell will take a 10-footer, nice sit there, as Albert's pulls in a rebound.
As this, the big thing I've taken away already earlier in this game, as energy died down for Smithville, the defensive pressure is not as good as it was. Albert has the ball at the left elbow here. Looks to go on Sunstone. Goes right. Gets his better. As the third point from Albert, he's now 1 of 4 from the field on the day. 15-14 Minster, 5:45 left in this first half. Slidell has it on the left wing. Looks to throw. Gets it over to Yates. Swings it across. Back to Kyle. The middle is open. Slidell is there. Slidell pops, stops. Turnover by Slidell. Taylor has it transition. Gets it for Flores. And a foul by Lee to prevent
Yeah, we're seeing Smithville come out here in the second quarter, just not doing the same thing on both the offensive and defensive end that we saw in the first half. In the first quarter, excuse me, not as much energy on the defensive end. Maybe they're going a little bit flustered offensively. They need to get back to what they do best, and that's having their playmakers take over and hit shots.
As the third misses the first free throw, Jack Schrager ball back in the game for Isaiah Lee. Number 3, Steffi is back in the game. Painter for the first time. And Kettner is back in the game for Minster. McClure gets the second one to go, gets that Berkey bounce like we like to call. Out there 1-1-3 again is Minster. Smithville brings the ball up. That middle is wide open on that first pass. They got to look to get that right away.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of teams go zone today. Pipe, this is a 3. A lot of teams just haven't had a high post presence, which is just what's killed them against the zone.
100%. That's what Smithville gets almost earlier in their sets. Or not their sets, but their motion offense. Albert gets another catch down low. Yates looks the double. Good defense by Sussman. Back out to the time for the Bird. The Bird has it. He looks for throw. He goes right. He gets another one. Ball by Seidel, a little too late, it just wasn't enough to follow the first. He had 9 points and a game high. Good pass there by Pyatt. Smithville calls a timeout before his offense on attack.
Yeah, coach is definitely going to draw up something this time out.
30 seconds timeout.
Big goes for Smithville. They just need some of that energy back they had in the first half. You can hear the crowd pops at the start of the game. You're just not hearing that quite as much. The bench isn't as engaged. Smithville needs to recover that energy they had at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, Smithville needs that. They need a crowd again almost, which they rely on too much. They need the bench to get back in this 100%, especially while they have that defensive advantage with the bench next to them on defense on this side of the floor. Shout out to Chicago Baseball once again for his fire music.
Yeah, accelerate auto spot. Great car detailing.
If you're need your car detailed, especially if you can afford it, go hit up Chicago Baseball. Even if you can't afford it, because, well, I would just do it. Trust me.
He's a reasonable man.
Very reasonable man. Very respectful young man. Terrible pass there by McClure. Pyatt steals it away. Pyatt again in the lane. He misses the layup. That is rare to see from Isaiah.
A rare miss to the left-hand layup there from Lee.
McClure brings the ball up slowly. Lee looks to be pressured a little bit more on Steph. Gets one out, slips it over to Fancher. Over to McClure. McClure's looking to throw. He wants to get it into the post. Doesn't. Drives one. Kicks it out. Missed 3. Rebound. No, yes. Pyatt gets the rebound. Yates takes it in transition. They slow it down. Get it back to Seidel at the top.
I don't know if you can see this right now, but great defensive possession from Josh Yates, fighting for his life against Albers there in the post.
Absolutely. Josh Yates is a 6'2 senior. Albers is a 6'8 big guy. Jack Stringaball with a big man to lay down. He gets an offensive rebound. Another steal by Seidel, and he throws it right off his teammate's knee. That's somewhat unfortunate.
And a rare miscue there. That's a quarterback wide receiver connection out on the football field as well. Don't see those two miscommunicated too often.
Well, Smithville pass the ball more.
That is football, not basketball.
Yes, of course. Sorry for the misreference if I did that. McClure looks to bring the ball up here on ringing ball. They look to go double McClure, get the ball out of his hands as he has been dangerous. Minster, another 3 from the left. Misses. Leading here in transition. Very dangerous out here. Looks to slow it down and throws an errant pass, but recovered by Pyatt in the half court. Another good pass from Seidel to Pyatt. Pyatt throws up a wild shot. Not smart shot selection. McClure gets to bring it up, gets it into Albers. Mismatch there. Seidel on Albers, and Seidel just decides to foul him instead of giving up the easy 2.
Honestly, not the worst play in the world. It's only Seidel's first foul, and it did prevent the layup for Albers, so I'm living with that foul.
I 100% agree with you there, Clint.
Now, I don't know if Seidel was actually thinking about that foul. I think he was just trying to block his shot with a highlight play.
I would agree. Seidel's known to make highlight plays regularly because he can be explosive at times.
Yeah.
Albers didn't miss the first free throw.
It's a good foul. Good foul.
Yep. There are good fouls and there are bad fouls. Albers misses the second free throw, so obviously a good foul. It is 18-18 here with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the first half. Taylor does foul. Blocking foul on Jack Stringaball there in the right corner. Smithville obviously retains the possession. Out from under the hoop. Get into Yates in the right corner. He's fouled once again by Beckham Steffi. 2 quick, not so smart fouls there by Minster.
Yeah, really quick. And these kind of seems like unnecessary fouls. Didn't really prevent anything. Didn't really gain anything out of it either.
Lee has it at the top. Looks to get it. Pyatt has it. Now Yates does in the right corner. They're absolutely hounding them defensively as Minster, and they just cause some problems right there. Random traps sometimes in the corner can really get to Smithville.
Yeah, we've seen here in the second quarter,
pace of the game has slowed down a lot. Smithville's only scored 4 points. They need to continue to get those open looks that they were getting in the first quarter.
I 100% agree. That's what they need to continue to look. As Pyatt shoots, it has to be his fifth floater, and he might be 0 for 5 on it. That has not been his shot tonight. McClurg in transition, goes up for the layup. Good play there by Rigamon. It tips the rebound out of Albert's hands, and here comes Seidel up the floor.
Yeah, and a great play there from Brigham Ball. One of Smithville's guys. Just a great winning player. Makes winning plays. Simple plays that don't show up on the stat sheet. And every good team needs players like that.
I should probably quit saying 100% so much. I bet it's annoying for you listeners.
100%.
I agree. Pyatt has it at the top of the key. Looks to go right. Gets it into Yates. Yates dribble. Gets stripped. Tries to recover it. Doesn't. Minster recovers. McClurg has the ball now. That was a good play in hands there by Carson Kaler to knock it out of Yates' hands. To get it down low. Albers, that's his favorite move right there. Likes to swing baseline and then spin back middle.
Yeah, really solid move there from the big guy. He comes in at about 6'8". They have him listed at 230. He moves his feet well though for a big guy.
He does. And he is built like he is 230. Minster then knocks it out off the great side of another errant pass and turnover there by Smithville.
Yeah, we see a big surge of energy there from the Minster bench.
Yes.
100%.
200%. They get it into Albers here to try to bring up the floor. They get it to McClurg. McClurg is at about half court right now. We got 1:25 left in this first half. It is 20-18 Minster. Albers has it, looks to go somewhere. Backs down Yates, turns, stops, doesn't get anything. Tipped up by Rigamon. Albers has it now at the top of the key, gets it back to McClurg. Rigamon on him once again. Looking to really get some pressure here. Pyatt has it. Not Pyatt, it's not Pyatt. Steffi looks to go on Lee. Steffi drove right past Lee there. That is a rarity. You do not see that very often.
Not many people can blow by him. Beckham Steffi right now, scoreless so far. And I've watched a couple of games for Minster on film, and he's been a big X factor for them. When he's on, they're tough to beat. Lucky for Smithville, he has not been on so far.
Brighton Sunstars now checked back into the game for Josh Yates. He has had good success against Albers today. Out to the top left is McClurg. McClurg looks to get a ball screen here from Albers. Nope, goes baseline, rejects it, spins middle, jump shot is good. McClurg has been excellent so far in this first half. Pyatt brings the ball up. Looks like they're going to settle for the final shot of this first half. Going to be very patient here, Smithville. We got 20 seconds left in the first half. It is 22-18 Minster.
Yeah, Smithville took an early shot, maybe about 20 seconds left on the clock in the first quarter. Minster ended up getting a bucket with time to spare left there in the first quarter. Smithville going to run up the clock this time. Don't make that same mistake.
Back to the top of the key, trying to get a play last second. 3 seconds left in the half. Seidel gets it to Pyatt. Pyatt turnaround jumper, knocks it down. That is a deep two from Brennan Pyatt. We have this half 22-20. Minster's advantage. They did start out down 8-2, but since then they went on a 20-12 run in Minster's advantage.
Yeah, we see Smithville coming in the game, averaging about 66 points per game. That has leaned more towards that slower paced game that Minster likes to play. Obviously coming in only averaging 53 points per game. Two kind of contrasting styles. Overall, though, leaning more towards Minster's style of play. Smithville is okay with that game, though. They're going to really have to rely on stops here in the second half.
Now, for our halftime trivia, we're going to start off our halftime. Over its 5-year existence, how many teams have played in Battle at the Berkey? Just beware, it is a large number.
Unfortunately, we will not have any guests to do this, as Ethan Pyatt was supposed to rejoin us at halftime, but he is currently standing at half court doing nothing. Just not surprised.
100% agree with you.
Just a couple of stats here in the first half before we get back to the Butcher Peak Fitness trivia question. Smithville shooting a high school 37% from the field, and after that red hot start, only shooting 29% from three. A couple of turnovers there in the first half. 7 assists though. You like to see that ball movement. On the other hand, from Minster, shooting 47% from the field, only one turnover, shooting just 16%.
Just like Ethan Powell.
And only 1 assist.
Dog gets his shot, you make it, you get 2 back.
Albert
Shows what you
in
got.
isolation buckets for McClure, but only 5 turnovers for Minster. You'd like to see Smithville bring a couple more turnovers to get out of transition.
100%. Smithville's very dangerous in transition. Now back to the Butcher Peak Fitness halftime trivia. Thank you for those stats provided by Cole and Quinn Mayball. Over its 5-year existence, how many teams have played in the Battle of the Berkey? Reminder, it is somewhat of a bigger number. 72 different teams have been invited and played at the Battle of the Berkey in its 5-year existence.
Only
That
a
is an
5-year
impressive number.
We mentioned it earlier. Coach Corey Kaufman does a great job getting teams here from all over Ohio and even into Michigan, Kentucky, and Pennsylvania.
Yes. All right. Well, that is it from our halftime show for the moment. We will be back with you as the second half will begin in a few minutes. about to start up the second half here at the Battle at the Berkey, our final game of the first day, which is Game 7 between Minster and Smithville. It is 22-20 in Minster's favor. And it started off a pretty hot start there for Smithville. Really quickly, before we get into any analysis of the second half starts, I do just want to clarify, yes, we do not have any, we just have audio right now. We do not have any actual visual. I'm sorry about that. We've had some geek out tech problems today, but we'll have that fixed tomorrow.
Yeah, and so what we're looking at now is for Minster. I think they just need to take advantage of that matchup with Cole Albers, the biggest guy on the floor. He's gotten some good looks, but not a lot. They need to get Albers the ball more, and for Smithville, they need to start executing better. That was one of our keys to the game. Before it started, Smithville needs to find open looks and execute against that zone. And I think we're in for a good finish here.
I 100% think so. Smithville's a tough team. They're resilient. They're going to know exactly what to do in the second half. They are well coached. Swings it over to Yates on the right wing here to start off the first second half. Great ball movement there by Smithville. Just what they talked about. Three-pointer from Brady Seidel to take the lead.
That's perfect execution from Smithville to start the half. Exactly what we were talking about.
That's stuff we worked on this morning, actually. They look to go double, does not work. Out to the top of the key. Good steal there by Seidel. On the floor, great hustle plays by Smithville. That's what you just want to see from Smithville.
Again, another winning play there from Jack Springenball, diving on the floor for a loose ball.
Out to the top of the key to Brett. Pike looks to get in the middle. Up to side. Back to the top of the key to Sussler. He drops the ball. Can't have those turnovers right now. Steffi brings the ball up the floor for Minster. Back out to the top of the key to McClurg. McClurg has been on all night. Gets it to the wing. Corner. Big three there for Kate Kettner. Out to Seidel on the left wing. Into Pyatt in the middle. Pyatt looking to attack. Open jumper. Knocks it down. The key to Pyatt. 25-25. 6:30 left in the third quarter. Rigging ball guarding up. McClurg here at the top of the key. McClurg looking to go inside. Steffi out to Kettner. Kettner looks to drive in the middle. Doesn't go anywhere. Looks to get it to Albers at the top of the key. Sustar, who's been doing good on Albers, is guarding him right now. Albers looks to go down low. Doesn't get anything. Gets it up back out to Kettner. And a missed three short by Kettner. Bad pass there by Sustar. Gets it back anyways. Gives it to Seidel. Seidel will bring the ball up the floor. Again, it is 25-25 if you are just joining us here. Pyatt looks to slow down the pace. Keeps the ball at the top of the key. Over to Seidel. Seidel looks to go drive. Hits up Yates. Back out to Seidel in the short corner. Out to Sustar in the left corner. Long shot by, and then a bad foul by Seidel there on the rebound. That is number 2 on Seidel as Albers went for the rebound.
Caught nothing but air on that shot right there. Isaiah Lee checking back into the game. For Smithies, as Brian Sustar will take a much-needed rest.
Flipping it over to the Smithies tonight. They've only played 7 guys tonight. They've not gone as deep as sometimes you like to go. Corey Kaufman will usually go.
Yeah, it looks like a moving screen there, forced by Jack Springenball. Great play.
Brennan Pyatt will take it out underneath for the Smithies. Minster really likes to cover up those sidelines whenever you inbound the ball, though. Something that do not allow very easily. They will allow those middle catches. Back to the top of the key for Pyatt. Out to the left wing for Yates. Back to the top of the key. Playing some boomerang. Looking to get a screen for Pyatt to get into the gap. Out to Riggable on the wing. He drives. Doesn't get anywhere. Back to Pyatt in the corner. He drives again. Wild pass for Pyatt and a turnover. McClurg goes down the floor, into the lane, and gets the layup to go. About a 4-4 floater there. 27-25, Minster's advantage. Pyatt brings the ball up the floor, has it at the top, gets it to Seidel. Seidel looks to drive. Pyatt has another open look from 3, misses. He has had a lot of open looks tonight.
Yeah, they're getting shots for Pyatt. They just haven't been falling so far. He had a quick run there early in the first half and a nice little open mid-range shot here to open the second half. But hasn't gotten a ton of open looks other than that.
Yeah, Smithville has gotten the ball back. Missed transition layup by Minster. Smithville brings it down out of bounds off of Minster. Smithville have the ball in the deep corner. Terrible spot to take the ball out of, unfortunately, but they get it in with no problem.
Yeah, especially against that 2-3 zone. Minster's just sitting there on the corner.
Smithville has it to the right slot, back to the left wing to Pyatt, in the middle to Yates. Great pass, blows the layup though. Albers' length just 100% affected that shot. McClurg brings the ball up the floor, looks to get it down low. Albers, spin back, that's his favorite move. Doesn't get it to go. Good box out by Yates. Pregame ball gets the rebound, gets it ahead to Seidel. Seidel's looking to go. Looking inside out, doesn't get anything. Foul by McClurg, comes from behind. That BA's defense doesn't work very well for him.
No, it doesn't. Good play by Seidel. Really keeping his arm bar off of that dribble. Not to allow a play like that or reach.
Pyatt's going to take the ball out on the sideline here from the foul line extended. Gets it into Seidel behind in the backcourt. This 1-1-3 defense has been a problem for Smithville today, only scoring 25 points so far. Into the middle to Pyatt. Pyatt dribbles, stops. Back to the top of the key side. Back out to Pyatt. Pyatt has a lot of good looks today. Foul then by Steph. I think it's a questionable call, Quinn.
I thought I saw enough contact on the arm. That play earlier, Pyatt usually gets that open look there. Just cutting right in the middle of the zone. The length of Albers really affected that shot. Ultimately made Pyatt, decide to not shoot that shot.
Lee looks to go left, doesn't get anywhere. Out to a wide open shot. Pregame ball for three in the corner. Knocks it down. Huge shot from Jackson with the ball. 28-27, Smithville with the lead. 3:59 left. Corey Kaufman wants a timeout. Wants to talk stuff over.
Yeah, big three there from Jackson with the ball. We started to see some better offensive execution here from Smithville. Maybe giving up too many open looks on for Minster, as we saw Kedner get going there with the three in the first quarter. Just Minster's second three-pointer of the game. Again, Smithville just needs to continue to limit Albers. They've done a nice job of it in the second half, only taking about 2 shots and missed both.
Smithville, if they can continue to contain Albers, he only has 4 points in this game, 1 real bucket. It's something that Smithville's been doing excellent on, guarding Albers with all 5 guys and using Sustar's body to their advantage. Out of the timeout, it is 28-27. Smithville with the lead. 3:59 left in the third quarter. Minster does inbound it. Smithville's looking to trap, double. Doesn't get much out of it. Minster does break it with no problem. McClurg goes to bring the ball up the floor. Smithville goes again. Doesn't rotate fast enough. Gets a wide open look. Minster misses the look. Isaiah Lee with a man's rebound down there, Quinn.
That looked like a Butzer Peak Fitness rebound if I've seen one.
I would 100% agree. That was it. Great pass by Pyatt. That's the ball that you want from Smithville. 30-27 Smithville. McClurg has it on the right wing. Looking to get his spot again. Back to Kettner. I don't know what happened there, but that is not a good defensive play there by Smithville.
That's the same corner three. That's Kettner's second three. Same spot, same result. And now it's a tie game. And looks like we got a coach's warning on Minster.
Interesting.
The ref doesn't look too happy. The coach doesn't seem to be arguing too much. Probably said something he shouldn't have.
Oh well, you live and you learn.
We've all been there before.
Yep, yes we have. I can 100% agree with you on that. Seidel will look to take the ball out here. Again, it's 30-30, 3:11 left in this game. If you're just joining us on the first day of the battle at the Berkey, this is Game 7. We do have 6 more amazing games for you guys tomorrow. Seidel gets it on the right wing. The games do start at 11:30 tomorrow, and they do end around 8 o'clock. Seidel looks to inbound it again here on the right wing. Gets it into Pyatt. Pyatt doesn't get anywhere. Back to Seidel, 4-3. And he almost gets that Berkey bounce, but he does not. Albers controls the rebound. Out to McClurg. McClurg looks to bring the ball up the floor. Ring and ball guarding him on the right wing. McClurg looking to dance. That light is on. Picks up his dribble. Out to Kettner. McClurg back to the top. Down to Albers. Smithville looking to guard all 5. And Seidel just gives up the backdoor. But absolutely blown by Parker Kerrigan. Smithville brings the ball back up here. Pyatt looking to attack once again. Out to the left wing to Seidel. Seidel looks to drive, doesn't get anywhere. Back to Pyatt. Gutsy call there by Kerrigan. Lee gets in the corner, doesn't do anything. Goes left. Good pass. Break ball with another rebound.
30. Smithville's advantage, 2:15 left in this third quarter.
Good drive there from Isaiah Lee. Downhill going left. Causes Albers to step up and dishes it off to Pregame for an easy step-up layup.
And a timeout called here by Minster. They want to talk some stuff over.
Yeah, and a much-needed timeout for Minster. They only gave up 20 points in the first half. They've given up 12 here with 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter here. And again, just better execution here from Smithville as they hold a 32-30 lead. 2 minutes left to go here in the third.
Jack Schriggable is leading all scorers today, tied with McClurg with 13 points, and he has a team high for Smithville. This is a big game for both teams. Going into tournament time here soon. The tournament bid is in about 2 weeks from tomorrow, and this will matter in how other teams view them and how seeding will go in their respective divisions.
Yeah, and even aside from seeding, it's just a tournament field game. You had two gritty teams, both small division schools. Potentially, you're going to face opponents similar to one another.
As McClurg backs down, Pregame and spins for a right-handed layup to tie the ball game up at 32. McClurg now has a game-high 15 points, and he's just done what he wants against one of the better defenders in the area, Jack Schriggable. Seidel looks to attack, gives it to Pyatt. Pyatt takes it to the top of the key, hands it off to Seidel, back to Pyatt. Pyatt looks to go left, gets around Albers, into the lane. Albers blocks Pregame, rebound taken by Minster. McClurg drives right again. He's been going right all night on Pregame, draws the foul, and is now at the line for two.
Yeah, Isaiah Lee has got to be a little bit higher in that gap. You can't allow McClurg to just get downhill so easily between that gap and then just go up for a right-handed drive. Not guarding the best shooter on the floor, you can at least be willing to show, and then you can recover on a closeout.
Yeah, that's what Smithville likes to do. That's the type of sound defense they like to play. Smithville likes to play similar defense to Highland, but they're not up to par what Highland is sometimes. Highland's just been doing it for 40 years at this point.
McClurg will miss a free throw off the front iron there.
1:12 remaining in this third quarter. It is 32-32 if you are just joining us once again. This has been an exciting game and overall just an exciting day. Lots of high-powered teams overall today. The best game being the Canton Central Catholic versus Colonel Crawford game. McClurg makes the second free throw, and he has been taken out of the game and replaced by Beckham Steffi. This will probably be McClurg's short rest here at the end of the third, and then he'll be back in for the fourth quarter. Minster now is in man defense for the first time all game. That is an interesting look to end out this third quarter. And a foul on Beckham Steffi as he tried to go for a steal on Brennan Pyatt. Brennan Pyatt was looking to get that post up there.
Yeah, he's not too happy about that call, but in all honesty, he had just a little too much arm around the back. Kind of hooked him as he reached for that when Pyatt went to duck in.
Now that is Beckham Steffi's fourth foul in the game. And number 4, Taylor Famser comes into the game. Smithville. Minster still in man defense. Smithville looking to take advantage of something they're more used to seeing. Pyatt, wild shot, not a good shot selection there. Albers does get the rebound, and Minster does control it. Yates guarding Albers at the top of the key. Albers picks up the dribble. Hop there by Kerrigan. Kerrigan gets nowhere.
And about 40 seconds left here for Minster. Probably want to hold the ball for the rest of the quarter and not give Smithville another opportunity.
Out for a three by Minster in the left corner. Does not get anywhere. That was a good look for Minster. They were liking the knockdown. That would have been Kettner's third three of the quarter. Seidel helped off maybe just a tad bit too much off a nice shooter, trying to help out Yates with Albers.
Yeah, 26 seconds here for Smithville. Definitely want to be smart with your clock management here.
Pyatt looks to bring the ball up. I imagine Smithville will take their last shot of this quarter. Again, Minster is in man defense, which is a new thing, something they don't really do. Yeah, I take that back. They're probably back in his zone. Smart play by Minster's number 10, Parker Garrigan. Just literally throws it off of Seidel, who was standing out of bounds.
Well, it was kind of a weird play. Seidel getting bumped maybe out of bounds. He's falling, tried to throw it off of Minster, and then Minster catches it back, and Parker Garrigan throws it right off of Seidel.
Yes, 5 seconds to go in this quarter. McClurg shoots a 3, misses. Rebound by Isaiah Lee, tosses it, doesn't get close. It is 33-32. Minster is in the lead against Smithville. McClurg has a game high 16 points, while Riggenball leads the Smithies with 13.
Yeah, not a bad effort from Isaiah Lee either from that full court heat. Most don't even get close. He at least made it inside the 3-point line.
Depends what you classify as impressive, Quinn.
It's that puts her peak fitness in it. He's got strong lats and shoulders that allow him to throw the ball the whole way down the court.
You guys want a little tidbit. If you want to have a strong back, you got to be pull-ups and barbell rows. I just want to point that out. But on another note, that's not what we're here for. We're here for some amazing basketball. And you want to hear our beautiful voices. I'm just joking. We don't have beautiful voices. So, just a reminder, tomorrow, games start up at 11:30. They end around 8 o'clock. We have a host of great games. Lutheran East plays Maysville. Massillon does play Hawken. Ursuline Youngstown plays Summit Country Day. Wyoming plays Chartiers Valley. And all those teams I just named are some of the best teams in the entire state.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that 11 o'clock game tomorrow between Youngstown, Ursuline, and Summit Country Day. Country Day played majority of the season without their best player, Tim Martin, committed to Rhode Island. They have him back, though. He's been back for a couple of games now. Make sure you tune in at 11:30 tomorrow for that.
Quinn Mayball is kind of a celebrity here in this area, just so you guys know. If you hear any yells, that's for him.
And this game is going to come down to Smithville executing and Minster executing. It's going to come down to an execution game.
Steffi is back in the game with 4 fouls. McClurg goes baseline, draws a foul on Ryden Sustar. He's going for a layup. Rejected that ball screen there.
Yeah, it looks like Sustar tried to slide over and take a charge. Just a little late. For Pyatt, you got to force McClurg to use that ball screen. You can't allow a reject, especially with no help to the baseline.
Absolutely not. You don't want to start giving up easy free throws to McClurg here, which he's missed a couple already today.
Yeah,
he missed that first one.
Yeah, he went 1 for 2 earlier in the game, 0 for 1 here now.
McClurg has had a good game and has had his way with Jack Strigenball tonight. He misses the second free throw.
Rare misses from McClurg there. Just 1 for 4 from the line tonight.
Out to the left wing to Yates. Yates back to Pyatt in the corner. Pyatt looks to go. Pull-up jumper. Knocks it down. 34-33. Smithville in the lead. You can tell by the way their crowd and their bench is reacting. This is a big moment for them. They want this win badly. 7:26 remaining in this game. Minster goes to take it out. Number 20, Dominic Myers taking it out for Minster. They get it to Steffi going down the floor. Might have gotten away with a walk there, but we didn't call it. Steffi looks to go right, doesn't get anywhere. Good hands there by Pyatt. Pyatt steals it from Steffi, and Steffi fouls out of the game. That is a huge play by Brennan Pyatt.
Yeah, Steffi's had a bit of a rough game. Hasn't appeared on the box score. 5 fouls. That's going to be a long bus ride home for him. And sure, he'd be ecstatic if they come away with a win still.
Of course. Also, 0 points for Steffi. He tried to put his imprint on the game. He just wasn't able to the way he wanted to.
And a great play there from Pyatt. Prevented the post entry. Really just frustrated Beckham Steffi the entire time.
Smithville gets it in the middle to Jack Strigenball for a pull-up jumper. He now is 15. It is 36-33. Smithville's advantage. And McClurg throws the ball away across the court. Again, looking like Dylan Gabriel. 7 minutes left to go in this game. 36-33. Smithville's advantage.
Some might say perfect timing. Shadur Sanders.
I would agree.
I wouldn't slander my Pro Bowl quarterback, though.
Pyatt. My bad, not Pyatt. Seidel has the ball, back at the top of the key, back to Riggenball, shoots a fadeaway jumper at the foul line, does not get it to go. Minster takes possession.
You can hear Smithville kind of getting back to where they started. Ton of bench energy, and the crowd's really getting into it as they hold a 3-point lead here. There's 6.5 left to go in the game.
Another good hands there by Pyatt as Minster tried to get it into Albers. And Jack Strigenball takes the ball up the court. Seidel has it now at the top of the key. He could have been aggressive there. There's some gaps right now in this Minster defense. They seem a little shaken up. Like we said earlier, that middle has been wide open for Smithville to get attacked. Back to the top of the key to Seidel. Out to Lee. Lee looks to go in the left wing. Doesn't go anywhere. Back out to Pyatt at the top of the key. Back out to Seidel at the left wing. Back to Lee. Lee looks to go. Foul by Albers. Albers trying to get in front of Lee and just put his knee right in his leg. Lee is now limping a little bit. Looks like he might have a Charlie horse. Biden Sustar now comes in the game for Isaiah Lee. Big minutes here for Biden Sustar in his early high school career.
Yeah, huge minutes from Sustar here. Really encouraging to see a younger guy like him play good and impactful minutes in a big game.
Seidel goes baseline, throws a pass, errant pass, was taken away by Minster. Minster looks to go up the floor. 36-33 Smithville, 5:50 left in the game. Dead ball there. Looking to double here on Albers. Good hands there by Sustar. Albers looks to go again. Backed up. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Decides to go again. Spin back on Sustar. And that's something you can't afford if you're Sustar. You have to know he's scout there. He loves to spin back over his left shoulder.
Yeah, just the third bucket for Albers. Overall, Smithville's done a nice job, but you don't want to let him turn up late down the stretch.
Out to a wide open corner three for Pyatt. He misses. Rebound Minster. Gets it out to McClurg. McClurg looks to push the ball up the floor. Slows the pace down just a tad bit. Stops. Dead. Nothing there. Gets it down low. Albers. Foul on Josh Yates. That seemed like I ain't going to see anything there.
Yeah, Yates is just fighting for his life down there. Picks up his first foul, on the team second. Not a bad foul there from Yates. Probably prevented a basket from Albers. Smithville's clean, just to a 1-point lead.
5:06 left in this ball game. Albers has the ball. Hands it off to McClurg. Regal ball guarding him. They're looking to get the ball back into Albers. Skip pass across the court. Three from Minster. They knock it down. A big shot from senior Dominic Meyer. 38-36 Minster. Pyatt brings the ball up as Minster's bench is now really engaged here. Bring ball in the middle. Stops. Give it to Seidel at the top of the key. Seidel's had a pretty quiet game. Back to Pyatt in the middle. Knocks down another jumper. Brennan Pyatt now is 15 in between him and Jack Strigenball and 30 of the team's 38. McClurg brings the ball before. Pyatt looks to go. Looks to double. Long pass by McClurg. Out to Meyer. Misses the three from the corner.
Not a great shot there from Minster. Super long rainbow pass across the court, straight into a three. You probably want to slow that down and get a nice long possession to try and wear down the Smithville defense.
Yeah, that was a little bit too quick of a shot there. Get it up to Seidel to the left wing. Good pass by Seidel. Great cut by Jack Strigenball. What a play by the Smithville. Just what they coach in practice every single day. Up 40-38, 4 minutes even left in this fourth quarter. Jack Strigenball now has 17 points with a chance to make it 18 and a 3-point lead.
Yeah, that's a huge bucket. I mean, Smithville's honestly looking to apply to Strigenball here. They played in these kinds of games. Huge bucket from your senior leader, Jack Strigenball. Chance to make it a 3-point play.
And he knocks it down. Buttery smooth free throw stroke right there. 41-38.
That's buttery smooth.
They look to double McClurg here. They look to double McClurg. Smithville wants a travel call. They get it to Albers down low. And a foul by Seidel. He did smack him on the arm.
Bit of a pointless foul there. But again, it prevented a post-up from Albers, who's really in a one-on-one situation with Sustar. Maybe not a matchup that's going to favor Smithville, so not the worst foul.
Albers has been very quiet tonight with 6 points on poor efficiency. He's not gotten many looks that he wanted. Albers looks to go. Good move. Strong move by Albers. And he just did what we did not want him to do on Sustar. 41-40. 3:40 left in this ballgame. Smithville's advantage. They have the ball. Bringing it up. Minster looks like they may be back in man defense here again, which is something different we've not seen out of them pretty much all game. Smithville's Pyatt looks to go left. That BS defense again did not work for McClurg, and there's a foul called on him. That's his first of the game. Something to note really quickly, Smithville has 3 fouls in the corner. Minster has 4. If they get one more, Smithville will be in the bonus and shoot free throws. Pyatt looks to inbound.
Gets it into Riggenball. Riggenball hands it off to Seidel. Back to Riggenball going baseline. Turns around, posts up. Hands it off to Pyatt. Pyatt looks to go. Good crossover. Shot fake. Out to Lee in the corner. Lee goes left. Goes baseline. Back to Pyatt on the left wing. Pyatt with another floater. He knocks it down. Pyatt with 17 points in this game.
Really nice ball moving there from Smithville. A couple of good actions. Rejected ball shooting from Pyatt, and then a nice pitch back there from Isaiah Lee to Pyatt with a shot fake and puts up a nice floater. High efficiency shot.
Minster gets the ball to the left wing to Albers. Albers looks to go. Looks to post up on Yates. Yates tries to take a charge, and it's a charge call. That is a huge call in a game like this. Albers disagrees. He does not agree with the call, but it was a blatant charge. Josh Yates with a huge toughness play.
That is a fantastic play from Josh Yates. A big reason if they end up winning the game. That's a huge play. Yates timed it up perfectly as Albers goes to lower his shoulder, sets his feet, takes it right in the chest. That's a huge play and a big possession back for Smithville.
Yes, this is a huge possession. If they can go up 2 scores right here, they might just take control of these last 2 minutes. Smithville looking to take their time, be patient. Seidel on the left wing. He has it. Backs out. Riggenball at the top of the key. Minster is back in their 2-3 zone. Smithville looks to go. Pyatt over to Lee on the right wing. Lee looks to go. Back to the top of the key. Back to the left wing to Seidel. Seidel has it. Passes. Pyatt, top of the key 3. Misses it from the back iron. Not a bad shot there from Smithville.
That's a Pyatt shot if I've ever seen one.
Yes, that is a Pyatt shot. They have very much confidence in their abilities. Minster calls a timeout. It is 43-40 with 2 minutes and 3 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, not a bad look there from Pyatt. You might want to hold it up, but personally, I'm a fan of letting the boys play. None of that holding stuff. We're going to run the clock out the rest of the game now. I'm okay with that shot from Brandon Pyatt. Maybe, probably your best 3-point shooter, either him or Riggenball. Not a bad look from Smithville.
Smithville would love to win this game and get their second or third big win of the year, as their other big win was against Miami Valley Christian Academy.
Yeah, down at Highland. Smithville plays in the showcase down at Highland every year. They finally broke the curse this year under Corey Kaufman, getting a big win over a good Miami Valley Christian Academy team. Last year, we saw them break the curse. They were 0-3 at their own event before going into the Genoa game last year. They came out with a big win, looking to repeat as back-to-back winners at their own event.
Yes, that would be huge for Smithville, and trying to announce their name as a year in and year out high-caliber program here in Northeast Ohio, specifically in Division 6.
Yeah, and that's what Coach Kaufman really set up to do when he left Highland. He wanted to bring that culture into another school, and a small school like Smithville is a great place to do that.
Let's see what Smithville can do. Let's see if Minster can answer. We'll see if they get it into McClure. They'll try to get it to Albers here. Albers has it at the top of the key. Over to number 20, Dominic Meyer. Out to McClure. Back to the top of the key. 3. Knocks it down. Andrew Kettner with a huge 3 with 1:45 left to go in this game. It is all tied up at 43 apiece. Andrew Kettner with his third 3 here in this second half. Smithville looks to be patient. Seidel has it. Back to Pyatt. Pyatt shoots another 3. In and out. Does not get it to go. Off of Smithville. It is Minster's ball. Minster has the ball now. 1:34 left in this game. Sustar's coming out. Lee is back in the game. This is going to be a very pivotal defensive possession here, Quinn.
Yeah, it is. Smithville needs to stop desperately. And down there, they were so concerned with the rib stream for Albers, they almost forgot Kettner, who's hit 2 threes this half. Got an open look from 3 to tie it up.
Huge play by Isaiah Lee. He catches it. That's the 5th foul. He is going to the line. McClure got trapped over by Seidel and Riggenball, threw it across the court. Isaiah Lee with that athleticism to steal the ball.
Yeah, and Isaiah Lee, maybe not your best free throw shooter, but definitely not a bad option to have at the line here for Smithville, being in the bonus with 1.5 minutes here in a tie ball game.
Misses the first one off the back iron. Once again, it is 1:28 left in this game, 43-43. All tied up. It's been close throughout the entire game. Lee knocks down the second, gives Smithville a 1-point lead. They're looking to stay in their press, stay aggressive here against. And almost another steal there by Riggenball. McClure has it. A double here by Seidel and Riggenball. McClure doesn't know what to do. Timeout by Minster. Smithville's bench is all up in McClure's ears. 1:22 left in this game. 44-43 Smithville.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering what Minster was doing there on the press break. Riggenball went for a steal. he missed and kind of slid out of bounds. Yates would pick him up, and then Ringelbach get the double. No one from Minster even tried to help McClure. They kind of just left him on an island in his own backcourt. And it was going to be pretty close to a 10-second call, so Minster has to burn another timeout. They only have one left remaining in the rest of the game.
And that matters. If this game happens to go to overtime, not having many timeouts can definitely hurt you in a game like this.
Yeah, Smithville with 3 timeouts left, clinging on to that 1-point lead. Big defensive possession here for the Smithies. You would think here, Minster's play out 3 options. McClure did really well in isolation plays earlier in the first half, but Kedner's really been the hot hand here in the second half. You got to think they're going to go to 1 or 2 of those guys, and then there's always Albers in the middle.
100%. I think what they're going to do is try to get an action for Albers, go back to their big man, go back to the guy they've been going to all year. And if they have to, McClure can make something happen in times of desperation and need. Minster just look at inbound the ball. Wild pass there. McClure comes down with it, goes left, shoots a shot off the top of the backboard from the block. Smithville takes possession.
Looking like Paul George down there off the top of the backboard.
Absolutely. Opposite over to Ringelbach. Ringelbach has it on the right wing. Seidel swings it over to Pyatt. Pyatt is the top of the key. Looks to attack it. He is fouled. Pyatt is going to go to the free throw line. He's knocked both of these down. That puts the pressure on Minster to potentially make a 3.
Yeah, it'd be really big for Brennan Pyatt to knock both of these free throws down. For Smithville, we'll just see what happens.
Pyatt knocks down the first, 45-43. 1:03 left in this ball game. Pyatt knocks down the second. Both of those were buttery smooth.
And if you're Smithville, you're up 3 now. You cannot let Kedner shoot another 3. He's hit 3 here in the second half as Kedner fires up a corner 3.
Slots it down. Kedner now has 4 threes. Tied up at 26 apiece. Terrible breakdown by Smithville in transition defense. And this Minster crowd is into it.
I'm into it.
Yes, you are. 44 seconds left in this game. 35 seconds. My apologies. Pyatt has it. Back to the top of the key. Seidel has it at the top. Now Pyatt. Back again at the top of the key.
If you're Smithville here, just wait out. You want to take the last shot. 30 seconds, 25 seconds left on the clock. You want to take the last shot here in a tie ball game.
My guess is Coach Goffin's going to look to take a timeout in about 10 seconds and draw something up that he has deep in the playbook. They get it to Seidel. Seidel with the pull-up. Misses. Ringelbach with the rebound. Off the back of the rim, Minster with the rebound, Kedner has it, foul. That is the 4th foul for Brady Seidel, and that, well, doesn't put Minster in the bonus yet, but it gets very close. 8.8 seconds left for those of you who are listening in, 46-46.
Yeah, you can't afford a foul here for Smithville. Maybe I would have waited a little bit longer.
Minster gets it to Albers right away. McClure down the floor, down the right side. He puts it up, misses it badly. Ahead to the floor. 1 second left, and we are going to overtime, fellas. We are going to overtime. Number 15, Carson Taylor, did recover it after the clock expired, threw it up. He did make it clearly after the clock expired. What a wild 10 seconds to that game.
Yeah, there's no shot at all, and it's a good thing. There was no debate about it. Minster made that 3 at the end. It was probably a good 2 seconds after the buzzer, but if you're Smithville, got lucky, very lucky there that McClure blew that layup in transition with 3 seconds left. But I would have liked to have seen a little bit more patience from Smithville, taking a shot with 10 seconds left on the clock. Maybe not an ideal time, but I get why they did it. That still leaves time for them to possibly have done something else.
Yes, and now, I guess I forgot, we are in overtime. Minster does get a timeout back. They get 2 timeouts. Smithville gets a timeout back, so now they have 4. That is something important to note. Also, next foul that Smithville has, Minster will be in the bonus, and Smithville already is in the bonus. Something else important to note, for any fouls that happen away from the ball, or even fouls that happen that aren't shooting fouls, that team will get free throws. So very well, Quinn. This game can come down to free throws.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot today. We saw in the King Central Catholic game they were all super calm and composed. Made all their free throws, ended up polishing the game off with about a 7-point win. Free throws are key. Any made free throw could have won this game for either team. As we see, it's a tie game going into overtime.
Yes. Oh, we're about to start our 4-minute overtime period. This might be the most exciting game for sure of the entire day because, well, it's going to overtime, Quinn.
You can't get any closer than that.
You cannot.
Much more exciting than the Highland game, I'll say that much.
Much more exciting. Maybe not as much firepower, but a much more intriguing basketball game.
For sure.
Albers wins the tip. Isaiah Lee takes it, looks to go left, takes it back out. Steal by Minster. Back out ahead. Carson Kaler puts it up, makes the layup. 48-46, Minster's advantage, 3:45 left in overtime. Smithville has it at the top of the key, gets it back out to Seidels. Minster's back in their 1-1-3 or 2-3 zone. Back out to the corner. Brady Seidel, open, three, misses. He has been ice cold today, not his normal self shooting the ball. McClure does bring the ball up the floor. Jax Riggenball is guarding him. Looks like Minster's trying to get into a set. Probably a rip screen to try to get something for Albers here. McClure looks to probe. He's trying to go somewhere. Gets it to Kaler. Back down to Albers down low. Albers looks to go. No help there from Smithville at all. And Albers gets the bucket to go 50-46.
Yeah, Albers just took full advantage. He finally got a one-on-one look against Josh Yates. Frankly, just overpowered him on the block.
Seidel has it at the top of the key, around the half-court line. Looking to go. Looking to get it in the middle. Riggenball has it. Out to Yates in the corner. Shot fakes. Nothing there. Pressure. Timeout Smithville.
Yeah, good timeout there from Coach Corey Carlson. Yates is trapped in the corner, about to fall out of bounds. Probably about a guaranteed turnover, but a good timeout call. Still got 3 to burn here in overtime.
Yes, very important timeout there. You cannot afford a turnover right in that spot. You're already down by 4 and 3 minutes left in this game in overtime. Your team's gassed. Just give them a little bit of a break here. Go over a set. Get an easy bucket so that you can calm yourself down a little bit.
Yeah, Smithville, again, got to come down to execution. Need great play out of a timeout. I'm willing to bet Coach Corey Kaufman is drawing something up. Comes down to execution. And again, Albers finally got an isolation play in the post and took full advantage. Can't have that again down the stretch for Smithville.
No, you cannot. And maybe that's where having Sustar not on Albers in this spot maybe kind of hurts them. Sustar has surprisingly been excellent. He has not played very many big varsity minutes, if any at all, in his career so far, and he played excellent against Albers today.
Yeah, really. And honestly, just from a science-based perspective, Sustar is the biggest guy they have, so he's clearly just the best matchup to throw at Albers. Josh Yates comes in probably about 60 pounds lighter than Albers.
Yes. Maybe 60 pounds lighter than Sustar.
Potentially.
Sticking with both teams starting fives. Smithville looks to inbound it. Gets it to Pite there on the right wing. Back to the top of the key to Riggenball. Let's see what they have drawn up. Back to the top of the key. Ball screen there for Pite. He looks to go. Gets it out to Seidel. Seidel drives. Doesn't get anywhere. Back out to Pite. Pite goes at him again. Goes up for a layup. Looks like he got fouled. But apparently he did not. Off of Minster. Albers, we can call that a block. 2:30 left in this overtime period. Pite's looking at the ball in. Gets it into Seidel in the desk corner over there. Gets it over to Riggenball. 3-pointer. Misses short. That kind of stings if you're Smithville, Smithy. McClure looks to bring the ball up. Seidel has him at the top of the key. Yates is guarding Albers. Albers has it on the left slot. Albers is looking to go. Doesn't get anywhere. Stops. McClure has it out at the top. McClure, my bad. Back out to Albers. Top of the key. Looks, fakes the handoff. Goes right. Gets out to Kettner. Kettner once again knocks it down. His 5th three of the second half. They take a 7-point lead in this overtime with 1:50 left in this game. Smithville has to get a quick bucket. Foul there by McClure. That is a bad foul there by McClure because now you get to send Smithville to the free throw.
Yeah, that's a real dagger for Smithville. Game time, they're not out yet. That's Kettner's 5th three of the second half. This is one thing you have to know. You cannot give up in this situation. Smithville has quieted down a lot after that free-point.
Isaiah Lee does with the first free throw. 53 to 47. Minster has the advantage. They've outscored Smithville 7-1 in this overtime period. There's 1:49 left in overtime. Isaiah Lee knocks down both. That is a huge pair of free throws there by Isaiah Lee, who has been quiet for most of the night offensively.
Smithville's looking to pressure, looking to press. They get it back to Kettner, up the court, up to McClure. Down low to Albers, big play there. Terrible pass by McClure. And Pyatt takes possession. They bring the ball back up the floor, down by 5. 1:30 left in this ball game. Seidel has it at the top, looking to find somebody open. Gets Pyatt in the middle, shoots the jumper. He knocks it down. 53-50. Smithville's right back in this game, just like nothing happened. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Albers goes up for the layup, and he makes it. Bad transition defense there, out of their press by Smithville, and Minster's back up, 55-50. Pyatt deep 3. Off the back of the rim. Not a smart shot there by Smithville. Minster brings it up the floor, slows down the pace a little bit. Albers has it back out. And Jack Stringenball fouls Albers, and now they are in the bonus, puts Albers at the line. There is 58.6 seconds left in this game. Both teams are in the double bonus. Brennan Pyatt is 21, Jack Stringenball with 18. Andrew Kettner with 17, and 15 of those in this second half. Albers now at the free throw line, misses the first free throw. He does have 12 points in this game, and he has struggled. It's still 55-50, Minster with the advantage.
Yeah, Smithville's going to have to go. They're going to have to fire off a quick 3 and create another turnover to give themselves a chance. McClure knocks down his second free throw to make it a 6-point game.
Albers knocks that shot down, 56-50. Timeout by Corey Kaufman. Trying to draw something up, maybe get a quick bucket here, calm the team down a little bit, and then maybe go get a steal. Wildly entertaining game this is to win. I know it's only 56-50, not the most efficient, somewhat slow paced, but still very entertaining because obviously we're in overtime. But our hometown Smithville Smoothies are playing a high-level team in Minster.
Yeah, it's nice to see when you get these like small division schools out here. They all play so greedy defensively. Smithville's maybe gotten away from that this year, but tonight they have played with some grit, made some big plays. Josh Yates did a great job. Jack Stringenball getting on the floor for some big plays. You like to see a defensive battle every once in a while. We've had a great nightcap here on day 1.
This is an excellent game, like you said, to cap off this first day here. And at the 5th annual battle at the Berkey, tomorrow we have 6 excellent games. Again, I will say it again, starting at 11:30, ends at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Smithville looks to go in transition, looking to draw up an easy play to get an easy bucket here. Looking to get it in. Seidel in the corner. Drives baseline. Back out to Lee. Lee looks to drive. Gets it back out to Seidel. Out to Yates. Yates shoots a 3. And way off. And a foul by Isaiah Lee on Kettner. They will send him to the line. That is not what you want, is to send your best free throw shooter, your opponent's best free throw shooter, to the line in a game like this.
Yeah, tough possession there from Smithville. Really needed to score there to come up empty and then foul their best free throw shooter. Not looking great for the Smiths.
Kettner knocks down the first free throw. He now has a team high 18 points in this game. It is 57-50 with 45 seconds left. Now he knocked down the second, hit both there. It's 58-50 with 40 seconds left in this game. Pyatt brings it up the floor, looking to get something quick, looks to shoot it, doesn't, pass out to Seidel. Seidel, dribble, pull up, miss. Albers gets the rebound, foul by Stringenball. And that might be all she wrote, folks. Unfortunately, looks like Minster's going to pull away and win this game in overtime. As Albers goes to the line, it is 58-50 with 32.2 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of fans head out home tonight. Hopefully we'll see them all again tomorrow.
Hopefully so.
Maybe not as exciting as a finish that we were expecting, but still, getting to overtime, very exciting. Had everyone on the edge of their seats tonight.
Albers did miss the first free throw, goes ahead, shoots the second one, and he misses that one too. 58-50, 30 seconds left. Let's see what Smithville can do. They're coming down. Hyatt gets it, top of the key. 3, bricks it. And Minster gets the rebound, and that's about all she wrote. Smithville looks like they're trying to foul. Maybe they're not trying to. Kettner brings it up, stops, gives it over, and Minster is going to win this game 58-50 in a really good, entertaining game at the Battle of the Berkey here, and day 1 to close us out. And I gotta say, Quinn, it's been awesome calling these games with you on the first day of the Battle of the Berkey. I hope they're as exciting as they were today tomorrow.
Yeah, and a big win here for the Wildcats. It's always tough to beat Smithville at Smithville, especially in a big event like this. So really a big statement win for Minster as they're prepping for the tournament. And thank you for today's sponsor. Sidle Transit will be sponsoring this game. And we'll have the player of the game here for Minster coming right up. And our Sidle Transit player of the game is going to go to number 12, Andrew Kettner, who had a 19 points. Second half, 5 threes came in clutch for the Wildcats. Really powered them through tonight. Albers wasn't having his best game, but he still opened up open looks. McClure got in there, and Kettner really hurt Smithville tonight with his shooting ability from the year.
Yes, absolutely. That's something Smithville struggled with here recently in this season, is dealing with shooters. That was their downfall tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, and thanks everyone for tuning in today. Q&M Broadcasting. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you all then. Feel free to tune in. We'll have a great slate of games tomorrow. We'll see you.